Status Coup, guys, as I've told you, Status Coup has been on the ground in Minneapolis covering the ICE stuff, and they've just been doing a great job. So everybody go subscribe to their YouTube channel, and if you want to see like live stuff as it happens, definitely go check them out. Look at this. This is amazing. This is posted by Status Coup News. U.S. veteran goes absolutely nuclear on ICE. So this is at, the Minneapolis protests, and listen to what this guy says. Here we go.
Come here, take a fucking oath to defend the country from foreign domestic terrorism and to fight for the Constitution. And these guys are coming here and disgracing this fucking building. I'm a veteran of 7 years. I've bled for this country. I've fought for this country, for these people here of Minnesota to come and fight these motherfuckers. They're disgracing this fucking country and what it fucking means. They hide behind their fucking masks like fucking pussies. We're out here in the middle of everything, showing ourselves, showing our Minnesota and our freedom. And they're here, bullshit. So take that. I'm sorry.
They sprayed your daughter?
Yes, they were following ISIS down the highway, and they sprayed my daughter and my wife, and they almost ran them off the fucking road. So that's another thing. Fuck them, get them out of here. Our state representatives need to step up and fight for their fucking people like we are fighting. But they're too coward. They stay in their mansions and don't give a shit about us. And all they want is these fuckers just come in here and destroy this fucking state. So fuck it.
Now you
Protest. Fuck ICE.
I'm telling you, man, what they're doing is they're waging a soft civil war. That's what this is. That's why you saw Trump use the National Guard and the U.S. military to invade blue states. So he took like the Texas National Guard filled with conservatives and invaded blue cities all across this country. That's what he's doing. And the point here is, let's harass them. Let's try to make it so they don't dissent anymore. Let's crush dissent. That's the idea. That's the idea. That's what they're doing. And between the immigration crackdown and that, and now this, the backlash is finally here. It's here, right? Like, you can't hold it back anymore. And what the Democratic politicians need to understand is you no longer have a choice. It's abolish ICE or shut the fuck up and get out of the way, right? Like, retire from public office. It's, hey, you tell the police departments that they arrest the criminal ICE agents or retire. Get out of the fucking way. It's over. It's done. That's what they need to understand, is people aren't fucking around anymore. You have all innocent American people who are being basically harassed and assaulted and having their lives destroyed across this country. And for fucking what? For what? So Trump can feel like a tough guy? So Trump can feel like a strong man? So that some fucking asshole white nationalist with a tiny dick who signed up last week and get his jollies off by assaulting a woman? What are we talking about here? So, this is, we've covered stories before of veterans popping off at ICE, but now there's another one. And the more these interviews on the ground come in, the more dire the situation looks. That Americans, we've hit a boiling point. We've hit a boiling point. And now you got, some new numbers coming in as to just how unpopular. ICE now, people actually want it to be defunded and abolished. The other day, we covered a poll which showed there was a surge in 17 points, I believe, in favor of getting rid of ICE, but it was still minority position. Now there's polls out that now it's a majority position. The American people are generally very deferential to law enforcement. Now to have a majority say we got to abolish this, it means Americans get it. This isn't actual law enforcement. This is a gang of thugs. That's what it is. It's a gang of thugs and criminals that are being sent out there to harass brown people and to harass liberals and leftists and get them to shut the fuck up and not criticize the Trump regime. And it's a reign of terror. What they're doing is a reign of terror. Fucking pepper spraying innocent people. They literally sent people to a concentration camp in El Salvador. I mean, over 30 people have died in ICE custody since the beginning of Trump's second term. I mean, this is nightmare stuff. This is actual fascist regime type stuff. And we're done playing. We're done playing. We're not nobody's gonna go along to get along anymore is the point. And you can see that in these protesters. One we covered yesterday, this one that we're covering today, the veteran who Status Coup talked to in the past. There was a black veteran who also went off on ICE. And when you get a beautiful place like Minneapolis, right? When you think of Minneapolis, it's very calm place. lefty place, but calm place. And then you see what they're doing to these poor people and what their reaction is. They better fall the fuck back, bro. They better fall the fuck back. They're creating the conditions that's going to lead to something they don't want. Like, they don't want this. And by the way, Ken Klippenstein's reporting proved that within ICE, there's actually a lot of them. Their families are disowning them. They're fucking terrified. They see the backlash. They're having second thoughts to it. So what's going to happen? Now, the ones that have half a conscience are going to be pushed to the side, and it's the new, more psychotic people who show up. That's an even worse scenario. Because now you got the trigger-happy, young, far-right fascist dipshits who are going to be the ones who are running around Minneapolis. So, I'm sorry, bro, but the time's going to come. We need mass arrests. Stephen Miller's got to go. Kristi Noem's got to go. All these ICE Gestapo thugs are going to be arrested. It's enough already. It's enough already. The day of reckoning will come, and there will be trials, and people will be locked up, and justice will prevail. But as of right now, we're in the bad timeline. This is the dark timeline, and they're doing everything they can to make it worse. But the American people are bravely beginning to stand up and fight for freedom, and that's what this is. It's a fight for freedom, and it's very clear. The dividing lines are very clear, and right and wrong is very fucking clear. So pick your side.
It's not me.
All right, guys. That's the show, y'all. That's the show. I love you all very much, as always. You guys know the drill, man. Everybody subscribe to the channel. Support Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack. You can support the show on Patreon. Remember, this is real independent media. $2 a month goes a very long way, as does $5 a month or $7 a month. You can also go sub to Corn's World, because we do live Kyle and Corn episodes every Monday night. And yeah, that's all I got for you guys, man. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Everybody have a good one. Peace. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Oh, man.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
I'm getting sick.
And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Finishing my setup.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. We continue to be on Iran War Watch, the latest indications and comments from the president. We will detail everything that we know at this point. We also have, yesterday evening, a new ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Very different details coming out, and we're going to have a civil rights lawyer join us to talk about that and also take us through the shooting of Renee Good, what the government is doing, and her concerns about the violations of civil liberties, not just of immigrants, but of the entire American population. The FBI executed a search warrant on the home of a Washington Post reporter, raising a lot of First Amendment concerns there. We have a Ford worker who got flipped off by the President of the United States for calling him a, quote, pedophile protector. So that's an interesting one. We're going to pick up that segment we had to drop the other day about gambling, the way it's taken over everything, including now the Golden Globes. And Pablo Torre is going to join us to talk about a new sports reporting debate that Sagar has been paying particularly close attention to.
I had to shoehorn this one in there. For NFL fans, you'll know about this NFL reporter scandal where a reporter praised a coach at a press conference, kicking off a whole lot of discourse. I thought Pablo, as a real investigative journalist, could weigh in and enlighten us. Perhaps, get to some of the sport. This is the journalism scandal, which it should be the Washington Post one that hits every American household, but probably the most likely one that
you called me.
Yeah.
I was setting up and I saw I had 2 viewers.
That guy is the go.
Usually one of them's me. I was like, who the heck is the second one? I usually don't have someone
a significant number
hopping in right away.
Who watch our videos are not subscribed to the channel.
So I checked to see who it was, and I saw it was you.
There on the button. You can also join us as a premium member, BreakingPoints.com. And if you're listening to this on a podcast, please share this episode with a friend or
message I was getting ready to send you on
favorite. The Giannis episode is its own thing on our podcast platform. You can just send it to a friend if you found that interesting, relatively evergreen, and I think it really will help broaden their horizons and perhaps your horizons. But let's go ahead and start with Iran. Some significant developments currently happening. The president at various times saying that we're locked and loaded, we're going to go in, red line if they hang anybody. Now he's saying they may not be hanging anyone. There was some breaking news yesterday late in the Oval Office where the president appeared to say that Iran had backed away from any of its pledges to execute prisoners. Here's what he had to say.
We have been notified and pretty strongly, but we'll find out what that all means. But we've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me some information that the killing has stopped.
I've been reading the 14th Amendment, and I think the
executions
ratifiers
have
have a
stopped. They're not
fundamentally
gonna have an
different view on
execution,
rights. Than
which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was
and
going to be the day of
founders.
execution over the last few days, and they said people were shooting at them with guns, and they were shooting back.
My
and,
first thought on that
it's one of those
comment
things,
immediately
but,
goes to slavery and women.
They told me
Women
that there'll be no
vote.
executions.
So you'd probably have to be
and
more
so I hope
specific.
that's true.
They seemingly were under the belief that the rights protected under the Bill of Rights
Watch
is
and
a
see what the
privilege of
process
citizenship,
is, but we were given a
where
very
the
good,
protection itself
very
was
good
the
statement by
privilege.
people that are aware of what's going on.
Then wouldn't they have called it the Bill of Privileges?
No executions. Everyone was talking about a lot of executions were taking place today. We were just told no
I would say, like,
executions. I hope that's true.
Trump at this moment,
The perception I
appearing to
have
try
is
and
that
back
people
himself
have
out of the
rights,
so-called red
and,
line or corner that he painted himself into. In fact, this morning, truthing out Fox News, Iranian protester will no longer be sent to death
entities
after
have
President Trump's
privileges,
warning,
you know what I
likewise
mean?
others.
Like
This is good
businesses,
news. Hopefully
institutions,
it
so
will
on and so forth.
continue. But I do, of course, want to flag that up until
That was always my
literally
kinda
the day
take on it.
of Midnight Hammer attacks in June, they did note that diplomacy was continuing, and in fact, we were scheduled to meet with the Iranians
Privileges
the
and
very day
immunity just mean
after the
fundamental
Midnight Hammer
rights
attack
in old
that
timey
took
speak.
place, and all of this could be a feint. Let's put the next one, please, up on the screen just to show everybody the pieces are all still in place.
I mean,
their headline.
I
Trump
feel
says
like if
Iran
they
is stopping
meant
its killing as the
privileges, they
US
would have called it
moves
the
troops.
Bill of
Multiple
Privileges. You know?
personnel were evacuated from the base in Doha, Qatar, which previously had been attacked by Iran after the Midnight Hammer attack. Crystal, there's also a new carrier that is on its way from the South China Sea to the Middle East CENTCOM region. In fact, though, that's one of the things which, in my opinion, probably had more to do with this than anything, is that the entire U.S. Navy Armada is in the Caribbean or Venezuela. There were only 3 guided missile destroyers actually in the region. The amount of firepower that was in the region for June is all now in
Privileges
Venezuela.
didn't mean
in
the
fact,
same thing
it drew
back
away from
then.
that. In fact, I think that this is a prime example of why being the world's policeman is such a
Well,
bad
don't tell
idea.
the Supreme
Beyond
Court; they'll
just
have
that,
fun with that one.
Resources are finite.
Don't remind them.
Now you have to take a carrier group out of the South China
Let them.
Sea, where
I would rather
don't
they
know,
focus on
40%,
getting more
50% of the world's GDP is,
yacht
and move it
vacations
over
from
to Iran, just potentially to make
from
sure
people with
that, again,
from
we're gonna get to this
donors
in a bit.
than
There's all this propaganda about
actually
protests, etc. Who knows?
We all know
what the
President
real-
Trump cares
Well, they wouldn't like
deeply
the old
about
meaning.
the safety
Oh.
and well-being of
Okay.
protesters.
That's why it's all just so preposterous, as if we care so
Well, whatever
much
benefits
about
the people,
the,
that's
you know,
the
fate of
interpretation
these
I'm for.
protesters. Like, you and I
Whichever one
individually on a
benefits the
moral
people.
level can be like, oh, it's horrible, right? But like, what we're going around and literally trying to enforce and bring down the regime because it was killing protesters.
Oh my God, I gotta
I'm
check
sure
dinner.
that we'll,
I gotta check dinner.
of course,
I should have
uphold the
thought
same
about that
standards
before I
when
started
there's
the
literally
stream.
beheadings in Saudi Arabia, all
not to mention
across the world.
Our sanctions are immiserating the population. Like, if we care about the population so much, guess what? Lift the sanctions. That would make a profound difference in their lives. Ryan tweeted this based on his reporting that I wanted to put out there too. He said, inside the White House, there is effectively nobody arguing against strikes on Iran, with Rubio arguing Trump has to do it or he loses credibility, I'm told. That means the only opposition is coming from outsiders like Bannon and Tucker and allies who are opposed like Saudi, Qatar, and other regional partners. That's a heavy imbalance, suggesting strikes remain likely. So that is kind of the, the internal state of play. There was that report that we covered earlier in the week that supposedly J.D. Vance was arguing internally against Iran strikes. Ryan's reporting would seem to rebut that, and we were a bit skeptical at the time. And J.D. Vance came out himself and said, this is not true. Yes. Marco Rubio and I are aligned, and we're presenting a range of options and, to the president, who ultimately gets to decide. Who knows? I tried to
follow up on Ryan's report. It's difficult to get a view inside of the White House. This is what I was originally saying at the time. Even if you were
I think the
originally arguing against. Well, if you do, and then they leak about it, then what is that going to make you look like?
I guess I'll find out when
like you're breaking with
one of my kids takes a bite and the potatoes aren't done. We'll see.
A full picture, but the broad, message of you can't back away from the so-called red line, which is ridiculous because the red line, it wasn't nearly like the so-called Syrian red line, and that's by the way,
give me just a second. I'll get to that. Just a moment.
Around that entire incident, but at the current moment with Iran, in my opinion, this is kind of where it all looks like. The reason why they wanted to do it is the theory is that these protests actually were a genuine, legitimate threat to bringing down the entire regime. Over the last couple of days, that has now effectively been quelled. At least that's some of the open source reports that are coming out from Iran. They've militarized the streets of Tehran. There's the U.S. military, or the Iranian military force everywhere, and they've made it known, like, we're going to kill you. And a lot of people were killed. We don't know the exact number. That's important to know. But the prospect of them simply just being knocked over by some easy strike no longer has the calculus.
There I am.
So at that point, then, the Iranians apparently have made it known. Again, this is all very
my terrible camera. Man, that's so grainy.
Them, and it's an intent
looks worse
for
than it did before. I don't know, whatever.
Change strike. They will go
actually,
all
I think
out.
I
They will
lowered
actually
the
do what they can do. Now, you know, they don't have.
I think I lowered the
unlimited
resolution because
capacity,
I kept
but as we all
having
learned during the 12-day war, which never really ended as it is currently. Right now,
issues.
We lost 25% of our THAAD interceptors.
I think that they didn't want to fully nationalize the Bill of
Israel
Rights.
in 12 days.
The wording implies
So
their
a prolonged
structure,
conflict with no carrier,
and even
with
a
very
only
finite
for
number of
citizens
resources.
regarding
We've got all these
rights,
weapons in
while everyone
Ukraine.
else got
We've got
the due process
popping off
with
down in
added equal
Venezuela.
protection.
Who knows what's going on
They
there?
use the wording of
Given
the
that
First
picture,
Amendment,
and this
via
is
the abridged
largely what's
wording,
come out now. Given the
means
fact
that
that
the
a
state
single
could
strike
regulate
alone,
every
which
right
is
the
always a
same
fantasy,
that the
in my
federal can
opinion, a
regulate
single
the
strike, we're
first.
just going to topple the regime. That's not how it works. Like, yeah, you could kill the Ayatollah.
Ah,
There's
whatever.
still the IRGC. There's all these independent power centers. They have
I don't
a
even think we
monopoly
can afford
largely
to
on the
worry
use of
about
force.
minutia
and
like
even
that
if the
until we
regime
solve the
did
main
fall,
issues.
they're
You know what I
like,
mean?
oh, democracy will remarkably flourish. Look at what happened in Libya. What's the modal outcome? It will become an Israeli rump state, where the Israelis come in by their own admission, and Trump even admitted this on the camera. He's like, well, the Iranians told me they were shooting back at them, and that's why they had to kill them. And what did Ryan and Emily reveal
First
yesterday?
thing,
The Mossad is openly
vote in
bragging
primaries.
about how
That's
they
number
armed
one.
many of the protesters. Not
Vote
to say all
for
of the protesters
the
are Mossad,
least
but just to say that they are openly
authoritarian
bragging about that as well. So
They're
the
deeply
situation-
invested in the outcome here.
Of course,
candidate
and
possible.
it would be stupid to deny it. But I will, at the current
Vote
moment,
for the candidate.
it seems to me like Trump is trying to either buy
I
himself
say
some time.
vote for whatever
All of
candidate
it could change at any time. That's why
does not
nobody should take this
corporate,
as nobody should take this as
does not
gospel
accept
that
corporate
it's
PAC money.
I really believe,
Indeed,
though,
but the fact that the
once
court has made us
assets
forget
are
about
back
this
in
is
place,
just insane.
it's going to be a live
That
question.
isn't a small
And these
detail issue, just like how
neocons, I mean,
3/5
just
causes not
yesterday,
operational.
Lindsey Graham
Yeah, I know.
met
I
with,
get it.
you know,
Like, I still
the
get that it's a big
Pahlavi
problem, but like,
fail son here in Washington, and they both have Make Iran
let's say,
Great Again hats on. Like
I'll
the
phrase it like this. Like, let's say you're in a car
endless.
accident,
and I also
right?
think, and this is really what I want to
And you
there's
have
no
like
organized resistance to this.
a severe cut and it's
Open your
bleeding
Twitter
really
feed.
bad,
Open
right?
the podcast feed. There is
You
no
might,
organized.
and let's
Last
say you
time
have a
around,
couple of broken bones,
we had the Ted
right?
Cruz interview.
Those
There
are
was a real
both
debate,
problems.
right?
Broken
at least I
bones
think
are
so.
big problems.
Charlie Kirk was alive.
But
he was going after the. He went
if
to
you
the White
don't
House
address
reportedly,
the
begged
bleeding
Trump not
out
to do
problem,
the Midnight Hammer
the broken
strike.
bones don't matter. You know what I mean?
Reportedly, you know,
That's the best
largely,
analogy I
from
can
what I've
think
been
of.
told, it's all true. But this time, there's nothing. And this one makes way less sense than that one did. There was a strategic rationale. Oh, we're going to go in, we're going to take out the nuclear facilities, and that'll be it. One and done.
Every time the propaganda gets more and more lazy.
Yes.
I mean, it really does. Like, the propaganda initially for the Iran strikes was
I like
pretty
the
piss poor. I mean, we saw right through
I like
it.
the
but at least
messaging
there
this
was,
past
like,
week,
a thing there, you know, the
where
nukes, we got to deal with that.
it's absolutely
okay,
abhorrent
you know, and there were
that the
people were
Iranian
convinced
government
by
is
it,
shooting
and there was at least
their protesters.
some debate to be had.
But
now it's like, over the protesters? Like, what are we doing?
but if ICE
I mean,
shoots a protester,
initially the idea was what Trump said is, oh, if they go back to trying to rebuild their nuclear program,
yes,
then we give Israel the green light, and you know we may
Freaking
lead the
phenomenal.
charge, right? Okay. I mean, it's still, again, I object to all of it on first principles, but at least that's like theoretically a justification. We care about the protesters is just so ridiculous, especially given what we see happening in Minneapolis. I mean, I just can't believe literally anyone buys this. And so to Ryan's tweet, basically the argument that's being made internally to Trump is like, hey, your ego can't withstand you not doing this now that you said that you were going to. So, you're going to look weak. And I think that is very compelling to Trump. He doesn't want to look weak. I mean, that's basically like his entire worldview is projecting strength and never looking weak and never backing down. So on the one hand, you could read the comments yesterday as his attempt to get out of that box and say, look, I flexed my muscles and Iran backed down, and they're not going to hang these protesters, so I won once again. So, yeah, great. Take that victory and walk away.
I think the food's ready.
But I think it's also
I just shut it
entirely
off
possible
like
that,
2
as
minutes
Sagar
ago.
was
You might want to
indicating,
check
he's
just to make sure.
Distracting, deflecting, and buying some time to move assets into the region and prepare
I'll
for
eat
a
in a little
strike,
bit.
on his terms. We can put A4 up on the screen, which
I just started
has
streaming
CNN,
a few minutes ago.
reporting that is in that direction. Trump feels obligated to take action on Iran as the administration weighs risks of retaliation. Mr. President, you are not obligated to take action on Iran. Please do not take. Please, Taco. We all support a taco here, okay? Let me put a 5 up on the screen from Dr. Parsi, and I thought this was important too, just to get to, again, the what are we even doing here? He says that, and he has his own sources, by the way, inside the administration. Much indicates now that a U.S.-Israeli war with Iran is imminent.
To be honest, the craziest thing is slavery can be used as a punishment.
A limited
slavery, indentured servitude.
So that Trump can claim
that's another thing that needs to go.
Regime
it's definitely on
by attacking most,
my
but
own list of
and
priorities,
IRGC
but
leaders, with the aim of having someone else from within
I wish
the
that was
system
my top priority, was getting rid of private prisons.
3. A combination
privatized
of
prisons.
2,
I wish that everything was going
of
well
Iran's
enough to where that could be my top priority.
To ensure that Iran is set back decades and cannot pose any challenge to Israel.
I do not think that prisons should be privatized whatsoever.
Of these 3, I find option 1, that would be the limited strike, very unlikely. The argument against option 2 is that the Israelis would not accept it, so 2 would be the decapitation strike, but leave the rest of the regime in place effectively. Netanyahu has been very, very silent publicly, which he probably would not.
I mean, it's only a matter of time until Stephen Miller tries to implement it.
The argument against option 3 is that it would likely require far more U.S. assets in the region. We do not see that, at least not quite yet. Of course, plans rarely survive contact with reality. Plenty of reasons why things won't play out as the U.S. and Israel may have intended, including, of course, how Iran responds and retaliates. So that is how he is seeing the landscape and the possibilities at this point. But, he seems pretty convinced that there's likely to be some sort of attack of one of those 3 flavors.
Yeah, that's all very possible. My current hope is that they are realizing resources are finite, and 2, the regime is still in power, and not only in power, but seems much better poised than it was previously. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at BreakingPoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at BreakingPoints.com.
Our free and fair elections are under siege. From Donald Trump's voter suppression efforts to intimidating election officials tasked with protecting our democracy. Well, today's guest, Secretary Adrian Fontes, he's lived through this fight from every angle. He's Arizona's Secretary of State. He was the Maricopa County reporter who oversaw the 2020 election, and he testified before Congress about the threats to election work. Today, Secretary Fontes joins me to explain why the Department of Justice's demand for state voter rolls is not just wrong, it's illegal. Why dismantling election protections will undermine our future, and how election officials and the public must prepare now for what's coming next. But first, subscribe to this channel to stay informed.
Just read oversight slavery shall not exist in the United States. However, forced servitude can only exist as a punishment upon criminal conviction.
How you doing? Good. I'm glad. This time you're seated in an office. Last time I had you on, you were literally driving in the back seat of the car. I guess you weren't.
You would think that, like, if all these these jobs that they have prisoners go out to do, and they pay them like $50 a week or whatever, you would think that if they actually paid them what that labor was worth, that they would be a little bit more motivated, understanding, and have a better concept of
January 6th.
What it means to actually have a contribute meaningfully to society once they get out. You know what I mean?
1 year that Donald Trump has been in office, because what people.
I mean, obviously, if they're in prison in the first place, it's not something that's going to help all of them. But shoot,
for election denialism, for the circus.
I think that even if you could prevent, the big lie, I would say as low as 20% of recurring criminals.
Nevada,
I think that would be worth it, in my opinion.
Arizona was sort of special, and I take this as someone who litigated more than 60
these guys
cases
are so freaking
on behalf
fast.
of Joe Biden and the Democratic Party to defeat these efforts, in that the nature of the allegations in Arizona were always more preposterous, even judging that on a curve. But also, it lingered in the culture much longer, and some would argue is still lingering there today. So maybe you could start in 2020 and then move from then about you know, kind of what your reflections are.
Let me precurse this by saying, you know, as much as I love Arizona, I'm a native. My family's been here for literally centuries. When it comes to politics, we put the AZ in crazy, especially since 2020. Now, as you said, I was the Maricopa County Recorder, so the chief election officer for what became the second largest voting jurisdiction in the United States, the greater Phoenix area, and all those cities that now a couple million, almost 2.5 million voters were in my charge for that 2020 election. And don't forget, I was on the ballot for re-election as the Maricopa County Recorder, as was then President Trump for re-election. Both of us lost. I didn't complain because
you know,
I
it
knew
was
the system was
cursed
solid,
if they sentenced their prisoners to slavery.
But
instead of
right
forced servitude, they could reduce their tax burden.
Seeing those crowds gathering outside that
yeah, like
that
would benefit their profit margins for sure.
Jones and,
like,
you know,
it's just like
so many of these other folks gathered outside.
Man, it's just so infuriating how like the privatization of the prison system like goes hand in hand with like tougher criminal penalties for like minor crimes, and like it perpetuates poverty by, you know, keeping lower income criminals in prison longer. You know, like they get taken away from their families. Like,
and that was allowed by
so infuriating. Federally, they wouldn't have to pay as much tax per person. Just crazy.
Which,
it's freaking
you know,
disgusting, man.
The hell out of Arizona. But,
absolutely disgusting.
Through all of that nonsense that was fueled by the conspiracy theories, the grift was created, and the grift continued in the next several years. Election denialism turned into Carrie Lake running for governor, and then Carrie Lake running for Senate, and all.
Oh crap! I wonder if I
running for office, some of whom are now serving.
I think I forgot to reset
Arizona, but across the country, and so we have right now
my monthly
what I've described
chat.
in a recent Guardian article showed. We've got some of the bad guys inside the castle now in election administration offices across the United States of America, and we're fighting a different kind of battle. Back then it was from the outside. Back then it was people who had been pushed out and they were banging on the door. Now we've got them inside of the system, and we've got to find the best ways to work through all of that to move forward so that we can, you know, continue as a country and continue with this democracy that we love, and some of us signed up to volunteer to serve for. I was, you know, spent 4 years in the Marine Corps, and I never thought I'd see a time when members of our own government at the federal, state, and even local level now we're working against our democracy. So these last several years have been
I can never
a hell of an
remember.
Adventure in American politics, and I look back to
every single time I get on here, I forget
January 6th,
where to go.
2020 with kind
find
of
how to change.
Embarrassment. It was
community challenge ended.
The worst political stain against.
Holy crap! I thought I put a limit on that. Like the limit's supposed to be like. I think I put it like 250 or something like that. You should not have been able to contribute 4,500. That's crazy. Unless it's been overall since the last month and it's just been you. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I can't remember where to find how to change it, how to restart it.
You mentioned the circus and all the characters and the fact that this turned into a grift. I mean, my recollections of Arizona in 2020
probably should have done that
very well
in the beginning,
election, and not actually in the end all that close relative to the kinds of elections that you would see where there might be an election contest and the like. And the first time I realized
it was overall. That's what I figured.
Allegations being made
because it's only supposed to go on for 30 days.
Completely frivolous. I mean,
and I feel like it's been longer than 30 days, but obviously I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong if it's still going.
Of lawsuits that got dubbed Sharpiegate, and this was, if you recall, this false claim that somehow Sharpies had marked ballots and had bled through, and like as I recall, there was literally nothing to it. Like nothing. Like there were no Sharpies. There was no bleeding. That isn't how the ballots work. Like just nothing to it. But yet there wound up being this success of series of lawsuits on this.
It's funny because you know here's and this is really an inside story for me. SharpieGate is one of the coolest.
It said 2 days left.
Of my personal
Nice.
experience. The 2018 election and the 2020 election, I ran both of those, but the election, literally the tabulators where the ballots went through, were different systems from the same company. And in the 2018 system, it was an optical scan, so all of the selections on the ballot front and back.
Wait, overall across all time?
Optical scan
or just in the last month?
It was mechanical. It was like a Scantron.
I don't remember you
line up to the scanner.
putting anything
and if you used Sharpies in 2018
in the last month for that.
They could
Damn,
bleed
I just wasn't paying attention.
And that sometimes caused issues, and we'd have to hand check those ballots where there were overvotes and stuff like that. So that was 2018. The 2020 system, we told people, please use Sharpies. It used to be don't use Sharpies because they bleed through. Then it became please use Sharpies because that new system, the tabulators in front of the scanning lens had a plastic feeder that protected the lens, and if the ink didn't dry fast enough, that thing would get ink residue on it, and it would. And we tested this. So we went to please use Sharpies. Well, SharpieGate was based on this notion that there were old instructions out there that said don't use Sharpies, and in 2020 we started saying please do use Sharpies, and that became SharpieGate because now we've got all these instructions, and people weren't discerning 2018 instructions from 2020 instructions. The fact that the new stuff was a lot better, a lot faster, but needed a different kind of
physical interaction between
the voter and the ballot. This was the impetus for the whole thing, and we did not get the resources necessary to communicate to folks what the change was.
That's not.
And
what
so
the deuce?
The fact that some of these folks didn't give us
one of these days, I will
because
remember.
Some people don't like funding government, educating people.
Future content?
Right? They just don't want to do that. Means that this sort of thing could arise. That explanation is really simple, and people are like, okay, cool, I get it now. Well, like you've mentioned, it turned into a giant lawsuit, and it turned into a giant scandal literally about nothing. And that was case after case after case.
I just don't know how much longer this experiment has.
With a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's
and even some of those folks who filed these cases and filed these statements were sanctioned by
it's frustrating.
The Supreme Court and disciplined by the state bar of
it's
Arizona.
Like,
in fact,
I think the most frustrating thing about it is that like the party
in November of 2026
that's supposed to be
is one of those Kraken lawyers of the Sidney Powell
standing
team.
up,
oh, wow.
you know, and then like
oh yeah, he's endorsed
even if it's
Turning
like
Point but
judiciously or legislatively supposed to be fighting against what's happening. They're so intent on maintaining the status quo.
And so, you know, we're still facing these challenges, but now these folks
especially from like the two
the
Democratic Party leaders.
And he's going to be running against me for Secretary
like
of State.
Absolutely absurd when you hear
so we're
what they
still fighting
say.
These same fights against these same people.
It's
and
like you just want to pull your hair out.
Their capacity to hornswoggle and gaslight folks that keeps them in the grift, and that's it's really unfortunate.
Was it that basically the
and such
the Democratic Party establishment?
So you mentioned something which was actually
they are
one of the reasons why
because of the amount of PAC and Super PAC funding that they receive from donors who donate to both sides.
Like, I get overwhelmed with the platforms. But
basically, the Democratic Party is just controlled opposition. That's all they are.
Real one.
Like they're not a real opposition.
You basically have two of three things, right? You could have accurate elections.
Like.
Right.
Go ahead. I'll be right back with more of my
That's honestly the biggest reason why.
Donald Trump and the Republican Party, they are attacking fair elections.
Throwing my like political support behind
but the democracy is growing
like
to meet
the
this moment. But it needs your help to hold Donald Trump and the Republicans.
The far left politicians,
For just $10
you know.
a month, you'll get access to exclusive events.
Like the DSAs, because they're the only ones. Like they're literally the only candidates that are like, no, we're not going to tolerate this, and we're going to do something about it. Whereas you got the centrist Dems that are like, oh, I don't know,
cheap elections.
I'm undecided about that issue. Oh, I should write a strongly worded letter. That is what the Republicans say about their own party. Funny enough, both bases feel the same about the party charting. I don't understand. Okay, I do not understand how the Republican Party
And there's a lot of people getting gaslit
today
on this thing.
has the
Network
perception
predictions are the
that
only
their
results
party
you see on election night.
is not actively
no
pursuing
in the United States
their
of America
agenda.
That gives you actual results on
Like,
election
how
night. That
can they
is
see
a
what's
lie.
happened over the last
What you
year
see on election night is
and
a
think
prediction
that
from the networks.
my
They do
party's
their math.
accomplished nothing?
They've got
Like,
their
I don't get that at
statisticians and
all.
that stuff.
And the Associated Press, right? The Associated Press feeds to a lot of other networks. Yeah.
Whether they're
It's gotta
dependable
be-
or not is up to y'all. It doesn't matter.
It's
The
got to be
point is,
the propaganda, the
results
fact that like
take time.
the right,
and they take a lot
like
of
big
money.
right-wing donors
Accurate
control
results take more
like
money.
every
And
single
so
media apparatus
fast,
that we have,
accurate,
except for
or
like
cheap.
you
can't have
YouTube,
all
I
three.
guess.
You got to pick two.
Because they won't
We
steamroll,
think,
destroy
and
the
we have always
filibuster,
thought
or
in
uphold
Arizona,
blue card
we need
slips. No
accuracy.
legislation
That's always been
passed.
number one, and that's
But
what
they don't
we
need
worked on.
legislation.
And the fact that Arizona likes doing things.
Do they not understand
predecessor
that
and
they
the
don't
reporter's
need
office would say,
legislation?
as cheap as humanly possible
The Speaker of the
means
House
that we
isn't
didn't have
putting
faster
anything on the
response.
floor for a
That's why
vote,
Maricopa County always took a
and
little time, but we always got
he-
it really,
like,
really right. We always got it really, really accurate. and we
there's
still
just
do.
like
This is
a
one thing
litany
I
of
think people
executive
need to
orders. Like,
realize.
how do they
Election
not see that?
administration is its own
I don't
monster.
freaking get it.
It's hugely complicated, but we make it seem very simple. I'll give you a great example.
crap.
You know, just about everybody's got one of these, right? But not a single. Well, there might be a couple out there. Physicists, engineers, chemical technicians, the folks who actually do
Community.
the whole thing and put it together. You and me can swipe,
Manage alerts?
talk to somebody on the other side of the planet. We don't know how it all works. That's how election administration is,
How is it
particularly
not
in big
under
jurisdictions.
community?
It's complicated, but we make it easy for the
So
voters
weird.
on purpose because we want Americans to have access. We want as many American voices involved in that democratic, little d democratic decision-making process so that we can get the true voice of our democracy out there, the true voice, the true power of the people reflected in the results. That's what
They
those
want
of us
the
who are fighting
codification
for
of
every
things.
voter,
Oh, apparently
regardless
not.
of
They see
party,
legislation of
regardless
issues as
affiliation,
true goals.
We want as much
They want
participation
codification of
as possible,
things.
so we try to make it as easy as possible while maintaining accuracy, security, and integrity. In
So
these
they
systems.
want
You know, it's interesting because
they
I
want
probably,
legislation to be
before I was
passed
known as
to codify
general voting rights litigator.
authoritarianism.
I was probably best known as a post-election
Awesome.
litigator. I had done a series of recounts and election contests going all the way back to Mary Landrieu's 1996.
I mean,
Senate
I
race.
guess that
worked
makes
for the,
sense.
Senate Rules Committee that arbitered the outcome.
I guess
there.
that makes
In
sense.
1998,
I mean,
worked for Harry Reid and in a very close election contest and election recount he had. But it's interesting because in all of those instances, we prized,
I don't know how you see it,
we prized accuracy.
but like I see the
Historically,
all
there was
the
never
all the
reason
ICE bullshit that's going
go
on,
to
the
to
sending
worry
the
about
National
this
Guard
debate
into
the night of and extra
blue
voting
states.
and that, because as you say, it took a while
Like
for the votes to be
I
counted.
see that
And
as an
so,
instigation,
we
like
obviously can start
they're
to pay close
trying to
attention
provoke
based
a
on what- in
reaction,
fact, you
so
mentioned
that
the
they
18,
can
we
have
actually sent lawyers to
full support from their
Arizona,
base for
for
the
Senate
initiation
race there, but then it
of
wound up not being that
the
close, right?
Insurrection
Like, so,
Act.
like, you kind
You
of
know?
like wind up,
And then
you wind up monitoring
they will
these
use
things,
that,
and
whether
for the
legally
most
or
part,
not,
most of them wound up not being that
to,
close. If they were close, then you could
interfere
deploy,
with
but
the
recounts
election
would take,
process,
days or
especially at the
weeks
state
before
level.
they would take place.
That
Something
is
happened in
what
2020
I am
where the
seeing.
Republicans
I don't know what you think
weaponized
about that, but that's what
process.
I'm seeing.
And
Like,
rather than treating that as getting
because
it right, they
this party
treated
with
it with
the
suspicion, as if you would think
with
that if they were really worried about fraud,
I don't even know if Trump's the leader. I think he's just the mouthpiece. I think it's Stephen Miller that's like behind all this. But like, given the fact that they have already tried to overturn a previous election,
Yeah, well,
like there's just no
going to
doubt in
2018
my
was really
mind that they're going to
interesting
try to
because
do it again.
I
You know
remember
what I mean?
vividly. It was Kirsten Sinema and
mainly
Martha
to
McSally.
mainly codify
and
the tax
the
cuts.
league
Yep, they've done that in
flip-flopped
Texas. The
about
repeal of
every
NFA
day
taxes.
for a week. Right?
E-Verify,
and we
mandated
got it
border
right
wall
at
funding.
the end of the day. And
Oh,
it
they
was
don't-
Maricopa County
they don't
that
care
everybody
about the
was
border
looking
wall,
at,
like,
right? That was my first
they don't,
big general
like,
election as an election
I
administrator.
don't think that they
and I
want
look
border
back at that and
security.
I think we got
tell
it
you the
right.
truth.
That's what mattered. It wasn't about
They want-
speed. But
they
here's the
want
thing.
there to be, because like,
when you want to destroy a system,
what happens if
you
they
find
kick out? If they
every
manage to
possible
succeed
way
and
to
kick out
attack that system.
every single
The notion of attacking
immigrant
American elections because they're
who
not fast enough
is not
is
a citizen
red herring.
that has committed any sort of violation, no matter how minor. What happens once if they do that? They are going to find somebody. They are going to find another group to demonize. You know what I mean?
They've been very successful at that. B, by saying that, as you've indicated, slower results means less dependability, which is exactly the opposite of what's true. And so what they've done is they've weaponized the notion of accuracy by
they're literally ICE is literally picking up. They're arresting and detaining people that are legal residents.
You don't want to have something happen,
but have like a
don't want elections to happen.
A misdemeanor on their record.
They're tired of democracy. You know? They're tired of the fact that you as a voter get to decide who is in power, because every once in a while you'll pick somebody other than them. They're tired of the fact that Americans get a choice and that Americans all get a chance to actually speak up. That is the biggest problem that we've got and that we're fighting against.
I gotta quit talking so I can figure this out.
We want to hear every American voice, even if they disagree with us. They don't want to hear any American voices except one, and that is anti-American. That's not un-American. It's anti-American. And the notion of weaponizing fast results as a problem in elections is another one of the pieces of their puzzle that they're trying to put together to discontinue the practice of free and fair elections here in the United States.
Yeah, so let me talk about another part of the process that they have weaponized in Arizona. And once again, I hate to say that Arizona has been a leader in this, because it's a bad thing. It's not the only place, but one of the tactics.
I'm just telling you what I'm told. They don't really care about what crimes. Yeah, I know they don't. They don't really care if they're here illegally, with only a few considering a process. No, I'm like, they don't even care whether. So you have to remember
the local
that
board. I want to
they are going after immigrants that they perceive as being here illegally. You know what I mean? I personally care about the E-Verify stuff. Yeah, that's stupid. It's just like that's another way of perpetuating a surveillance state. Yeah, and going after employers for using illegal immigrant labor.
Right? If you're gonna somehow.
Well, they're not. See, they're never going to go after those people because those are they're typically they tend to be white business owners, so they're not going to go after those people.
5-alarm fire. So tell us about that and what steps you've taken, what steps have been taken to try to prevent that in the future.
Well, yeah, it was Cochise County, Arizona, the home of not just Bisbee, I like to call Arizona's Whoville, but Tombstone, Arizona, is in Cochise County. What ended up happening down there was the Board of Supervisors, which is like a county board of commissioners in many other states. Our Board of Supervisors
power-ups and channel points?
As the county
there it is. I found it.
Woo! They do what's called a canvas. That's
Marcus
the formal
complete.
Certification after tabulation is done. And then they push all of the results for state races and federal races up to the Secretary of State's office
I'm gonna do
for that final statewide canvas. Cochise County said, we're not going to do that. And it ended up becoming something that was litigated. You were part of that litigation.
Since basically...
And as a matter of fact, one of those members of that Board of Supervisors
it hurts the market, isn't moral.
Set for a criminal trial for interfering with those government processes.
It has to go hand in hand with like
they were sued by their
expanding
the
immigration courts so that
she stood up to
so that people like there's people that are legitimately seeking asylum, from the instability that our country has created in Central and South America, that they're not held up and they're not waiting for a court date for 5 to 10 years. Like, that's freaking absurd,
So once that fight started happening there, we set forth a series
of
rule proposals in our elections procedures manual. We just published the 2025 version is certified
basically
by the governor and the
two viewers
as law requires.
Were able to reach that 5,000 in less than a month. I want to have to bump it up.
Have your weirdness down at the county level.
I'll get a poll going here in a little bit.
So that the voters'
give me some time.
Are heard regardless of
care less
who
for the
corpos vote for. Now, understand the politics here. Cochise County, Arizona is a very red county. But that doesn't mean that their votes don't count or that their votes shouldn't count. They are Americans. They are Arizonans. They are voting legitimately. And we're going to hold the system to account so that those voices get heard. That's the critical component here. The problem that you're talking about here and that we're addressing is that there are now a lot of folks across the country who've been elected into these types of positions who are going to be looking at something like that, I fear, for the November 2026 cycle. We are expecting that things aren't going to go the way of the president's party, I assume. And I think I'm looking at places all across the United States of America where this could be problematic. So you're saying it's a 5-alarm fire. I agree. We need to pay very close attention to who's making the rules, who's going to be doing all of those certifications right now. In fact, we should have been paying attention for the last year and a half to make sure that we've got the right people in place, but not just that.
Goal right amount. So that was 5,000, I think. Yeah, so we'll do 6,000 this time.
Results, which is what we always get in this country, through the system to get to our certifications.
Number of days, 30.
So that those voices can be heard. Again, regardless of who they vote for, the American people are the ones with the power. That power should be reflected in those legitimate results that we've always seen. And I'm super happy to be able to talk about it in those terms, right? It is the process.
I don't think I can change the
wax poetic for 1 second here. If the Constitution could be boiled down into 2 words, in my view, it would be this. Due process. Due process for the criminally accused, due process for litigants, due process for voters. Due process is the rule of law manifest. And this is so critically important for us to remember. No person, regardless of their station or place, should be above the law. And every voter's voice should also be heard and counted based on those rules that are previously set. So I'm passionate about this. And I'm glad you're bringing this particular point to our attention. Folks should be paying attention to what's happening at the most local level of election administration.
I'm willing to make a compromise on an easier process to enter and stay, but I would ask for stricter naturalization law and enforcement of the oath of allegiance.
For Secretary of State,
I'll tell you what, like from my experience, like I've grown up around immigrants like my whole life.
For as long as you're willing to, because you have
mainly like
running elections,
like Arab and Asian immigrants, not necessarily Central and South American immigrants. Like even so,
but you have
like
the real.
I feel like the immigrants have more patriotism than actual like born here Americans. That's my perception. Like honestly,
amount of credit for is. Arizona has an election.
Like they come here willingly, and they do everything that they can to succeed in the system that's here. Like,
and it is the nuts and bolts.
I think the fact that they might have come from a place that didn't have the same opportunities that we have had in the past, like it just gave them a greater appreciation for it. You know what I mean? Whereas like us entitled Americans, like we just kind of took that shit for granted. You know?
One of the largest jurisdictions in the country. And you revised this manual and got it through and got it adopted. This manual, before you took office, had been sort of way
I'm going to try to go ahead and get this
old manual. I can't remember how far back it went.
Get this poll started.
You updated it. You got it through. You improved it. You clarified it. So talk about that as a priority of yours and how that has improved the voting process and experience with people.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for bringing that up. The Elections Procedures Manual in Arizona is basically the rule book for local election administrators.
My compromise, mainly because citizenship should be a buy-in, not for the economic gain. It is a buy-in. Think about it.
City clerks, they can be superintendents of school districts.
Until they become like full citizens, or even if they're here illegally.
We take the case law and we lay it out in best practice form.
Don't have as access to the same amount of financial opportunities that a citizen does. But they're still expected to, in the form of taxation, they're still expected to, participate in that way. So the time that they spent, not being a full citizen yet still being required to pay into that system, I would see that as the buy-in. You know what I mean?
Apache, which are not written languages, they're just oral. So we've got to have processes and procedures for dealing with all of the different stuff that Arizona has to make sure that it's standardized. This manual by statute is required to be published, or I should say promulgated by the Secretary once every 2 years, and that is to
okay, what time is it? 8? That's
what
I'll do.
Getting
this poll going. I think you're the only one in here.
And just to kind of make everything
I kind of want to
workable for the local election administrators who are
see
not
if anyone else hops in here in the next.
They're not folks who, and we get new
45 minutes. I'm saying that you shouldn't become a citizen for economic or social policy reasons.
Many secretaries past, the much maligned process, the much fought over process.
Those are the reasons.
Resulted in a manual being published.
Like there's no other reason than that.
I made it my number one priority.
Because wherever, if somebody is willing to immigrate, whether legally or illegally, if it's illegal, it's typically out of desperation.
Help put this thing together, brought everybody in, and we put it out in 2023. Manual was
like
published.
Those are really the only reasons. Like
we did this. I'm sorry.
If you're coming from a country that doesn't have the,
we did the same process. We went through. We got all the counties involved, promulgated it again.
If they're more strict on social policy, it's going to feel oppressive, and it's just not natural for someone to live in an oppressive environment, and if they're coming from a country that's like, economically struggling,
the entire state. You get, regardless of the resource
allocation, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is
you get a standard experience in the state, and it's so
obviously not now, but in the past,
to do the things like to litigate at the end.
The combination of the potential for economic growth, personal economic growth, combined with the small L liberal social policies that we have based on, our Constitution or the intent behind it, that is what makes it what you would call the greatest experiment, right?
They can go to that manual and they can read
like those are. I would argue that those are the two biggest factors. Like
on the law, so we're super.
Does that make sense?
And I really appreciate you bringing it up because it's something that's really important and really necessary. That way, we don't have individual.
That's like saying, like, I want people to survive, but I don't want them to survive just because just because they have to use their brain, or just because they want to use their brain. Like, that's the freaking point, Come here, live here for economic, social reasons, but you become a citizen, and you believe.
Critically important.
But that's what I'm saying. The economic and the social reasons are the American experiment. The combination of liberal social policies and
or shooting from the hip type
and the possibility for personal economic stability.
I'm super proud of the team that I've got.
That is the American experiment. You know what I mean?
For a couple of cycles, we've done it, and I'm super glad that we have, because it lays out the rules for 26 in a way that really benefits voters.
I want people to work out to be healthy, but I don't want them to work out just to make their arms and legs stronger. Like, dude, you know what I mean?
Okay, what he did.
I'm saying that the Constitution, the spirit of the revolution, is the American experiment. The question was if a hybrid government run by the people could work.
You're a Republican out there listening. What was your gripe?
So, here, how about this? I think
that different counties were counting ballots differently. Now,
I would argue that
what are the concerns as
if someone gains citizenship, if they go more than 2 election cycles without voting, then their citizenship could be revoked. And
in jurisdictions run by Republicans where they're
being asked for, I would say they don't get kicked out. But it's like, you know what? You're going back to permanent resident.
We should all agree on.
You get to, like, basically putting, like, putting a 9th grader back into 8th grade because they decide not to do their homework. You know what I mean?
I want everyone to hear this in real plain
terms. Is that kind of what you're going for? Like the more active participation?
This is not something that he numbers copies of and he only.
That's the sense I'm getting.
Yes, it is written for the election.
Oh my gosh.
But this is not like if I want a copy of it, I don't need to FOIA it and then sue his office. Like, it is publicly available. It is available to me. It's available to you. It's available to the RNC. It's available to the Trump campaign. It's available.
I tell you,
like the DNC. It's available to
my
the Harris
phone
campaign. Like,
can be quiet for hours, and then as soon as I start streaming,
so that even
it's
though
like
it is only for his election officials, and let me
it's like every 5 minutes.
Election officials, they don't want these rules out there because they don't want to be second guessed. They don't want to be okay. I'm going to give you those rules.
New poll.
I'm going to make sure everybody's got them, so that if there is a question about whether we're doing it exactly by the book or not.
Why did his voice get so quiet?
So, kudos to you, Secretary, for doing that and really making that a priority. I want to ask.
This dude really needs to work on his microphone.
Something that is of great concern.
He's so quiet.
I've described this as what will be the biggest story of the 2026 election cycle. I believe it may be one of the biggest political stories of the upcoming elections, and that is the effort by the Department of Justice to access.
No, not that extreme, but in principle of active participation, loyalty to the government. But the American way,
plus the District of Columbia.
See, like, but
these are sensitive records.
I think the issue I have with it,
there are parts of
not that I'm necessarily against it, but like
to certain groups, not others, political parties.
But
typically the Department of Justice,
quote unquote American way is a completely subjective term.
Arizona,
you know what I mean?
You run elections along with
like it's
counties,
absolutely
right?
subjective.
The federal government doesn't
because like you were talking about the economic economic system and the social policy, like I see that as being the American way. You know what I mean?
And Harmeet Dillon, you probably have some.
I don't want someone to come here for a job, become a citizen because of that job. They wouldn't care about the history, the rights, the importance of the federalism, etc.
Your state.
Yeah, I get it. Kind of like Elon Musk. Rupert Murdoch.
So how should people think about this?
You know what I mean? Kind of like those guys, for example.
And what is Arizona's stance on this?
Well, I'll tell you right now, and I'll say it publicly, it's going to be, and I'm not being super hyperbolic here, they're going to have to put me in jail if they want this information and have somebody else give it to them, because I'm not going to do it. First and foremost, the information that they're asking for isn't all public. Some of it is, as you mentioned. The voter rolls pretty much are all public record.
I'm going to institute a new rule for these polls going forward.
What houses, how many
I'm going to have to require at least 5 people to be in the chat to vote on this. This is ridiculous. Only one person.
That's on our voter rolls. Nothing secret about that, and you shouldn't be ashamed.
Republican form of government upholding a union of sovereign states.
So there is some of that information that's already publicly available. But
based on popular sovereignty and the Declaration of Independence, like the poster child for the American way.
Your date of birth, things of this nature that are what we consider personally identifying information is not available to the public, and we like to maintain
we would
security
kick
on
out
that
Elon
stuff
Musk
because we don't want identity theft or
and
identity
Rupert Murdoch
fraud to be happening.
Go back in time.
So to that end, the state of Arizona has statutes that forbid the release of this information. And look, I like to follow state law, but not only that.
All right, the
Privacy Act of 1974 that was passed after concerns emerging from Watergate scandals, where people's personal identifying information was being used by the federal government. It's against the Privacy Act for me to send that information to anyone. Then you have this whole dimension of why is it that the Department of Justice says that it wants this information. That's a whole second set of considerations.
If that means preserving the union,
so the first consideration is this.
Exile is a lawful
sentencing. It would be illegal of me to release the information to the Department of Justice as they have requested it. Period. They're asking me to break the law, and I won't do
as
it.
Twitter is.
Secondly, their motive for doing it
as influential
is
as TikTok is, as influential as Fox News has been.
They're not static. And in a state like Arizona, where you've got
there is no question in my mind
voters, 4.7
that
million
if we could go back in time
rolls,
and prevent those douche nozzles from entering the United States and becoming a part, becoming
motor division, our motor vehicle
enmeshed
websites,
into our political environment, there's no question in my mind that we would not be where we are today.
Tens of thousands of transactions a day. So taking a snapshot isn't going to give you anything. Moreover, what they're saying is, oh, they want to do this with it. And then they said, no, do we want to do that with it? And they're shifting justification tells me, A, they're either lying. One or several of the different justifications is a lie because it's misrepresenting what they actually want to do with it. B, what they say they want to do with it, this is the main justification. We want to check for, voter fraud or any of that sort of stuff. A snapshot of the voter rolls is not going to do that for you. So they're the way they want to use the data is wrong. And then you look to what is the actual role of the Department of Justice and the Civil Rights Division insofar as voter rolls are concerned. Their role is to make sure that federal law is followed. That means, hey, Arizona, what does your process look like? Not what do your voter rolls look like? What's the data in your rolls?
Oh, I thought
that's not what they
wrong.
should be analyzing. That's not what the law gives them. The law gives them authority over, are you following the processes required by law? That's different than individual data. So what they're doing is invading into space where they don't belong. It would be illegal of me to comply with their requests. I'm not going to make myself a criminal because the Department of Justice wants to go do some other bonkers thing. Moreover, I don't trust them. I don't trust them. We know that the Social Security Administration data ended up on some unsecured server to the tune of like 300 million.
It will likely continue down the New Deal and expansion.
Was secured
like
or
what
not.
Took place.
I don't trust
over
them.
Obama, the Uniparty would
Mark,
have
if you were an
had a
Arizona
stronger
voter, I'd say I'm protecting
Elon
your
said the world
data.
shook up everything, derailed the status quo, and the
my
powers
data,
that be
my
due to
family's
their
data,
hunger
my
for
friends,
power.
and Republicans' data as well, and everybody's data. Look, we live in a data world.
Oh man,
and,
the whole
and we all know
the whole coulda, woulda, shoulda, you know,
out there, and the possible negative circumstances against it. Why in the world would I just turn that over?
I think the
to
issue
of a bunch of folks whose motives
the
I
Democratic,
can't discern.
or not,
I
but
can't
like the
trust.
political parties
and
as an
am
institution, like
absolutely
separate,
refusing.
They're not even
We
technically
haven't been sued
political
already. We're gonna get
institutions.
sued.
You know what I
think
mean?
we're already part of
Which
that
is
litigation,
absurd.
That multiple states have been sued by the Department of Justice. And it's going to take a lot more than just a court order to get me to turn this stuff over.
I don't like the two-party system. I don't like this either or. You know what I mean? This lesser of two evils. They function as tribal clubs. Yeah, and they're
here in Arizona.
And
it's just not going to happen. And I have warned our local election officials as well in writing. It is against the law for you to turn this data over to the federal government.
I don't know this
well.
for
we're doing
certain,
we can to protect our voters,
but I would bet money that the overwhelming majority of states
from this
have, in terms of their election laws, require less for a Democrat or Republican to run for office in terms of either like front in the financial money or in terms of signatures to get on the ballot. I guarantee it. Lesser two evils has been a part of the system since the beginning. Madison remarked on it that we don't choose the perfect good, but the greatest good.
So I hope everyone who's listening.
That's a interesting way of framing it.
I hope that people naturally get to know Adrian Fontes the way I know him, which is
I like how he framed that. If those were his exact words.
Tell us about what
you can either choose good or great. Like, no, sorry, bud, that's not how it works.
Well, as I indicated before, and thanks for asking that
because
question,
as it stands, it's either bad or worse. Like
that's one of the former Kraken lawyers. He's been endorsed by
there's maybe a little bit of naivety on his part showing through there, if that's what he said.
They're going to be running hard against me because they know they can't control at least this corner of our governance, which is the single most important one because it reflects Americans' voice. Electfontes.com.
You're just saying that if you wait for perfect, then you'll get the worst.
You can't join up onto the campaign.
That is true. Like, okay, so
to volunteer there. We're going to have a hell of
here's
a
what I'm saying.
Here in the Grand Canyon
if there
State.
are
Democrats,
only two choices,
you
should want to pick the better choice. You should.
We are up
the better choice for the country, the better choice.
We need Republicans.
Not necessarily for yourself.
Well,
I mean,
so that we can get the message
unfortunately,
out
that's
there.
what voters do.
This
However,
is a little bit of a campaign
what I'm saying
pander, but when the chips are down,
I don't think
shame has to go out the window.
I don't think we should have. I don't think the system should be such that it only limits us to two choices, to where we're constantly having to choose either bad or worse.
Along with some other friends
you know what I mean?
in other states, and we're working hard to make sure that we build the team necessary.
It might have gotten us to this point, but it is now a detriment. You know what I mean?
To someone who the Supreme Court
it's kind of like the same way I feel about capitalism. You know, like I feel that like when building out, we would have to rework the 12th in that case. Like,
website.
I mean that's fine.
It certainly is appreciated.
I'm just like
the whole team here in Arizona
I'm just expressing my
bringing y'all on board. And by the way.
My
mom still writes,
my goals, my personal goals. But to be honest, I don't know how we could.
For our donors, so let's keep
it's like
my mom busy.
Same thing that I feel with capitalism, like a building country, a country that's like coming up from almost nothing or is growing, expanding, whether it be regionally or economically. I think capitalism is phenomenal. You know. It encourages people to,
hey everybody, it's Tim Miller from the Bulwark.
you know, become entrepreneurial, and it promotes, you know,
out of
intellectual and economic growth.
And the confrontations between ICE and CBP agents
I kind of get the sense
and
that once
folks that are just trying to live their lives in the city.
Growth becomes
put out
stagnant,
a call for some feedback
that all
on that,
capitalism
and,
does
so we're going through both
is
video
instead
we've
of
been
the
provided, as well
economic
as,
growth expanding
stuff
outward,
that's out there in the public
it expands
space,
upward,
so
because
you guys can get a
if it can't expand outward anymore,
what
it only
is
has one
happening,
place to go, and that's up.
I think Sunlight is our best answer here, and I guess
Maybe
just to
rework
say
the
part of the
Electoral
reason
College
was,
could try
I
making.
believe Sunlight is
No,
our best
I don't
answer
even,
here.
so
is that the polling on this looks
I'm
horrible,
not
and
necessarily
not like, oh well, the polls. In the past said that Hillary was going to win, or that Kamala and Trump was a toss-up, and then he won, and maybe it's not that. It's not a close call. I mean, the ICE numbers have tanked down 30 points.
So, I am not even outright against the Electoral College. I'm not. I don't have an issue with it, like, on its face. Like, I'm not. Yeah, like I'm not completely against it, just outright. I understand the intention behind it. I get it. So because of that, I'm not outright against it. But there's got to be more. There's got to be. I think if like local elections and state elections start to encourage in some form or fashion like third-party candidates, in the terms of like, so in order for there to be a third party though, there would have to be the election the election campaigns would have to be distributed more evenly, you know what I mean? Like, it would have to be publicly funded election process. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not against that either. Of course I'm not against it. I just said I was for it. But no, it's like, I think that was one of the contributing factors to Zoran Mamdani's success in New York. Because New York City has, I don't know the specifics, but I believe the city has like a campaign contribution matching system, which allows less funded candidates to have access to more campaign funding. Or we could regulate based on how much single non-resident donors can pay. Yeah, that's actually another freaking idea too. Like, this is what I was thinking, right? I may have mentioned this before, but like one of the biggest stinks I have with this whole money is speech, like, obviously that's just a fucking lie. But even though they say you have the right to free speech, yes, but you don't have the right to more speech. You know what I mean? Like, you have a right to say what you want to say, but you don't have an inherent right to be the loudest person in the room. You know what I mean? So the fact that one person can donate $250 million to a super PAC for a single candidate is absolutely absurd. Like, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know, like, that's something that would be worth spitballing, I think, to where, like, I haven't come to, like, a firm, like, conclusion what that limit should be. But I do believe that every single campaign contribution should be transparent. They should not be allowed to funnel it through anonymous super PACs, and the 501c3s, or is it 501c3, whatever they are, the nonprofit organizations into the super PACs. Like, every single campaign contribution should be transparent and directly to the candidate. I don't really like that argument. I don't think that equates and money isn't speech, and it should be more about interest, since it obviously violates the spirit of the Constitution and structure of the system, like the founders trust, not letting an organization or foreign entity able. So, like, okay, let me rephrase that, because I still meant what I said, but the intent behind that statement was, obviously, a poor family is not going to be able to donate like $5,000 to a political campaign. They're just not going to, right? So we shouldn't limit, because of that, we shouldn't limit campaign contributions to $5. You know what I mean? That's freaking absurd. That's unreasonable. However, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think someone should be able to contribute $250 million to a campaign. You know what I mean? So I think what I would see as a better campaign contribution system would be every single contribution, like, hello, what's up? It's me, your local armed extremist. Nice. What's up? So what I would perceive as being, oh, damn it, I didn't mean to get logged out. A better system. First, no more PACs or super PACs. Non-profit organizations are not allowed to donate to campaigns either. That's the first two things. Must be transparent, and non-profit organizations are no longer allowed to contribute. It has to be personal. Second, be right back. Let's call over. Gotcha. Thanks for asking. What about you? I am fantastic. So, the next thing is, I'm willing to fluctuate on this next statement because I don't know what a reasonable amount would be. But I would start with like a maximum contribution of $50,000 for one individual, one person. Like that would be the max total. So, fully transparent, meaning you have to like give your name when you donate. It cannot come from an organization, whether it's a non-profit organization or a PAC or super PAC. And the max would be $50,000 for one individual person. So, in that case, the people who are wealthy would still have a greater opportunity to contribute, whereas, you know, a poor family isn't necessarily going to be able to. You know what I mean? Corvo Bianco Nero, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. You guys are about 15 minutes away from a poll. If you want to stick around for a vote, we're going to vote on the game that I play next while I sit here and Master Liberty forces me to BS about constitutional stuff for the next 15 minutes. What do you mean personally conservative? It means in my own personal life. So what I mean by personally conservative is in my own personal life. I lean, like, I have conservative values. For example, like, I don't think that, like, abortion is something that should be used as a, like, birth control, right? Like, I don't agree with that at all. Like, even if you're at a party and you get drunk and you hook up with someone, like, whoopsie, like, I don't agree with that at all. But that is what my family and my wife and I agree on. You know what I mean? That's what I mean by personally conservative. I still think localizing it would help, or we could use an apportionment clause. Oh yeah, about the campaign funding. But you vote left-wing. I do. I do vote left-wing because I am socially progressive. I don't think that, like if another person wants to do this, it does not influence my decision to not do it. You know what I mean? It has absolutely no bearing. It does not infringe on what I do. However, if I were to impose my beliefs, if my conservative personal beliefs were to be passed across the board as legislation, that would actually impose on other people's decisions. You know what I mean? And I don't agree with that at all. Like, I don't think people should have to be forced to live the way that I choose to live, if that makes sense. Like, if there's something socially, you know, that you disagree with, nobody's forcing you to do that. You know what I mean? just don't do it. If you don't like it, don't do it. You know? I got a test for you. How do you think a universal income system could be done constitutionally without amendment? I don't know. I'm not constitutionally fluent enough to be able to come up with one. I have a feeling that anything I suggest, you would be really quick to say, nope, can't do it. So I'm going to abstain from answering that question. I don't think it can be done. So you support every progressive social point. This is what I support. I support people having the opportunity to make that choice for themselves in their own lives. That's what I support. And chances are, there's probably going to be some things that I am more supportive of than others. But generally speaking, I do not agree with any type of legislation that infringes on another person's beliefs at all.
And their approval, there have been some extensive research done by folks who do really
it can be done. I am interested to hear you explain to me how that can be done, because like I said, I'm not
of these mass
constitutionally
bullying people. It is
literate enough,
having a persuasive effect. They're changing their
knowledgeable
minds,
enough
their view on
to be able to
the deportation campaign, on ICE,
suss that one out for myself,
on Trump's management of this. And so I just think from both a humanitarian and a journalistic and a political standpoint, it's important that people see what's happening. So I'm going to start here with this video on Tuesday from the middle of a street in Minneapolis, where ICE is cutting this woman out of her seatbelt and pulling her from her car. She's surrounded by about a dozen agents as she shouts multiple times, "I'm going to the doctor." Let's watch.
Jesus Christ. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
You can hear there, I'm autistic, I'm trying to go to the doctor. We can see a little bit more of that in another video taken by NPR News. Let's watch that as well.
I'm autistic! Put me down! I was just trying to get to the doctor and I'm autistic! It takes me a second to understand! Step back! You three fucking human beings!
I just like, what is the point of this? Why are there 12 agents detaining this woman? Like, is she
to be honest, I don't agree, but understand.
Are people worried about her? Is she gonna ram somebody with her car?
I respect it.
It's just ridiculous to use this type of manpower and these type of tactics to detain this person. Sometimes I like to just look at this from the perspective of, what if they were doing
like, even if we can just get back to that
campaign to crack
that mentality from that answer right there.
I would be
like, you don't agree, but you understand. Like,
on immigration
that's what's called empathy.
I would think that, there'd be
even if we can get back to that place
differently, but
we'll be so much better.
Imagine what it could look like.
Like
like the lady says she's going to the doctor. Like,
the status,
they could go to the hospital. They could
stability
go to
of this
house.
Country will be so much better.
You can, give her a citation that says that she has an order for removal.
To be honest, I'm not American.
Give her a chance to remove herself voluntarily. If she does
you have to do a dual system.
Time, go back
using
to
a tax system, you use voluntary tax breaks.
There's no need for violence. There's no need for state violence.
Federal government already gets all the money from income.
Is for the show, to try to intimidate, try to scare people, and that's why they have
that income can
these
be
thugs
reduced
pushing
on conditions,
people that are monitoring
so long as it
and
isn't coercive.
Trying to be tough guys in the street. It's just all this big cosplay that is inhumane and wrong.
You know,
some Republicans in the Hill disagree with that, though. and I want to play
like,
one Republican Congresswoman's response.
I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even push back against that, like because of the principle of it. Like it sounds amazing. But the reason I know for a fact is that it won't work is because like 30% of voters in the United States legitimately believed
for starters,
what Donald Trump said on the campaign.
I don't know if that's clear.
They literally believed his talking points. So
like
there is absolutely no way that you could convince
is really
30% of the U.S. population, voting population, to understand what you're trying to say.
Who the hell knows what healthcare this woman is on?
But I respect anyone that has some logic behind their beliefs.
What is going to cost more? This doctor appointment that she's going to?
It's not even,
or having
honestly, like my
thugs deployed to Minneapolis.
The overwhelming majority of my belief, my belief system, I wouldn't even say comes from logic because there's a lot of stuff I can't explain.
Ludicrous.
It just that's how I feel, you know.
Coup the leader
it
of
comes
Venezuela
from like
the other week. Okay,
compassion, you know, like compassion, empathy,
saying,
understanding, you know.
Why are taxpayers paying for us to move an aircraft carrier into the Caribbean?
Like I want people to have an opportunity to focus on
put together a plan,
you know,
for
spending time with their children,
invasion of Caracas,
instead of worrying about how they're going to pay for,
the cost
you know,
of that
like
was
a knee
significantly
surgery,
higher
you know,
than this lady's doctor's appointment. So you know, it's totally heartless, and I do think that there's going to be a backlash, and we're already seeing the signs of a backlash against that attitude from Republican leaders. Okay. I want to move on. There's one other video that's been getting a lot of attention, no one to flag, that is not out of Minneapolis. This one's out of Santa Ana. And I thought Jacob Soboroff was really good on this on the pod the other day, kind of reminding that in a lot of these other places, these activities are still going on, but the focus is on Minneapolis. Luckily, here in New Orleans, it has been tamped down quite a bit because
you could also just go back to basics: no taxation without representation.
Haven't redirected.
No representation without taxation.
So we still have kind of our baseline number. But in a lot of these other places, there still are resources, and ICE is out there recruiting more and more people every day. So
you know,
I want to play.
You could.
This one, I do want to warn you. The footage here is.
You know as well as I do that without taxation.
Video
there would be little to no
in California who is protesting ICE,
like legitimate national defense. Like you know that, I know that,
with a non-lethal.
However,
round.
If you were to give voters, U.S. voters, like if you put on the ballot, in the national ballot, said you can vote. Do you want to eliminate all taxes? Yes or no? It would pass. It legitimately would, like, because the U.S. education system has stopped teaching us how to think past the first layer of any statement, any policy position. Oh, that's good. That's cool.
He looks like a child.
That's cool.
So yeah, you heard the shooting there, and then
that's not Iran, by the way.
See his bloodied
what you just saw. That's here in the good old USA.
His family told the LA Times.
BT Dubs.
They had to go under 6 hours of surgery. I wonder what if the taxpayers paid for that. Mary Miller. What have you thought about that? He went under 6 hours of surgery. Doctors found shards of plastic, glass, and metal embedded in his eyes and around his face. He has a fractured skull around his eye and nose. Doctor said
yep, like the title of today's stream. Gotta wonder where these
unlucky it's just the left.
These Second Amendment absolutists are.
After they shot him in the face.
Gotta have the Second Amendment
round at point blank range.
Stand up to a tyrannical government.
Saw them drag him there, and then
freaking
look what they were
crickets
doing
from
to
that group.
him once they had detained him.
The cruelty is the purpose. The cruelty is the intention.
Who feel like they are immune because they've been told they're immune by the vice president and by Trump's chief thug and by Trump himself. And and so they're just gonna, take out their own issues on other people. Truly, just horrifying. Like that. It's a free country. You should be able to protest and shout and complain about government action without worrying.
I think people need to start saying it's supposed to be a free country instead of saying it's a free country, because it's clearly not.
Pop you in the eye.
Second Amendment has seen better days.
What's the line the JBL like to use about the police? It's not a draft. We didn't force anybody to take these
It is
jobs,
clear to me that what the Second Amendment absolutist meant is that
you take
we want guns to prevent
people are unhappy.
A tyrannical government that we do not agree with.
If you don't want to,
that's what they really meant.
That, then don't take one.
Those who defend it for toys, not for duty.
These guys signed up for this.
Yes. They want
protesters.
They want people to come over,
exercising their First
Amendment
rights.
Look at their gun safe, their gun rack.
They're doing
show off their 3 ARs.
Damage to them.
Their 4 Glocks.
So it's
their 7
really,
1911s.
I want
to
be honest, turn back to Minneapolis.
I probably mean more pragmatic people. I'm center left economically, hard left
that noticed
on American standards.
Neighborhood.
I want a social welfare state, but I don't hate corporations. I'm against mass migration from any source, which works for corporations to undermine wages, etc.
Suddenly, he was surrounded by ICE officers banging on his window, and you can see the
video
there's
definitely a lot of nuance to suss out there, but I see what you mean. Like I'm not even hard left economically.
You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal government.
Okay, hold on. Did you catch that? What he said? The 7 911s is based though. Oh my god, based. I would have no idea of that term's existence if I didn't see Asmongold constantly pop up on frickin' Reddit. But anyway, did you catch what he said? This guy. He said, "Stop following us. You are impeding our investigation." So, I'm not a physics, I don't have a PhD in physics, but if you are going forward, driving forward, then how does something behind you impede your investigation? I feel like him getting out of the car and confronting those people are the ones that I feel like he's the one impeding their investigation. But again, logic doesn't matter to them. So you can show them a video and they will completely deny reality. So I guess it doesn't matter. I don't even know why I'm trying to understand their logic. I don't know. 846. How many people got in here? I thought one person was supposed to come back. I want to have at least 3 people in the chat before I shoot out this poll. That's my requirement for today. I need 3 people in the chat before I send out this poll. Oh, well, they're actively pursuing someone. Are they trying to ambush someone? The only time I could see it being an issue is instigating or stalking to make the officers have to mark you as a potential threat. So, but I don't see that. No, so what they're doing, they've actually started using, there's like an AI app that they've started using that is using like geographical data. Not geographical, but like census data, right? It's an AI app that they're using based on census data that is directing them into areas where they should be looking for illegal immigrants. Well, they're looking for non-citizens, let's be honest, but they say illegal immigrants. But anyway, yeah, and if you notice, like, why during recently you've seen a lot of them, they have their phones out during stops, and they're like filming the person that they're coming up on, it's because they're scanning the face to see if it matches an individual that's already in their system. I'm willing to bet they don't have a very high threshold to meet a standard to meet. But yeah, they're basically using AI to patrol neighborhoods. If the AI based on the census data is saying there might be a lot of illegal immigrants here. But no, like these guys are just looking for a reason to be antagonistic. That's all. They can't handle accountability. Like that's why they're wearing the masks. They do not have the capability of standing up to any accountability whatsoever. That's why they're trying to chill. They're trying to create a chilling effect to keep people from like holding them accountable. That's what they're doing.
Go to church.
Go to home. Go to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve the Lord.
I will arrest you.
Okay, like dude needs to take a fucking chill pill.
And don't forget,
like this is happening.
Immigration enforcement
images
is not legally allowed. They're not supposed to be legally allowed to detain
but just time and again,
citizens.
I'm seeing these pictures of like
whatsoever.
Guys
they have no legal
by
authority
these guys. You can
to
just
detain
see the way they're menacing
citizens.
This person lives in the neighborhood.
They don't have the authority. Their intention. They're
impeding operations. Okay.
Their sole objective.
You can drive around
is to address immigration.
You can tell people in your neighborhood that there are ICE agents in your neighborhood. This isn't China. That is allowed here. Okay? This is a free person executing his constitutional rights in his own vehicle. And some masked goons are surrounding his car and menacing him. That's bad. And this is not cherry-picked. We are seeing this all over the place. But we just had this video firsthand as a representative example. That wasn't the end. I just want to play the end of his exchange there. It's the same car.
God bless. Let these people go to church. Let these people serve the Lord and worship. Let people let the people.
I guarantee you're not going to like the outcome. Go home to your children. It's Sunday.
Yeah, go exactly. Let people go to church.
You did not learn from what just happened? Go home to your kids.
Do not learn from what just happened.
And also,
I think the third different ICE agent I've seen in videos saying some version of that. Do not
a lot of their detainments and arrests have been because of people's like ignorance.
A public servant against
unintentional,
a US citizen.
right? But because a lot of people can't tell the difference between
they should not be threatening us
an immigration warrant
and it also
and a judicial warrant.
The reality,
you know what I mean,
of the shooting of Renee Good, because simultaneously the state, the Trump administration, J.D. Vance, want us to think that this was a domestic terrorist who endangered the life of.
I pulled up that USC 1357.
So he felt he had no choice but to kill her to defend himself. That's the story they're telling. Okay. So if that's the story they're telling,
yeah, it's all based on immigration stuff.
How does that match up with ICE agents threatening other people who are not trying to kill them and saying to them,
and the only time they're allowed to
you're not going to like the outcome.
The only time they're allowed to arrest anyone who's not
I thought what we were supposed to learn from what just happened
alien
was that you shouldn't, from their point of view,
like they commit a felony in the presence of the federal the immigrant
Are we supposed to learn something
immigration
else?
Officer, whoever it is, DHS, whatever,
quite revealing.
ICE.
It's quite revealing when the agents are saying.
And yeah, so like following a vehicle is not a felony. Unfortunately for them,
they're
filming them in public is not. You do not have the presumption of privacy when you are in public.
If you're in the wrong place at the wrong
time, that's already been
if
established.
you speak up too loudly, then one of our guys might just shoot you in the face. And to me,
in the primaries coming up, whichever candidate in my district
all of us have been telling
says I want to abolish ICE, they're going to get my vote.
The shooting of Renee Good,
like that's it. Like it has to go. It's got to go
on a protester.
Like I don't want to discuss how much funding they get. I don't want to discuss like whether they wear masks or not. No, they got to go.
Even though she was turning away. Otherwise,
it's being used as a personal police force by the executive branch, and that
If you're
should
saying,
not
well,
be.
You know, because this
the
guy
case.
obviously in the car wasn't trying to kill them. So what would he have to learn from that situation if the story was that they shoot somebody?
USC 1589.
Oh,
I'll look that up later. Remind me later.
That these guys are using that tragic killing of Renee Good, and they're saying, yeah, we might do it too. Watch out.
1589 covers general policing as a carry over with a weird provision.
Regular citizens of Minnesota to not speak out, to shut up, to stay in their home.
Leave me hanging.
And that is not how things work in a free country. Watch out. That's pretty ominous stuff. Pretty ominous stuff. So we're going to keep monitoring that. I appreciate you guys for sending us anything. TheBulwark.com/tips. Please be judicious. They're real people.
Sounded like you said tits.
We're doing real work out there, kind of going through
Thanks
stuff.
for sending me the tits.
So, only send us a tip if it's a real tip. And then if so, we'd really appreciate it. And shout out to those gremlins going through all the stuff, our producers, etc. They're really doing the Lord's work here to make sure we're getting you information that's vetted and accurate, as well as outrageous and horrifying. So, subscribe to the feed right here. Tell your friends. Give us a like, comment. We'll see you soon.
Oh, I can do that too, can't I? Haha. Time is it? 8:54. We still only have 2 people in here. I just want one more person in the chat. That's all I want. Just one more person. I'll start the poll. You guys can.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Let you goobers pick what I play.
Patriots, gay triots, they triots, black triots, and brown triots. Pumps is not here today, but I have an amazing co-host filling in for her. She had an obligation, and it's none other than Jim Acosta. And this is what you have to do, Jim, right now. After I do the call to the patriots, the gay triots, the black triots, the brown triots, I say, and all of the people who try to marginalize them, and then Pumps says, can fuck off.
Fuck off.
There
I love
you
it.
go. Yes.
You're such a socialist. I find the entire poll.
I love it.
That's not something I've had it with.
Yet other people get a say.
I've
You
had
funded
it, Jim
you did not
Acosta.
fund
Great
the
to see you. Good
entire
to be with you,
poll.
Jen.
Really nice to see you.
Because
Listen,
my
we're in New York,
original,
you journeyed up from Washington D.C. What's it like in D.C.?
My original Twitch
with
account
the MAGA takeover?
has
Is
spent
it different or the vibes different?
has spent
Jesus Christ! It is. It's my worst nightmare.
What do you call it?
I thought we were rid of this clown.
Yeah.
What do I call? I call them electoral votes.
No, they've come back with a vengeance. Fortunately, the DC
it hasn't
restaurant
been just
scene is
you.
set up where the MAGA people have their restaurants and their places they like to go, and they're not the places I like to go.
Okay.
So I won't say where those places are because I don't want them to show up there. But so far so good. It's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The last time I was in D.C., I was invited to like a creator event
This one was
at
just
the
me?
Biden White House, a Christmas party.
Yeah.
And I'd never been in the White House. And I was so excited.
You got it to the end.
White
This is true.
Pre-demolition.
Good.
So it was like
But you were not the
December
only one
and
to spend the.
last December, and it was Biden's final month, and we were in there.
I gotta
My
change it.
husband
That's
came
too
with me,
much.
and we
I
were
gotta.
walking
I'll
around,
probably just change it back
and
to
I just
coins
said,
or something. I-
"Gosh, like next year.
I thought electoral votes
Think
would
about
sound
the
cool, but I
energy
just
in
don't
this
feel like
place.
saying
Think
that
about
every
all
single
the
time I'm talking
fuckery
about these.
and all of the emotionally stunted dweebs.
I contributed
that are gonna be
4,500.
walking
Yeah,
around
exactly.
in
You did not
Like Stephen Miller.
contribute all.
Basically.
Oh my
You just proved my
God.
point.
1,000
Thanks.
Stephen
Appreciate
Millers.
that.
No, I mean,
I knew you'd come
I
around.
covered the White House for almost 8 years, and just about every day I walked through those gates, I still was like, holy shit, I'm at the White House.
It's so cool.
It is. It's a cool place to be, and of course, this fucking guy had to go and demolish half of it.
What's up?
Within a year of coming back. But I remember what it was like the first time around when he came in after Obama, and they were all just traumatized. I sat down with this deputy White House press secretary, Eric,
That's
and
weird.
it looked like he had been in a car accident. I mean, this is how traumatized they were at that time. And you got the sense.
Plus, I
that
want the
these
I want
were
I want the
people
poll
who
to be
understood
interesting.
how
You know what I
important
mean?
this place was, how you
Because
had to treat it with reverence. And when I covered the Trump people,
if
it
you
was just-
pick,
it had turned
I want
into
there to
a
be
frat
some
party.
sort
I
of
remember
suspense.
at
You know what I mean?
EEOB, as they call it.
I want there to be an air of
office building
mystery.
that's next to the White House, the
But
giant.
Yes.
thing.
where
Look
the
at it
Vice
this way.
President's office
Where the
is?
Vice President,
Okay.
the
I
Eisenhower
did
Executive
set it
Office,
up so once I activate it,
and on Friday
I set it up
afternoons,
to
you
allow
would see
for
these
multiple
kids on the
votes.
balconies
So
with
because you've
red
watched
Solo
my
cups.
stream
They
for
were
so
throwing
long,
like keggers on Friday
you will have the opportunity to pay $500 for each additional vote.
They treated the fucking place.
So
and when
they
all got swept out,
so you will still have.
I agree with you.
You will still have a significant advantage.
Like what you would think, like people who,
even though I'm waiting for more people to join, just one more person.
Trump was there. There was, I mean, and it's obviously the case once again.
So you're fine.
Where they
trust me,
turned
you're
it into
fine.
A goddamn shit show. He's bulldozed half of the, almost half of the White House. And it just goes to show you what we're up against.
It's weird.
Right
like
now.
every single stream, I have this.
And when you work for the king, you think you're a king. And so they're just going to do
viewer,
whatever the
MX Matty B, and like they never say anything ever, but they're always in here.
No, I know.
So weird.
And despite all of those grievances, Jim,
yes.
What happened to you can't have more free speech than
that? That's grievance. Before we dive into the MAGA
as it pertains to the government. I'm not the government. This is my system. I'll run it how I want to.
I think occupies a lot of real estate and
my Twitch stream. You're lucky. I'm even granting this modicum of democratic process into my stream.
Component, but sometimes we get irritated at just normal bullshit. So what have you had it with Jim Acosta?
This is my Twitch stream is my kingdom. Sounds very federalist of you.
I went to James Madison, up and coming state school in Virginia. They made it to the college football playoff. I don't want to get too sportsy, but there was a lot of assholes on the internet, on social media, particularly on Twitter. Some notable sports figures who are shitting all over JMU getting into the college football playoff. People like Nick Saban and so on. I'm like, hey, fuck you. These are the rules for getting into the college football playoff. They made it in, and by the way, they put up more than 30 points on Oregon.
Look, when it comes to
500 yards. And Alabama,
when it comes to things that are completely inconsequential, like voting on what game you want to watch me play,
the first round, but then
I will operate however I see fit.
And
but when it comes to actual legitimate issues,
sports has turned into semi-pro sports. Like what
I am far from it.
And are we just going to have it be the top schools with all the money, and everybody else can just go fuck themselves? That doesn't work. The other thing I have a little bit of a beef with is NFL officiating. I did tell your producer Sam, I did want to talk about this. I'll just mention it very briefly. But if we have instant replay for are you this close or that close to a first down, but we don't have instant replay for pass interference, for all the sports fans out there, this has to change. So that's my other grievance from a sports standpoint.
Yes. I'm not that into football because I like to see athletes full face, so I can feel an emotional attachment to their expression.
Yes.
So I love tennis.
You don't get that with football.
No, I don't know if they're excited.
I do love tennis.
I love tennis and I love basketball. And both have, in basketball, you see them do a replay.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Challenge.
I love that move.
The challenge is great. But then now in tennis, they have the Hawkeye everywhere except for the French Open. Because the French are so stubborn, which makes me kind of love them.
I love them too.
Like, fuck you, we're not going to be nice to you unless we feel like it.
I think that's how it should be.
But they have these Hawkeye cameras, and so now it's just an instant replay.
It's amazing. I know. I watch it.
Considering your doctrine of you will pass a law and let the courts handle it later, I doubt that it only applies to inconsequential things.
The ball landing by the line, and it tells you if it's within like an inch
from
or something
all the
of
time
in or out. I love that.
And
you have spent conversing with me, listening
the umpire goes down,
to my grumpy moods and my tolerable moods.
And then they're like, out. And so, but it's...
God bless the French.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's dive into the...
On a scale of 1 to 10,
talk about
ICE. Or I say 0 to 10. 0 being like 0% trust, or 10 being 100% trust.
To remember when we would see these videos,
would you?
When,
how much trust would you place
building in the Middle
East, my policies being intended to help people versus hurt people?
And all of these Republicans,
like honestly, tell me honestly,
chicken shit it was that they weren't man enough to even show their faces, and they wore these masks. And now I see this, similar thing where I'm from originally in Oklahoma, and your producer Sam can attest to this. You'll see a big pickup truck with a bunch of flags in the back of it, totally giving ISIS. And then these ICE agents with these masks. It's just amazing to me how irony is so lost on these people and just how morally depraved they are.
Yeah, and listen, we can get into this and expand the conversation.
And whether you like, you like to admit it or not,
I think
every single piece of legislation that gets passed
they are not going to take the position
has that same philosophy.
Should be abolished.
They just might not know it until later. Every single piece of legislation that gets passed, whether it's local, state, or federal.
Like, yes, you may think, okay,
they
if we
pass it,
and I'll move to the left
and then,
here and then back to the center.
They wait to see if the courts handle it later.
We don't want any of that shit.
You know what I mean? They might handle it, they might
ICE
not.
has gotten to a point.
You know what I mean?
Take a look at what happened.
So that actually, that philosophy,
if we have a situation
that doctrine
in this country
applies
where
to
the government
everything.
can go out and murder a U.S. citizen with without any investigation that is credible, then we've become a Putin-like thugocracy, and that is not sustainable. And we can't have a situation where, the governor of Minnesota says, we're going to bring in our National Guard to protect our citizens from ICE. I mean, we all know where this is going to end up leading. It's going to end up with people shooting at each other in the streets, and we just can't have that in this country.
7 to 8 regarding help versus harm, 2 to 3 regarding constitutional fidelity.
I don't want to jump too far.
You know what? I'll accept it.
The problem that we have, I used to call Donald Trump the "catch me if you can" president.
When
I covered him,
I would have absolutely no problem.
He's the "you can't catch me."
Like me personally, I would have no problem.
He is beyond, and
using
this is because of the Supreme Court giving him a blank check,
a process that is deemed unconstitutional to benefit people. And then using that same process to end the unconstitutionality. You know what I mean?
Let ICE
like,
go crazy across the
have you seen
you can't have a situation like
Avengers Endgame, where he's like, I use the stones to destroy the stones? That's what I would do.
People are not going to.
I would use the loophole in the system as a means to destroy the loophole. Does that make sense?
That's going to give them what they want. Blah blah. I
hope
totally
that makes
endorse
sense.
That view, by the way.
I think I explained that pretty well. That was a doctrine that was only
adopted
adopted
post Stephen Miller
and
end up with blood in the
earlier
streets.
legislative
but
debates.
At some point, it's just
Man, I am not as
gonna,
interested
they're
in early legislative debates.
And to me, ICE is the perfect.
As
it just crystallizes
I might have
exactly what we're up against.
Given the impression of
where Donald Trump has said, and this has nothing to do with immigration.
I
this has to do with,
am interested in political behavior,
that can go
like
out there
specifically in
and
terms of like
voting
habits, voting trends.
Basically, say we're in charge. You're not. You're not.
And I am interested in qualitative analysis regarding those voting trends.
Okay, I want to ask you something about Trump, because you've been around him more than any person I've ever sat across from. And so this is my opinion of him. He is a guy, he's so narcissistic and he's so into himself, and whatever the shiny object is in front of him on that moment is what he's obsessed with. And I do believe he's a racist, but he doesn't have conviction about his racism like Stephen Miller does. Like Stephen Miller's a racist and he'll die on that hill. Trump, conversely, he's for sure a racist, but he's a member of this party that's all about.
That's just make the system
we don't like
get what you want, and then make it no longer.
No.
You're okay.
Who wasn't born in America
I'm not saying that I would use it to make it unlawful. I'm saying that I would use it to correct the problem. Does that make sense?
Trump was razzle dazzled. He didn't
That's what I'm
see
saying.
a Muslim. He saw a good-looking winner. He didn't give a fuck where he was born. He didn't give a fuck that he has brown skin. He didn't give a fuck about his religion, because he liked the fact that he was a good-looking winner. And you saw all of the people who used to do your job, who are now like joke fringe podcasters, and they were pissed. Like that Posobiec, he turns around,
I saw the video,
and he little twats out of there really fast. But let me ask you this:
he had a hissy fit.
Like,
he had a hissy fit.
When you
just
worked in the White House,
just like
you would go after Trump.
I have a problem with a consolidation of power in the executive branch.
And
I have a problem with the capitulation of the legislative and judicial bodies, right?
Jim, you're such a dick. Couldn't you be nicer?
Were I to get into that position, I would use that consolidated power to break that power up.
The way I
you know what I mean? To the best of my ability. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think went into all of this thinking this was sort of like when he was a player on the New York scene. And that the New York Post, the New York Press, they're basically there to perform a PR role. I show up, I give a press conference, I do my thing where I look around the room like
so
this.
I think you,
like
I think you misunderstood my
New York press
original statement about that.
Questions that help me, sell my products, my shitty Trump wine, my shitty Trump vodka, the planes, and so on. He thought that was going to be how it worked going out on the campaign trail and into the White House. But if you go out on the campaign trail and you're going to say, we're going to ban all Muslims coming into this country, or if you say that all Mexican immigrants are rapists and criminals, or if you're going to say that I can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. The political press is not the New York press,
Like,
and they're going to respond.
they're
going to start asking hard questions. There was a press conference.
One of the
in New
things
York
that I would address,
in
one of
May
the first things,
where he kind of went off on me and he
is
says, "Oh, you're a real beauty. I know who
the
you are."
classification of stochastic
and,
terrorism.
You know, but I think at that moment he thought this
Well,
was.
see, I
still
wouldn't pass an
kayfabe.
arms ban.
You know what that term
Like,
is from
I honestly
professional wrestling?
wouldn't.
It means
I would
it's
not. I would
all
not pass an arms
pre-coordinated.
ban.
That's the
right?
term for
I would
it in
not
pro wrestling.
repeal
You know,
the
I
Second
do this,
Amendment.
then you do that. You body slam me.
But
here,
I would
throw you
do
in the ropes
everything
over
in
there.
my power.
My sense of it
to
was he thought all of this was an act. Now during the campaign,
to
I will
give
tell
some
you, it
sort
did not feel
of
like an act to us.
constitutional
We would be in the press
wiggle
corps. We
room,
called it the press
so that
cage at these Trump rallies. And there would be tens of thousands of people,
so that
and he
people
would
aren't
whip
running
these people into
around
a frenzy, calling us
with
the
an
disgusting
entire
news media,
arsenal
the dishonest
in their
news media,
bedroom.
the
You know what I
liars, the
mean?
scum, and so on. And his supporters would come up to the press cage. These were the bike racks that were assembled around us to protect us. We also had bodyguards.
Or
and they would
even
scream at us and call us
maybe
a
not
traitor
even
and
that.
all
Like,
this other stuff.
I don't
It got to
necessarily
the
have a
point where
problem
not
with
only did we
someone
need
owning
bodyguards,
40
we had to run
guns.
to our
Honestly, like,
cars
I
after
don't.
the Trump
Like,
rallies
at
were
the
over, 'cause we
at
were
the at
worried
the
they would
base,
kick the shit
like,
out of us.
at the foundation
Trump never
of
got the message
my
that
Second Amendment
the
beliefs. I actually
hostility
don't
that
have
he
a problem with
peddled,
that.
the
What I have a
outrage
problem
that he
with
put out there was absorbed by people and
is
then
the
directed
fact
back
that
to us.
it is so
He gets into the White House.
easy to
he and I
do
have that
for
press
anyone.
conference where he
Like,
calls me fake news and so
and
on.
the fact that, like,
And it just sort of ratcheted up and got
like,
worse and worse and worse.
how many
And I think
children
what happened in his mind
die
was
every year
it
from
changed
self-inflicted
being an
gunshot
act
wounds
to,
that are either
"Oh,
intentional
I think
or
I see what I can
unintentional.
do
You know what I
now.
mean?
I
It is
control
freaking
this
absurd.
army of people. I
You know?
control,
Like,
you know, through this cult-like following, this ability to
like, that just makes me
go after
unbelievably
certain segments
angry.
of American society.
The 14th
And it
gives
was
that
early
wiggle
on
room,
in
or
his
gave it via the
administration
abridged wording, which you asked why we
where
don't regulate
I
second and
kind of got the sense
by the
that
14th,
things
then you
were
can
starting to
regulate
change
all of the rights
because,
the same.
you know, he still had this
Yeah,
mentality
well,
very early on that, okay, this is still an act. I got a
ask the
call from
Supreme
Hope
Court
Hicks
what they
after
think
the
about
press
bump
conference.
stocks.
Do you remember her? She was
totally.
the lady that was like his press aide, and
Yeah.
she was like a former Ralph Lauren model or
Yes.
something
Yeah,
like
she's
that.
really pretty.
Didn't
Yeah.
know what she was doing.
Exactly.
And she calls me after this press conference.
It's
like
just- it's so
February of
absurd that, like,
2017, so a month after he gets in.
This,
and she goes, Jim,
the
I just
Republican
wanted you to
Party
know,
in
I
this
talked to
country,
the president,
like the
and he
hypocrisy
said,
where they're like,
that Jim
we
was
care
very
about children, we
professional
care about
today,
children
and
so
Jim
much,
gets
we
it.
care about
Jim gets
care
it.
about children.
And
Like,
I'm like, get
abortions
what?
are so
I don't
terrible
get
because you're
shit.
killing
Like,
babies.
I'm here doing my job,
How
asking
many fucking
questions.
babies
This
die
is
from
not an
gunshot
act.
wounds?
This is not a show. And it was
There
the
was
next day that he first put
about
out
the bump
tweet
stocks
that
after
the
the
press in the
after
United
the
States
Vegas
is the
shooting.
enemy of the people.
And
it was
I don't
pretty
remember
much
when
from
that
point
was.
forward that
I don't.
he just
I
sort
don't.
of
But there was the Vegas
decided,
shooting,
if I
and the
can't-
dude was
if we're not
using
gonna
a bump
have this
stock.
pro wrestling kayfabe thing
And
where
there
I
was
do this and then
legislation.
you do that, and it's all prearranged and pre-coordinated.
I don't know
I'm
if
gonna-
it was a
I'm gonna
state
destroy you.
legislation
I'm gonna
that tried to
crush you.
ban the bump
I'm gonna
stocks,
knock you out of the way.
or if it
And
was
he's been
federal
behaving
legislation.
that way ever since. To the point where
I don't
in
remember. I honestly don't
2018
remember the
when he had-
specifics.
when
All I
one
know
of
is
his
that it
supporters
eventually
was
got to
sending
the
pipe
Supreme
bombs
Court.
around. Remember that whole
Yeah.
thing?
And
Sent it to CNN, sent it to a bunch of other
they
media
gave
outlets,
their, like, as the
Democratic
Roberts
figures
Court
like
is
Hillary
known to
Clinton and
do,
so on, and we received actual
gave
pipe bombs that could have
I don't
detonated
remember
and hurt people.
specifics, but I do remember
Our
when it
people
was
went to
when the
Trump's
decision
people
came
and
out.
said, "You're gonna
It
get
was just
somebody
like
killed," and he did not care.
a
He said, "I'm
roundabout
gonna keep calling you the
absurd.
enemy
Like,
of the
they already
people."
had their
Sarah Huckabee
destination.
Sanders said, "I asked her in a
They-
press conference, will you guys stop calling
They
people the enemy of
tailored
people? Stop calling
their
press that."
wording
And
to
she
get to
said,
their destination,
No, we're not going to
basically.
stop doing that.
In
it turned
typical
from what he
Roberts
thought was
Court
an act
fashion,
into,
right?
We're coming after you.
Like, the legislation didn't say that you couldn't own
and this was a
an
work
AR.
relationship.
It feels like
They didn't.
therapy.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
would
I
say
went on too
no,
long
no.
there.
I
Yeah.
love it
Yeah.
because I think this is interesting, and I think it's.
They just said you
I
couldn't.
would say, Jim, it sounds like
You
you're in
can't.
an abusive
You can't own this
relationship.
piece of equipment that turns it into a
And
fully automatic
you need to
firearm.
draw boundaries, and you need to get
That's
out
it.
of this. So obviously, Donald Trump is an abuser. He's physically abused women. gun. He's an adjudicated rapist. He's an emotional abuser.
It was a federal ATF rule labeled them as machine guns. I remember that case. Yeah.
Right now. We know that. We've known that. You can read,
because the mechanics of the stock.
From his first wife, and go on and on.
It turned it into a fully automatic weapon.
The ground, an abuser abusing people. Yeah. What I'm interested in right now is the trickle-down abuse that has happened, and as it pertains to being a journalist. You have people like Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, that own these news organizations. And they allow
the mechanics of a trigger
the president, whom they're
have the
beholden to,
capability
they have all this fuck
of
you
being
money, but
fully
they won't
automatic.
Tell him, fuck you,
like
right?
the mechanics
And
within
they
the trigger
allow
mechanism
for this
itself.
abuse to be
So
hurled
they
at their employees, making
they
a very
made some
unsafe
differentiation.
workspace. And to me, this is a
They
really
were able
big
to make
story, but there's so
some
much
bullshit
fuckery going on, we don't
differentiation
talk about
between
it,
the
but
mechanics
there's been such
within the
a
trigger mechanism
receding of,
versus the
decency,
mechanics
of, I'm your boss and
of
I'm
an
gonna
attachment
take care
outside.
of you. I'm not going to
It does.
allow you to be abused by this man. We are
Under that
protected by
logic,
the
bumping or holding a
Constitution. The
certain a
courts
rifle a
will
certain way
protect
would be a
us.
machine. It is.
And that is something
It's okay.
that we really haven't spoken about.
It
The
is
corporate
a
media
mechanical process
throws their reporters
that
either dictates
allowed
what they can say
the shooter
or
to fire
what they can cover
without
how they can
repeatedly
cover it,
pulling
what
the
phrases
trigger.
they can use, which I think is a form of abuse,
Like,
not to mention very
a bump stock
First Amendment.
created
And they
a
also
system
are throwing
where
them
the shooter
around
did
groups
not
of
have to pull the
people
trigger themselves.
who will
They didn't
rile
have
up
to
the
repeatedly
rubes
pull the trigger.
to see,
Now,
and I've been down
the
at the
trigger
Fox has
was
covered me
being
before, and so
repeatedly
I've been in the
pulled,
hot seat
but it
of
was not the
MAGA,
shooter that
we
was
hope you
doing
die, we
it.
hope
It
you
was
get
the
gang
mechanism
raped,
that was
all
doing it.
of
Does that make
that
sense?
stuff.
All that shit, yeah.
That's why their
What do you have
explanation
to
was
say of
bullshit.
somebody who worked in corporate media and how
Like I think
people
that
own corporate
that might
media
have been the differentiation
are
they made.
treating their employees, this trickle down abuse.
But I can't be. I'm
that
not.
they've
Don't quote
picked
me
up
on
that
that.
Trump
I'm
has
not 100% sure.
normalized. And
I don't
now
want to say
these
something that's
industry
inaccurate.
leaders
I
who
don't
should
want to
be
say for certain that's what it
advocating
is.
for safe, good workplaces.
But that's the
and safe
impression that I
spaces.
got.
And they're allowing, well, he's an abuser, so we're going to abuse our employees too. Like if you think about Jeff Bezos spiking the story of the endorsement of Kamala Harris, or what Barry Weiss is doing right now to those poor journalists at CBS that are serious journalists at 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
So will you speak to that? And also, Jim, to your experience with when you started realizing, oh, these corporations don't care about journalism anymore.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is, I have to tell you, when I was at CNN and was the White House correspondent, I felt like I had the backing of my company. Jeff Zucker, I have to give him a shout out. When he was president of CNN, he stood behind me 100%. I never thought for a moment, gosh, I better be careful what I say or else my boss is going to come after me. I mean, if he didn't like a question that I asked or a story that I did, he would tell me. He was a good boss in that way.
Recoil
but
making you pull the trigger.
The job that we had to do to hold Trump accountable.
No,
it
didn't.
1,000%
See,
behind me.
this is the wording.
No
It's the wording bullshit.
That
It didn't
has
make
changed in
him.
our
It
current
doesn't
media
make the shooter
environment.
pull
And
the
as
trigger.
I've been saying lately,
It
to folks
pulls
on
the
my
trigger
show, when
for the
60 Minutes
shooter.
is in trouble,
Like
we're all in
that's
trouble. And
that's the
when
same
Barry
way
Weiss is
a fully
spiking
automatic mechanism. That's the
segment
same
on
way a fully
CCOT
automatic trigger
and the gulag that they're running
works
down there in El Salvador, a torture prison, basically.
Within
US
the
is
trigger
basically
mechanism
a
itself
business
on the
with.
inside.
That's
right?
a big story. That's a big problem. And when she can spike a story like that because they're now owned by the Ellisons, which are MAGA friendly.
Also, they were going off the congressional definition. Congress uses the tax law.
I've been describing it this way. I think we have a system.
Are you
of
talking about
state-compromised media
FRT or
in
a
this
bump
country.
stock?
We do not have a free press the way that we did a couple of years ago. If we have major corporations that are in charge of our media outlets that are under the thumb
I don't remember
of the
like
current
the specifics about the
administration,
tax law. Like I said, I
then
don't
you
remember
really
the specifics
don't have
about the
freedom of
case.
press. You have,
But that was
you
the
have
impression that I
corporations
came
running
away with.
media
And again, it's
companies
been
that are subject to
it's
the
been years
whims
since I
of
paid attention
a
to it.
Mad King president.
Like once they ruled, I was like, man,
And
these motherfuckers.
that,
But anyway,
that is a huge problem for all of us. Just
I'm
the
talking
other day,
about
the anchor of the CBS
fact
Evening
that
News ended his newscast.
you have
saying,
you
"I
have
will
like
salute you, Marco Rubio."
you have an AR, which
I mean,
there are
not only
fully
was Walter
automatic
Cronkite
triggers that you
spinning
can
in his grave,
purchase.
I was hoping he would come back from,
fully automatic lower
the great
receivers
beyond
that you can
to
purchase.
choke the
Well,
living
I
shit
mean,
out of him. And say, what the fuck are you doing?
I think you can purchase them. I don't know legally or not. Maybe
like,
I don't know. I haven't tried to buy one. I don't
We
know.
won't apologize for it.
There might
And
be
I'm
extra
like,
steps.
That's
Who
not your
knows?
job.
But anyway,
your job is to feel emotion towards
within that
America. Your
trigger
job
mechanism
is
of the lower
relentless
receiver.
pursuit of
No,
the
you can't.
truth.
Okay, gotcha.
Also, get the fuck out
So
of here.
within
We all love America.
the
That's why
yeah,
we're
because I think
doing
even the
this.
military,
The reason why I do my job,
they don't even
and
issue
I like
fully
doing my
automatic
job, is I love this country.
M16s and
I
M4s
fucking
in
love
the
this
military
country.
anymore.
My dad came from Cuba.
It's
in
only
1962,
semi and 3-round
3
bursts.
weeks before the Cuban Missile
But anyway,
Crisis, fled communism. My mom, her folks were from the New York
that
area.
mechanism
came
creates
through
a system
Ellis Island.
where
One of my
within the lower
great-grandparents
receiver,
was a maid at
the
the
trigger
Dakota building here
is
in
activated.
Manhattan.
We'll use the
And
word
these
activated.
two
That's the
families
best way
came
I can think
together,
of
and
explaining it.
there I popped out and I went to the White House
the
and gave
firing
Donald Trump,
mechanism is
a hell of a
activated
fucking time. That's
without
America. And I'm not saying that
the shooter
like that, but it's exceptional that
having
like
to
that
repeatedly
can
pull the
in this fucking
trigger.
world.
It's activated
And
for them.
When I saw CBS doing that,
and that is
I
exactly
said,
what a
the
bump
fuck
stock
is going
does.
on with these people?
The only
Because we
difference is
all
the
want this
mechanism
country
is
back.
on the
It's beside
outside
the point.
as an
What we
attachment
should be
on the
having in this
outside,
country is a free press,
right?
that
Instead
can
of it
hold
being
the
on the inside.
goddamn president of the United
It
States
is a
accountable
mechanism
without everybody worried
that
whether they're gonna lose their
activates the
fucking
firing
job.
of the weapon
That's
for
you
the
can't
shooter
have a situation
without the
like that in
shooter
this
having to
country, and that
physically
is why
pull the trigger
things like
themselves.
what we're doing right now is flourishing and thriving because the American people can sniff this out.
Yes.
They can see the pandering and the nonsense. And the other night, the anchor on the CBS Evening News on January 6th
But honestly,
said,
like,
well, on one hand,
what
the
I
White
think what
House is saying
frustrates me the most
that Nancy
is, like,
Pelosi is responsible for January 6th.
it's not
and on
even
the other hand,
it's not
it was the
even
rioters.
necessarily
No,
that they ruled
motherfucker.
against it.
We saw it on goddamn
It's the
television.
fact that
it was a bunch
they
of Trump
only
thugs
ruled
that he
against
egged
it
on and incited and sent
because
to the, goddamn
the
Capitol.
left wing of
He's
our
the one who
political
did it.
of our political
There is no
system
both sides
wanted
to
to
that
implement
fucking
it.
story.
Yeah.
End of
Like,
fucking story.
that's
and
it.
There was a time in this business when the anchor of the CBS, I worked under
Like,
Dan Rather in the early 2000s.
the
I was
right
here in
wing
New York working
of our
under Dan
political
Rather.
system
And there was a time in
has
this
been
business
so
where the
dedicated
anchor
to
of the
being
CBS Evening News,
obstructionists
if he
for the
got a
last
call
like
from the
20
White
years
House, where the president of CBS
that
News got a call from the White House complaining
they
about a story,
don't they
would
no
say,
longer
"Go
have the
fuck yourself,"
capacity
and hang up the phone.
of allowing
And
any
that is-
beneficial
that,
any
ladies and gentlemen,
legislation
is how shit
beneficial
should get done in this country.
that the left wing wants to
President
go
of
through
any news
without some kind of
organization, anchor of
nonsense.
any evening newscast should be able
But
to
I think
tell
you need
the
to look
White
at the
House
patent for
president-
the
I
bump
used to get
stock and
calls
the
from
videos
White
on
House
it.
press
It's just a
secretary.
recoil exploit.
When Obama was president,
Okay.
Jay Carney
Yes.
would call me.
It is
and
a
complain
recoil
about, "You
exploit.
guys are
What I'm
covering
saying
Obamacare
is
like,
this recoil
you know,
exploit
like what the fuck is going on here? The Obamacare
it
website comes
creates
out.
a system
This actually happened.
yeah.
Remember, it didn't
that
work right
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Obama
activates
was
the
out there
trigger
saying it's going to be like Orbitz, you're
without
going to be able
the
to
shooter
book
having
your
to do
flight,
so
you're going to be able to buy your
themselves.
healthcare.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
the website didn't work. So we went on, and we were on all day long saying that the Obamacare website didn't work. That's the news.
Right.
I didn't. He called. And
You
Jay
can
Carney,
call it
and God bless him, he's doing his
recoil
job, calls me
exploit.
in
You
the
can
booth,
call
which
it
is the workstation we
an
call it.
optional
You know, you and
external
Wolf are way out of
attachment.
control
Like
talking about the
you can
Obamacare
call
website.
it. You
And I
can
was
call
like,
it the
"We
tooth
didn't build
fairy.
the
Like I
fucking
really
thing,
don't
you
care.
did." And that is how it should
It
work.
creates.
The government
It turns
can
a
get mad at
weapon
you for doing your
that
job.
requires
You ought to be able
one
to say
pull
right
per
back,
one
"Fuck
shot,
off.
one pull
I'm doing the news. This is how it
into
works."
one pull,
And
multiple
we've gotten
shots,
completely
like
away
nonstop.
from that, to the point
The
where,
problems that it can be done
I
without
mean,
a bump stock.
if
So how can you
the anchor of the
consistently
CBS
apply
Evening
that
News
logic?
feels that the corporate overlords are making his life a
No,
living hell,
if you
then
don't
he should
have the
go
bump
on the
stock,
air
you have to
at the end
repeatedly
of his
pull the trigger
broadcast and
yourself.
say,
You
"You're
have to
making
make
my
the
life a
effort.
living hell. I
Bang,
can't tell you
bang,
guys the
bang,
truth.
bang.
I
Right?
quit," and do it on national television.
With the bump
and walk
stock,
the
you
fuck off
pull
the set.
the
And if
recoil,
you're not gonna do
pushes
that, you're
it
part of
back
the
into your
goddamn
finger. That's
A Christmas
in
miracle
place.
has taken place.
You're not
So
repeatedly
we
pulling your
decided
finger.
to go do a live show in Atlanta on January 31st.
But like, there's no
and we were for
contradiction to my
sure,
logic
like, the
here.
ticket sales are going to be
It creates a
lackluster,
system where the
nobody's
shooter
gonna come.
does
I'll be
not
damned
have to
if
be
it
the
didn't sell
one
out in, like,
that
a couple of
repeatedly pulls
days.
the trigger.
So the
You can do the same
organizer
recoil
was
thing
like,
with
"You should
certain
do
weapons by
another
holding
day."
it
And I'm like, "That's
a certain
big,
way.
pretty big ass.
Okay,
pretty big
then
ass
apply
for
that
two
to the
old
ARs
broads
then.
like us." Right, so we added an additional day. Ticket
Like,
sales were getting about close to halfway.
without that
February
attachment,
1st, center stage.
If you have a
in
weapon
Atlanta,
without that
and it is
attachment,
also a
an
matinee
AR,
because
and
we are
if you
going
hold it
to
at a,
normalize
I don't know, like a
matinees.
35
We're gonna
degree angle on
normalize
a full moon,
reasonable start
and it can be
time.
fully
We're not gonna start a
automatic,
show
then
at
fine.
8 or
Go
9
for it.
p.m.
No,
And you're
it's
gonna
past bedtime.
You know what I mean?
wake up the next day feeling hungover, strung out. Why did I hang out with all of these radical leftists, anti-fascists? We're not going to do that because we're pro-matinee, we're pro-democracy, we're anti-MAGA, and we're anti-fascist.
Come see us. It's going to be so fun. I love getting together at a live show with all of the people. It's such a community.
The bump
All right,
stock
I
just
am
made it easier and not
famously
require
into
training.
like New Year, New Me BS that happens at the first of every year. But there is something that I am going to change. And I want to start eating meals at home more and only eat out maybe a couple of times a week. And the problem is, listener,
like I said, you can word it however you want.
But I have partnered
with
Cook
the fact
Unity
is, it
and
created a
signed up for their
system
program. And here is
where the
what is
shooter
so incredibly cool about it.
only has
They
to pull the
have
trigger
chef's
once,
table,
and it will
that they're
continue
launching.
firing
It
without
is
the shooter
incredible. It's a
having to
two-week
be the one
collaboration where
to
chefs
repeatedly pull the
celebrate
trigger.
Lunar New
Right?
Year with symbolic fortune-filled dishes, and behind-the-scenes storytelling. Two chefs
because it's not him pulling the trigger, it's the recoil.
With. One is Fabiola Rivera. She has these amazing meals. Another one that I recently had was by Dustin Taylor, and I ordered roasted salmon with crisp potatoes. I'm trying to eat more fish, more protein.
Like you saw that shooting in Australia, right?
That I have at my apartment with
all the guns they were using were single shot.
Really making 2026
like compare how long they were shooting, several minutes before someone stopped them, to the Las Vegas shooting,
go to cookunity.com/hadit,
where again he was only firing for several minutes
50%
with
off your first order. Again, that's
a weapon that had fully automatic capabilities.
By using code HADIT,
you know what I mean?
Going to
compare the death tolls between those two. I don't know what they are. I'm actually kind of interested in finding out, to tell you the truth.
I always make a New Year's resolution, but I never stick to it. This year,
but if I were a gambling man,
I have the help of IQ
I'm
Bar,
willing to bet
whether it's starting my morning
the Vegas death
with
toll is higher.
Joe, grabbing an IQ Bar or IQ Mix to refuel or rehydrate after a hard workout. It's excellent.
Like there is absolutely no denying.
You will feel so much better having
absolutely
this as a
no
snack
denying
than something sugary.
That a fully automatic weapon or a weapon with fully automatic recoil capabilities,
tons of fiber and no added sugar,
is
and right now IQ
exceptionally
Bar is
multiple times more lethal.
20% off all IQ
under that logic,
Bar
anything
products,
can be anything that can make you pull the trigger faster. Is it
plus
okay?
Free
again,
shipping.
I need to state this again.
Text
and hopefully it sticks this time.
To 64,000. Text HADIT to 64,000.
The mechanism
that's HADIT to
makes it so that the shooter does not have to repeatedly pull the trigger. That's what I'm saying. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Things about that you said, and then I want to move on to Fox News.
Yeah.
But you said
a bump stock makes it so that the shooter does not have to be the one that repeatedly pulls the trigger.
The Republicans
right?
do this a lot. They'll say
they pull it once, and the recoil keeps pushing it back into their finger. They're not pulling it.
Yeah, and they're not. But anytime it's a red
That's what I'm saying.
For me. Anytime somebody has to
make your argument
and so Barry Weiss
against my logic,
David Ellison,
without saying making them pull the trigger.
It's further than Fox. I mean, it is
even the little North Korean
because that's the basis of that's the foundation.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like it's
of my argument.
Even the North Korean lady is offended. Right now.
Okay, let's move on to Fox News. And recently I saw an interview with Jesse Waters and J.D. Vance.
Yes.
And
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was just in the last few
clues.
days.
Where are these freaking clues?
First of all, I just want to say that for me, when I hear men
I guess I kill people
constantly, alleged heterosexuals, talk constantly about masculinity and real men do this and those guys are betas and real guys do that. I always think, why are you talking so much about this? Jesse Waters
does this all the time, right?
Men sucking straws, he thinks that's weak. Eating soup, the way they sit, the way they posture themselves. And I had never seen Jesse Waters in person, and I have excellent gaydar, Jim. Excellent. Like I grew up. I mean, so we were at the DNC, Pumps and me, and we were really excited to be there. Right? Invited, and that's your world. You've done it. For us, it was like, oh my God, we're at the DNC, and it was like Kamala,
it's inside.
and it's like the brat summer.
I just now decided to read the hint.
It was really fun.
Yeah.
So we're up, kind of where all the news channels are. And like Nancy Pelosi walks by and she's walking by and she's chewing out her eggs. And I was like, oh my God, that's incredible. And she's walking so fast. And then here comes Jesse.
Oh God.
And I mean, I'm just going to say my internal gaydar page.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. So then I started really digging into a lot of his reporting. And a lot of it is on this issue of masculinity.
Do I not know what dressers are anymore?
And I've learned that
Josh Hawley does this too, right? It's another.
Yes. Have you seen the photograph that he took with the kicker?
With the kicker from the Kansas City
Chiefs. And it looks like a gay engagement announcement.
I know people were like, "Well, just do it. Like, you're gonna have a great life. Just go."
And my point, this is really important. I want to say that growing up in Oklahoma.
Well, that doesn't change the functionality of the weapon. The trigger still has to be actuated to fire. Yes.
And
okay. I am talking about a system
had to be
that
in the closet in front
actuates
of
the trigger
or at their work
without the shooter having to be the one that
and
repeatedly pulls
so
it.
I have no
That's what I'm talking
problem
about.
with people that have to
and no, it's not just about fire rate. Because any semi-automatic weapon,
being open on their
you know what I mean, semi-automatic weapon, has the capability of being pulled, fired as fast as the person can pull the trigger.
Like, Benny
right?
Johnson, the content creator on the right.
That's fine. It is what it is.
Others that they're constantly talking.
Like
about
I don't even want to address
betas,
that. Like.
Or men sucking on straws, sucking on ice cream, sucking on soup. In the case
I'm still on this.
Jesse Waters. And
the automatic fire.
Me of when I hang out,
it's up to the person how fast they pull it themselves. They have to be the one to make the movement.
Right.
It's kind of gay.
Pull.
Yeah, and I mean with Jesse Waters,
that's what I would require.
You know, dude.
That's why I don't think that bump stock should have been allowed. Because it's pull it and forget it.
We'll be
you know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, one of the coolest things about
pull it once,
line of work is,
you let it rip.
I feel like, because I was,
again,
radio station,
because they are not the
ones
like pulling the trigger.
We have been able to be around.
It is
all
being
walks of life.
actuated
and a lot
for
of these
them.
MAGA dudes, they didn't kind of grow up in that
almost
same
any
environment.
rifle
They
can
grew
do
up
that.
where
Are
they
you
had to be like
banning
this good
recoil?
white Christian
No.
boys and, we have to like girls, or
no.
else,
I would.
fuck, my parents will freak out.
I support.
And I almost feel
the banning
for them
of a mechanism
because they didn't get what we got growing. I know you grew up in Oklahoma.
That allows a shooter
much more multicultural, diverse, and
to fire
else, gay people in DC since
as many rounds as the magazine will hold.
Open about it
with only one pull of the trigger. How about that?
Like pity
that is what I would
stuff
support
and stuff it down. It's like you're just missing out on having a great life. That's what's going on here. And with JD Vance, I'm like,
I think honestly, I think you're just trying to see how many different ways I can word it at this point.
It kind of fits. It looks fun. You look like a couch fucker.
I think you're trolling me now.
You sound like one.
That's what I'm getting.
Pity for them, but when it comes to them weaponizing,
does a person have to constantly apply pressure?
Rile up the people that you're talking about that haven't lived in multicultural places.
It depends on the sense. Well, no, because I don't think that's I don't think that's a reasonable.
Drag queens. Look at these trans people.
I don't think that's a reasonable metric.
Elon Musk, the ketamine billionaire, who's
because
the country right now.
You can buy.
So
triggers that are more sensitive than others
when they weaponize it, and the one who
so then you'd have to think about
what
pressure is too much, what pressure is too little. No,
Moses Mike Grinder Johnson.
Again,
and Moses
I'm going back
Johnson.
to.
I love all your nicknames.
Thank you.
By the way, when I had you on and you talked about
based on
Kankel's McTaco tits or whatever,
my ideological
so,
preferences on what should be allowed
Mike,
for weaponry.
His wife have a pray the gay away
is a system
which is just
that activates the firing mechanism.
Which he's
without the person
abdicated Congress and
having
this
to repeatedly do it themselves.
I want to run this by you. I want to do it. What do you call this, Kylie? Pull it in
like
the parking
that is
lot.
It.
Scramble the jets. Let's scramble the jets. You know how
I cannot word it any more simply and efficiently than that.
The jet I want to scramble today is that Chuck Schumer needs to resign ASAP. Today.
Like I don't have the intellectual.
No, and my producer Sam
or phonetic capacity
over here. One of my
to explain that any better than I already have.
Recent days is the mayor of Minneapolis.
That is my point of view.
Saying get the fuck out of Minneapolis. And to me, that's what the Democrats need right now. And it sort of reminds me
if we already have legislation
talk about Mitch McConnell a little bit
that bans the owning
he steals Supreme Court
of automatic firearms
to the point now we have a MAGA majority.
Then I personally believe
reproductive rights
we have
away.
a handmaid
that
on the Supreme Court,
and we have
the implementation of a bump stock
Donald Trump can do whatever he wants
should fit that
with immunity because
classification.
Of John Roberts in that Supreme Court. Mitch McConnell made that happen, and it's one of the reasons why around Washington.
Have to look this up. I don't know where to freaking go to find
this. So with people around
just wandering
they would
around.
call him Cocaine Mitch. They loved, like he was like a badass. He was like a Mexican.
Cocaine Mitch?
Yeah, he was like a Mexican cartel drug lord.
Seriously?
Yeah, that was a nickname. Google that shit. It's we've all memory hold everything.
I think about a lot of things when I see him. Cocaine is not one of them.
Well, but to like crazy furniture eating MAGA Republican diehards, he's a badass in their world.
he got shit done.
He got shit done.
Evil, nefarious, horrible shit.
Okay, so then FRTs would be legal since they don't force you into the trigger anymore, but let you pull it again, which fires faster than a... FRTs, is that when... Are those the trigger mechanisms that fire when you pull and you release? Is that what that is? I don't... I'm not...
Nobody's going to
like fire release trigger? Is that what that means? I don't know.
Listen, he's had a long career, you know, and some people like him and so on. To me, the Democratic Party, they just need new blood. And
those are binary triggers. What's FRT then?
The fuck out of Minneapolis. Yes. I was like, that is what the Democratic Party needs. They need that right now. They needed it yesterday. And until they get to that point, they're sort of fighting.
FRT is just a spring-loaded trigger which resets it instantly.
And they're just going to continue to get run over by Trump and the Republicans.
But even if it resets it instantly,
campaign cycle, they have to be talking about
it's still only fired as fast as the person pulls the trigger. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
And make the Supreme Court MAGA, then Democrats ought to be talking about expanding the Supreme Court
and impeaching.
And they should certainly be talking about impeaching, I think.
Or are you saying that
and maybe
after firing,
ethics,
when the spring releases,
Clarence Thomas, I think it's very likely that Donald Trump will push
I'm
Clarence
not
Thomas out of the way.
As correct, but let you pull the trigger faster. Okay.
Beauvais or Judge Aileen Cannon or something.
How does it let you pull the trigger faster? Because
one of the reasons why Donald Trump
any
is
semi-automatic weapon
right now is they want to preserve that Republican Senate. Because if Clarence Thomas or Sam Alito leaves the scene, and
a semi-automatic weapon is only going to be as fast as the firing, chambering process. You know,
but if they
whatever, there's like 7 steps. I don't remember. I learned it in the Army. I forget what all the steps are.
But my sense of it is that if a Democrat gets out
but it can only fire as fast as it can chamber, rechamber. But
in expanding the Supreme Court, they're going to have a really tough.
And that's limited by how quickly you can pull your finger.
Because my sense of it, and I had this town hall event at the National Press Club the other day on January 6th.
Spring pushes your finger
celebrating
forward.
Those police officers who defended the Capitol that day. On a day, by the way, when a lot
and
of the
national
press
so
wasn't really
you can
doing
pull
much
it again.
Of that. And I set up my town hall.
Okay, so it forces the trigger forward
around them and say,
in the same way that the bump stock would. It forces the trigger forward into your finger.
But
so basically you just maintain pressure
and what I picked up on it
and the spring automatically pushes it back into your finger, just like a bump stock.
And I'm not just talking about Democrats. I'm talking about independents. I'm talking about even some left-leaning Republicans, centrist Republicans. People are they see a woman getting murdered in Minneapolis by the government. People are starting to lose their shit.
Honestly, I'm just now learning about these.
Those emotions and where people are right now.
Surprised, I'd never heard about these until just now.
So I agree with everything you say about that mayor and when he said that.
So
and Chuckles and Hakeem will say we don't have the majority, blah blah.
Like
but you still have your voice, and I want
every
to say,
single one of my no recoil is involved. No comma recoil is involved, or no recoil is involved.
And light, and he was just a complete nut, right?
Yeah, I was there that day. I mean,
it's just crazy.
I remember being on the air and saying, "Do
it's
not
just that there's a spring
advice of the president."
Like after that click of the activating the trigger.
Yeah, and I don't really.
Instead
I'm
of
not
it,
an Andrew Cuomo fan at all.
Instead of the trigger just setting there, there's a spring that pushes it back into your finger. Is that correct?
Every night he had cameras in front of him, and he was like the country's therapist.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the president. He wasn't the governor.
It's not an alteration to the recoil mechanism.
But he got on TV every night, and I lived.
It's
in
an alteration
Oklahoma,
to the trigger mechanism.
Every night
Is that
because
correct?
I was craving leadership of a sane person.
Yeah.
And the Democrats have their voice, and they refuse to use it. And when you talk about what the Democrats need to campaign on, I think another issue they're going to have to address, and the base has moved on this, and this is a national awakening that is occurring. And AIPAC money is toxic.
Shrine of
Democrat that is going to be accepting AIPAC money is going to face uphill battles. And you can look no further than what, Zoran, he took on far-right AIPAC money. He took on billionaires. He didn't take a cent of PAC money, completely transparent. And my problem with Chuckles, Hakeem, Cory Booker, and a lot of other corporate Democrats is they're sitting there getting their marching orders from Deloitte, and they are these preservationist party where they're preserving the Democratic Party that lost
they're preserving the past
2 times to a fucking unhinged, mentally ill moron. And they're still trying to preserve that program.
Okay.
And
I don't think I'd check that out.
Chuck was
yes, but with a bump stock, you don't have to apply pressure since the recoil forces your finger.
Hakeem didn't, and Hakeem, a lot
it
of his
forces
voters in his district
it forces the trigger into your finger.
This is a big thing, and they
you got that the bump stock.
It
forces the trigger into your finger.
Than their base. And they treat the base a little bit condescendingly. And I think they're going to be in for a very rude awakening.
The FRT is all on the person pulling the trigger.
In Oklahoma.
I guess I don't understand.
The majority of their life.
I don't understand what about the FRT's mechanics allows a person to fire faster. I guess that's the part I'm not understanding.
Nationwide.
No,
I'll look it up. I'll look it up
and
later.
To me, like,
I'll take your word for it. It allows them to fire faster. It's basically the
convention, and yet Hakeem Jeffries is worried about going to Mom Donnie's inauguration. It was just like, I would take it one step further. I would say that the presence of dark money in our politics,
you got to keep in mind that like
super PACs is destroying our democracy.
I have a lot of leeway.
And the Citizens United decision that opened
stuff
up
like
floodgates on this. I talked to Sheldon Whitehouse about this the other day. It is destroying this country, and we have to get to a situation where either there are rules of the road because they argued in Citizens United.
I have a lot of room.
Hey, corporate donations, that's like free speech. No, it's not. There's no way that a school teacher has the same amount of political influence as ExxonMobil. That's just horseshit. So the whole premise of it is built on a lie. And until we get and inject some sanity into our campaign financing system in this country, the people are outgunned and outnumbered. The other day, Elon Musk tweeted out that he had dinner with Trump and Melania again. Remember Elon over the summer saying, the reason why the Epstein files haven't been released is because Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. Have a nice fucking day. And then they went to war with one another, and everybody in the media said, oh, look at this. Oh, it's a war of words. And I was like, there's no fucking way this is going to last. Because Donald Trump needs Elon Musk, and Elon Musk needs Donald Trump, and Elon Musk will spend. He just got $1 trillion compensation deal with X or whatever, the Tesla or whatever the fuck it is.
I can have like
he will definitely spend
I can have like a
kind
2-hour conversation
to try to lock the system that we have in place right now, where
with
Republicans
with my
can
wife
still
sometimes
run the rest of the country into the ground. And to me, until you get that kind of dark, corrupt money out of our politics, we're in serious trouble.
I'm chit-chatting with you guys.
And I think a lot of others have made this observation. It is going to take a tsunami, a blue tsunami in the midterms to get the Republicans that message that, hey, the bills are coming due. You can't run the country like Putin.
I have a lot of leeway,
anymore.
and
it's just not going to work.
Yeah, and I also think that Elon Musk and Trump hate each other.
How
I do think they
how
have
willing I am
a
to negotiate
goal,
on these
preventing
personal preferences of mine I have when it comes to these policies. However,
Congress is going to
at the end of the day,
Elon Musk, big balls,
at the
and
end of the day,
other people's ass in
my
front and
main
say,
priority
what crimes did you commit? And it's going to get really serious. And the same with Trump, because I believe, and this is just my opinion,
the betterment
that Trump and all of the bottom-feeding
the improvement of the health
him, and
and
Elon
safety
Musk and all the bottom-feeding clinger-honors that surround
society.
him, I think they commit crimes every day.
At the end of the day,
that's to reconcile all of this.
That's where
is going to take hardcore,
my
not integrity
my
Democrats.
Policy preferences
fuck
come
you
from.
Democrats. Fuck you for
and
fucking over our country. We are serious about this.
We have so many other
We're
countries
uncover
around the world
document every
that we
phone
see
call, everything you did. We will be relentless
they
about
do
it.
not
and
have.
That's the mindset they've got to have.
They still have democracies.
The electorate is going from we've got to get him out.
They are not under the threat of a tyrannical government.
Accountability. You have to have a situation where there's accountability, and I talked about this the other day with Fanone. The former
they do not have
police
the same
who almost got killed on January 6th.
Even per capita, not total.
He said, and I think it's true,
like per capita,
more than just
they do not have the same anywhere near the amount of gun deaths that we have, especially towards children.
John Roberts Supreme Court decision that gave the President of the United States a blank
check.
Like this, no man or woman should be above the law in this
adherence,
country, and Donald Trump sure as shit should not be above the law in this country. And I think the Democrats have to talk about it in these terms. That listen,
this infatuation.
If we get back in there, and I'm not saying
like
I'm part
blind
of the
adherence
Party,
towards something that is like
the Democrats should communicate. They should say
killing kids
when
unnecessarily.
In there,
like
if
it frustrates me,
If you guys are going to cling to
like
this
that's it.
idea
At the end of the day, that's it.
It's just not going to work, and that means adding seats to the Supreme Court so that that immunity decision can be overturned, and so Donald Trump can be held accountable for his crimes. I mean, right now, he's talking about taking over Venezuela for years in order to control the oil industry. And what world is that saying? He's talking about taking over Greenland and blowing up NATO. And what world is that saying? And so unless the Democrats wake up, and my sense of it right now is, to your point earlier, they're just sort of like, you know, nibbling around the edges. That's just not going to get the job done. And the people are going to lead this. I tell people all the time, and when I get invited to speak at groups and so on, I say this to folks. I am much less worried about Trump derangement syndrome, which is what you and I get accused of, than I am about Trump depression syndrome, which is that people get so down in the dumps and they get so defeated that they think that there's no way to fix any of this. And you just can't live like that. You have to live in a world where there is hope and that this can get turned around. And Donald Trump should be held accountable for what he's done. Otherwise, how do we get through this? Because it's going to send the message to the next MAGA president. You think I mean, Donald Trump can barely stay awake in the Oval Office.
Where do you got that from her?
J.D. Vance is in his early 40s.
I know.
And is backed by people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And that motherfucker can go on for another 30 years.
One of the witch's bodies.
He's going to stay... The hell he's going to fall asleep in the Oval Office.
Kill the witch. Okay.
He's going
so
to work day
just
and night
kill
to
stuff,
give this
of course.
Kleptocracy, this oligarchy, exactly
so do many
that
other
they
things.
Want.
My
so
concern is
people need
preserving
to wake up and understand that the government,
have your state pass law, have Congress allow the regulation
life,
of commerce,
as I like to
a
call it on my
firearm
show,
between the states and
this
boom
way
down.
of life is being taken away from you right now as we speak.
Yeah, I don't
get up and fight.
like. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I don't.
This is just my personal opinion.
I don't think that tightening the regulations on these firearms.
He has changed his opinion, his name, his religion, his eyeliner
would
thickness
be
on a whim at all
a threat to the
times.
preservation of our
You
union.
don't have to apologize
And
for
not only do we
God,
have
that's
plenty of
insane.
other
What are you
countries,
doing, man?
Like, have you ever,
democratic
I've never even thought
countries
of such
across
a
the
thing. That's
world
in
that we
other
can see,
vicinity.
Yeah, and I just think that
just that.
he's
A
the
tightening of
future
restrictions
MAGA.
on
It is
firearms is not a
It
threat
is a fascist, authoritarian,
to the democracy.
white nationalist MAGA.
And as a matter of
worse than
fact,
Trump.
we
And it's
actually
worse
see
than
a
Trump. It's Trump
counterfactual
with staying
going on
power.
right now.
You know, Trump
We
the
have
other
all
day
these
is, you know,
guns.
he's asking, am I going to
Like,
go to
we
heaven? Am I
have
gonna
the
go to
Second
heaven?
Amendment.
Yeah, it must be dawning on him.
You know, we
that
have
the sand
loose
in Dorothy's
legislation,
hourglass is running
loose
out,
restrictions.
you know, in The Wizard
Curtains
of
are
Oz.
closing.
The curtains
And
are closing.
we
JD
are
Vance doesn't have to worry
seeing
about that. This
the
whole crew of guys who are gonna try to
expansion
come
of a
after
tyrannical
it,
government,
they're
even though
not
we have
worried
it. So,
about that. The American
not
people
only
have
do
to
we
show
have
that
proof
movement the door. I'm not talking
that
about
it's not
Republican presidents wanna come
particularly
in
necessary,
and act like Mitt Romney and
but
folks
we
like
also
that.
have proof
Everybody can deal with that.
that
Everybody can stomach that.
having the Second Amendment doesn't
If
even
Mitt
help
Romney
prevent
had
it.
been president instead of Donald Trump in 2016,
You know?
you and I probably wouldn't be talking right now.
how many
That's right.
countries?
You know, Jen, you'd be down in Oklahoma
That's what
enjoying
we're
your
doing
life.
interior design.
You'd be
yeah.
doing that thing. But the reason why we're all
Gonna get
fired
water?
up, the reason why I talk about politics in the news
Dang
the
it.
way that I do right now, is that I am deeply worried that this is coming to an end. This way of life that you and I grew up with. You know, our young producers who are sitting off camera, they don't understand what you and I grew up with.
I know.
This beautiful thing that came out of the end of the Cold War and the post-World War II era. It's a precious thing, and it's being taken away from us right now in real time.
This episode of I've Had It is brought to you by Wild Grain. Listener, Wild Grain is the first bake from frozen subscription box for sourdough breads, artisanal pastries, and fresh pastas. Plus, all items conveniently bake in 25 minutes or less. I find this incredibly helpful because I don't cook very much and I don't know how to cook, but I oftentimes get so tired of having to go out and get food. This subscription has changed my life. I absolutely love bread. Pop them in the oven, turn on a show, go back, and I have fresh, delicious bread and pastries. Listener, there's nothing like having an artisan bakery in your freezer to
Oh
chase
crap!
away
I just
the
realized I
winter
was talking
chill.
without the
Now is the
microphone.
best
No,
time to stay
how many of
in
these
and
countries are
enjoy
unions of states that
comforting
aren't
homemade
administrative districts?
meals
What I was
with
saying is like
Wild Grain. I highly recommend
that
giving
has
Wild Grain a
absolutely
try.
no bearing
Right now, Wild
on
Grain
my
is
point of
offering
view
our listeners $30 off
whatsoever.
your first
It could
box,
be two.
plus
It could
free
be
croissants for life.
97.
You go to wildgrain.com
It doesn't matter.
/hadit
Like,
to start your
you could give me whatever
subscription
number
today.
you wanted. It would have
That's $30
absolutely.
off your first
It would not
box and
influence
free
my point of view
croissants
regarding
for
this
life
whatsoever.
when you visit wildgrain.com /hadit, or you can use the promo code HADIT at checkout.
It's a new year, and something we value at I've Had It is expertise and specialists in their field. If I'm going to work out with a personal trainer, I want that person to be an expert. And that is why we are so proud to partner
Where'd
with
the other two goobers go?
ZipRecruiter's matching
Just
technology
popped in.
works fast to find top talent, so
got
you
sick
don't
of
waste
this
time
one
or
chatter
money.
talking about
You can find out right away
Constitution
how many job
stuff all the
seekers
time and
in
left.
your area
Scaring
are
people.
qualified for your job. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can instantly unlock top candidates info. Let ZipRecruiter help you find the best people for all of your roles. 4
Shut up,
out of 5
advertisement.
employees who
I was booking for. Whether you're booking for yourself, your partner, your picky teens, your sleep light, rise early mom, or your high maintenance group chat, you can
at least I
find
keep your mind
exactly
active.
what you're booking for.
I knew you were
Find
just trolling me. I knew it.
What you're
'Cause I,
booking
like-
for. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
I knew that there was
Book
absolutely
today
no
on
other
the
way.
site or in the app.
I could have explained
I have a son in law school and a son that's a freshman at USC. And my husband
my
and I
point of
talk
view
all
about the
time
bump
that we're
stocks.
worried
I knew there
about
was no other way.
their future.
I knew it.
Yeah.
And what's really sad is when you get to my parents, boomers, you know, the worry that they have, they should just be enjoying their retirement. My mom and dad just say, we're just
Oh,
so
what the heck?
worried for you guys and for our grandkids and our great grandkids. Like, these people should be living out.
And,
you know,
and they can't afford a house. I mean, the average age of a person buying a house now is in their 40s.
Yes.
That's a goddamn travesty.
It's insane.
And so we got it. We got it.
Oh,
and,
I don't
and
fight her?
Listen,
Oh, okay.
I talked to Heather Cox Richardson about some of this the other day. People have to look back to our history to understand that there is some reason to hope, because there are different movements that come along. This is what I was going to get to earlier. You know, in 2008, you know, when I was out on the campaign trail, you know, the folks that I worked with at my old place would say, you know, Hillary Clinton's got this locked up. Don't worry about this Barack Obama guy. Hillary Clinton's, it's going to work out. She's going to be the nominee. And I was out on the campaign trail with Obama, and I would see him in these gymnasiums and these auditoriums, and I'm like, looking the way young people respond to him.
Yeah.
And I was like, guys, this is different. This is something different.
Yeah.
And he defeated the Democratic establishment and just roared into the White House and became a political phenomenon in this country. People forget about this. Heather Cox Richardson was explaining that in the late 1800s, during the time of Teddy Roosevelt, there was a whole era of progressivism that came along, a whole new era of independent journalism and a new wave of journalism that came along. Eras can change when the people lead that change. And I think that we're on the cusp of that now, if it's not crushed by the powers that be.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just completely agree. All right,
Yeah.
let's play Had It or Hit It.
Okay.
Oh my God. Welcome to Had It or Hit It. I would hit it.
Had it.
Had it. I hit it every day, sometimes twice a day. All right, Jim Acosta, Had It or Hit It, the Trump Kennedy Center.
Fuck that shit. I went over there that day. I grew up in the D.C. area, going to the Kennedy Center and stuff, and taking my first dates when I was in my 20s and stuff to the Kennedy. And I was like, oh, I'm hot shit. I'm taking this girl to the Kennedy Center. Damn,
Oh, yeah. Did
here
you
we
make
go.
out with him after that?
Yeah, I mean, it helped. It certainly helped. Dinner in the Kennedy Center helped. And I revere John F. Kennedy. He's one of my heroes. And Bobby Kennedy, not the insane one, but the
Not the
old,
brainworm?
No, not that one. And I did this. Sam and I did this on the day that it happened. We went over
well, I
to
also
the
know
Kennedy
you
Center
just
when they were
can't be
putting
trusted
his
to
name
not
up
violate
there.
the Constitution.
And
It was
I
a choice
did a little
between your
report
policy.
from over there, and I said, I'm
I
reporting
don't
from
doubt
the
you want
scene
the
of
health
yet another
policy, but you
crime
disregarded the social
committed
contract.
by Donald Trump.
Yes.
He
Is
has
the most
vandalized
off-putting.
this building, and he's a vandal.
I would
And
argue
he's putting his
that
name all over. It's like
the
he's just
social
whizzing all
contract
over the nation's
requires
capital.
us
And like a stray
to
dog
You covered
with
the
syphilis.
Obama
to
White
work
House.
towards
Were you there when he wore the tan suit?
solution
Okay, imagine if Obama,
that is
remember
mutually
how the
beneficial to
Fox,
everybody.
Their narrative was he's arrogant, he's
As much as
aloof,
possible.
he thinks he's a king. Do you
Right.
remember them saying
I
that about
remember
Obama?
I remember that.
The
For example,
fact that there's, I
the
guess you can't shame
our
the shameless,
freedom of
but
speech,
that
right?
Nobody feels
Which
any
means we have the freedom to
embarrassment or
say
shame. And then the pictures,
racial
I haven't been in
slurs,
DC since
you know,
the
obviously
aforementioned
without
Christmas
government
party, but
intervention,
is it
right?
true? I've seen these
We
images
have the
online,
freedom to
these
tell lies. We have
portraits
the
of,
freedom
like,
to
Donald's
Yes.
President Trump mugshot on
present
the building-
false
on the
or
government
misleading
building.
information.
Department of Labor.
And there is
Kim
absolutely
Jong-un
nothing
treatment
the
there on
government
Department of
should
Labor.
be
It
allowed
looks
to do about that,
insane.
right? However,
And if you're, I mean,
however,
one of the reasons why we saw it is when some of these
in order order
in DC put up the
in order to keep that from devolving into anti-intellectualism, in order to keep that from progressing into just like what we see now, which is just a bubbles of misinformation, fake misrepresented narratives.
Does Walter Reed visits?
The only thing that keeps the freedom of speech from devolving into that is the social contract, which is the idea. Like I'm going
to bring up something petty, just because I like to be petty and I think it's fun and therapeutic.
The overwhelming majority has to inherently agree that doing these things are bad for society. Right? Even though that there is nothing stopping us from doing it.
Wears a full
that is my interpretation of a social contract.
And I don't care if people wear makeup, if you're a man, if you're non-binary. I don't give a shit. When we grew up, do you remember how we used to say it's a free country all the time?
Yes.
Like even in Oklahoma, there'd be some redneck and he'd go, well, that guy's dressed like a girl, but I don't know what that is, but at least it's a free country.
That's
and
right.
The whole thing was
like,
I'm going to mind my own
business. You
don't hear people
I just want kids to be able to go to school
that much
without having to see like
I just think it's interesting
armed officers roaming the hallways. You know what I mean?
Alpha male in the MAGA movement.
Like I want parents to be able to send their kids to school
every single
without
day.
it even coming across their mind that some neckbeard incel is going to go crazy. And take out his.
It was. I understand
the fact that his parents didn't hug him enough, take it out on a bunch of like elementary school children. You know what I mean?
But some of the
like I support.
Some of the shades are a little off.
Though. There's no interpretation of social contract as a legal term, an art of law.
You can't,
also
maybe it's Maybelline.
He's really bad at blending here.
He's blending there too. It's
Hold
all
on.
Blending. I know this from being a man in television news for many years.
In person, is he really orange?
It's really orange. And I describe it this way: when you're a guy shopping for dress shoes, and it's sort of like you've got black, brown.
The definition of a social contract: an implicit agreement among the members of a society to cooperate for social benefits. For example, by sacrificing some individual freedom for state protection.
There's all the rumors that he wears the diapers and that sometimes he stinks. Did you ever smell any poop or
didn't
gas
smell
or
anything like
nothing?
Kinzinger says he smells like a pup.
Okay.
That's what Kinzinger says. He's been around.
I'm going off the book. Actually, let me look it up at Webster's.
Maybe it was after a change.
That was just the
after.
Oh, there's Oxford Dictionary.
Put the baby powder on.
That's what I'm going off of.
That
if that's different than what
I didn't smell it.
The legal definition is, then your statement is incorrect. There are interpretations of social contracts.
You didn't smell it, but I love the juicy tea.
We're descending into.
I would like the hot tea. Okay, all right, sorry.
Little kid stuff, but that's okay.
All right, moving along.
You're encouraging me. You're a bad influence on me because I will engage and continue.
I know.
And my producer Sam's like on the way here is like, you really should just go for it. And I'm in the middle of this thinking, I think I went for it and then some. But anyway.
But this is the thing about podcasting, and this is what's so cool about it, because I think the news and journalism is the gold standard. I want to say that
it should be.
But people now, because of smartphones.
Oh, that's not cool. I gotta go like all the way around.
They want to know more about Jim Acosta personally. They want to know more about Jennifer Welch personally, and they want more of a conversation like you have with a friend, where you're talking about something serious, and you're like, "Oh my God,
man,
this
I gotta go
like really bad."
all the way around. That's
because
so
that's the
stupid.
human experience. It's more relatable, and so these conversations, I think, are more digestible for people to stay engaged with politics. If we were just really serious the whole time.
No, and the question that you ask is exactly perfect, because people have asked me this. What's it like when you're with him in person? I heard he can be charming and all this. I'm like, that's beside the fucking point. He's unleashed ICE on this country, and they're murdering people. He is grabbing countries for their oil. Whether he's charming or not charming, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, people might have said that about other, 20th century dictators. It's beside the fucking point.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's a nice guy.
I think the thing about him is he's charming to some people, not to me. I've always felt like he was a blowhard, and I'm not and people that need superficial flattery, and he needs that so much. It's so off-putting for me.
It's a turn-off. Totally, I agree with you.
Those meetings where the cabinet meetings where they're going on and on, the circle jerk of just.
Or the tech titans bringing in the gold offerings and everything. It's like, dude,
there has never been an advertisement against being a billionaire, like the year of 2025. That you have all this fuck you money. And you have
popular
to go make
sovereignty. Why should a court of 9 robed nobodies decide the law for the entire nation?
Who doesn't even have the
I would argue they're not supposed to be nobodies.
Hands before he receives your
That'd be my argument. They are literally not supposed to be nobodies.
Well, 2025 was year of bending the
I mean, legally they could be nobodies.
And it's why we're in the shape that we're in right now.
And I'm sure Moses Mike Grinder Johnson
Bill Clinton could have picked, you know, freaking
he did a lot of bending
Pauly Shore to be a
a
Supreme Court justice if he wanted to.
Had it or hit it, the manosphere.
And
the manosphere, I've definitely.
I don't know. Today's Congress would have probably approved it if that's what Trump
Joe
did.
Rogan,
but
how could you have been?
I would argue that
about everything. You know what I mean?
It's not supposed to be.
One thing that we need to do is we need to get those young guys back. We need, and some of this is happening naturally anyway. If you see, like,
why should a small majority of Congress decide law for everyone in a small city thousands of miles away?
They were like, oh,
why should the slim majority dictate the terms of the union like they own it?
I think that some of these men in the manosphere, and there's two.
Well, it's not supposed to be a slim majority.
Theo Vaughn.
It's not supposed to be.
Kylie, what's the guy who's Schultz? Andrew Schultz.
Yeah, see, I don't even know some.
Like
I
even
don't really know who they are
even
either,
the.
I know that they both had Trump on. They both endorsed Trump, and since then,
there's a specific type of legislation that requires 60 votes to pass. Not necessarily a supermajority, but in the Senate.
Really,
you remember what that's called?
Steward of your microphone. If you
like,
endorsed him, and then you see the way
if legislation is being put on the Senate floor,
immigrants,
then it's not supposed. You're not supposed to be able to pass with only 30 of the senators voting to approve it. You know. So that's not true either.
An atonement by these.
That is Senate rules, not law. That can be removed by 50. Okay, but anyway, still like. A minority of senators do not have the capability of passing legislation. Like
else don't apply to us.
They don't.
We can skip the.
If only 30 senators vote to approve a piece of legislation, and the other 70 vote no, it will not pass.
Disgusting, disgraceful human beings, and that's the thing I get worried about the most with these young guys is that, you know, fascism is contagious. It is something that, you know, you can catch the bug. Misogyny is something you can catch that bug, and you can become cruelty is something you can catch that bug.
And I said, why should a slim majority decide the law for everyone?
His abusiveness
they shouldn't
become your abusiveness, and we just have to show these guys a different way. And I think some of it is talking about these things in terms that Trump would talk about these things. Talk about
but the problem we have today
caring so much about. Am I going to offend this person, or should I not say fuck? You know, I've had like relatives and friends, and you say fuck a lot.
How am I trying to explain? Like,
it's that era.
It's that
legally
era.
they can't.
Have to say it, you know,
but in practice they do. Okay.
You know, fuck it.
Think about the. Think about the
it's like, how do you put that
the
on,
Freedom Caucus, right? During Biden's administration. It was a group of like. Was it like 7 to 10 representatives in the House that were basically full-on MAGA, like the Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene,
it's almost
right?
Like they have to touch the hot
and there were like
stove,
7 to 10 of them. I don't know. I don't remember the exact number, but anyway.
Wake up and it's like, oh shit! I guess I better care about this
Republicans,
stuff. People get murdered.
That there is
were basically any legislation they wanted to pass was held hostage
people realize
by these like really 7 to 10 representatives because
that is truly
Republicans in the House knew that they would never get anything through if these few
kid that's getting
right-wing crazies
against the bullies, and that's something
were not
that,
capitulated to in some way.
Disney movies, I feel like it was something that was a part
that is
of
minority
the American
rule.
Experience, our American experience growing up.
Oh, you said why should a slim majority? Okay, I read that wrong. Why should a slim majority?
How they're celebrated.
Man. I read that as minority. My bad. I misread that.
On Fox News, they celebrate this
my mistake.
And these horrible villains.
Why should a slim majority decide the law for everyone?
Hard for me to watch.
Yeah, and you know,
I would argue that it shouldn't be a slim majority.
It's a little bit of a self-cleaning oven because
I think
the sense that Donald Trump took us to the edge of hell itself. You know, it's like we're not in hell, but we can see it from here.
This kind of sucks
because he goes
like
so far. He kind of shows us the light a little
I'm torn
bit
on
too.
this, okay?
Put it that
the
way,
Constitution
like,
would agree.
The way he went
I am torn on this. Like, Okay, here's
died, he and his wife. And
here's what it comes down to.
Even people on Fox, you had people even in the Republican Party, even in MAGA, saying that this has gone too far.
If this legislation is voted on,
it's not going to happen overnight.
And amended,
the spell is not going to be
right,
broken
and debated in good faith.
But I do think
if both parties, if their intention is to benefit the country, society, they just have different ways of doing it. Then I actually have zero issue
right now,
with a slim majority deciding the law for everyone.
To it. And if you think
but
about
that
just like,
completely relies on the idea
and we
that
all saw,
both of our parties are working with the intention, like the legitimate intention of making things better. Okay?
Yeah, me
so
too.
much. A
now,
person who worked with us, he was killed.
The reason I don't necessarily agree with that in practice today is because
and so gun violence
we have so many members of Congress that do not pass legislation. They do not propose legislation with the intention of bettering society, bettering people's lives. You know, they don't.
Yeah.
And then the funeral happens.
It's
pyrotechnics,
again,
Christian nationalist, Bible thumping, and I was on Hassan Piker's
like questions
show
like that are so nuanced. I can't. It would be a lie if I answered that definitively one way or another, because it just wouldn't be true.
That's their vibe, but
right?
Country club Republicans.
It's like there's too much nuance for me to be able to do that honestly.
And moderate Republicans, and they put on this huge megachurch funeral. And I could see, you know, like it just, there was kind of a backlash from that.
Like
well,
it might sound hypocritical for me to say that.
Why are there fireworks? Why is all of this
it's
talk
not.
about?
And the reason why it's not hypocritical for me to say that is because again, it all goes down. It all comes down to the foundation of my social ideology.
Here's your last one.
And that is what should be done for the betterment of society,
good,
for a more peaceful,
Hit it is good.
You know,
that shit of the week. You're
a peaceful,
you know,
like financially secure, healthy society, right? That's what it comes down to.
And see, this is the other thing that the kids don't know. I feel like I have to.
It's such a good
introduce them to some of the old Eddie Murphy movies and Arnold Schwarzenegger. My dad was a bodybuilder growing up.
Really?
He was. And he wanted to be Schwarzenegger and Stallone.
Did you
and all
pump
this
weights
stuff.
with him growing up?
No.
Was he like, come on, son, let's pump some weights and do manly stuff?
I was still kind of a pussy. I mean, I tried. I tried to be an athlete. It was like,
how much longer you plan on being on here?
Be on the school newspaper and run for class president or whatever.
Yeah.
But my dad, he could take me to a Redskins game growing up, and if people were fucking with us on the way to the stadium, he'd be like this. And they'd be like, "Whoa!" Like my dad, like he was a big dude.
Cuban?
He's the Cuban.
Okay.
He's the Cuban.
Macho.
So Cuban with all this, it's not a good idea.
Nobody's gonna fuck with that.
No.
Yeah.
And I, that's the era I grew up in, and I, like the right stuff.
My point is that why should we tolerate an unconstitutional law passed by some majority when it requires a supermajority to change
Rocky
it?
IV, I will break you. And then Rocky comes back.
If you have the support of the Constitution is such an issue,
Adrian,
support and the Constitution is such an issue, then an amendment would be proposed and ratified as was done every other time. Every time I reached an impasse, an amendment was proposed and some ratified. We can even pass them in batches. I don't know, maybe an hour or two.
I know. Okay,
all right. Let me.
And I get goosebumps.
Since no one else is in here, no one else showed up. Like
my show on the road and going to Iowa.
They dipped, even though I said I was going to have a vote. I'll let I'll throw the poll up here in a couple minutes.
How can you keep going to those Trump rallies? How can you keep doing that? They scream at you and they call you names and do all this stuff.
In case there's another game you wanted to see, but
my dad.
I don't know how interested you actually are in the games that I'm playing.
Restaurants, but I would go to these rallies and I would tell folks who would be like, "Why do you go to these things? Why do you keep going there?" These are the people I know. These are the people I grew up with. I grew up on a bar stool in my mom's restaurant, talking to these guys, and I still think that there's a way to bring them back. And I know people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What are you smoking?" I still think that there's a way. And I think at the end of this, we're just in the middle part of this long story. And yes, it's fucked up that he incited a riot on January 6th, an insurrection and so on. And he got back into office, and all of that is unfair and fucked up. I agree with all of that. Yeah. But that doesn't mean we're at the end of the story. You know, the Death Star had to get blown up twice.
It can't mean we're at the end of the story.
It can't mean we're at the end of the story.
This cannot, we cannot lose our country to him.
No.
This cannot, he cannot be.
My biggest disagreement with you will always be your willingness to justify the ends.
It can't be that particular.
Whatever that means.
No.
See, that's the thing. Like,
Back to the Future, not that.
it's not whatever that means. Like,
yeah, selling, grifting Bibles.
Jeffrey Epstein.
the ends don't always justify the means. Like,
it can't be him.
With the gold shit all over the White House.
If you told me that you could have a more peaceful, prosperous, healthy society where everyone's basic needs are met, but in order to do so, you have to kill 30% of the U.S. population. I'm not going to do that. So the ends do not justify the means every single time.
I've said too much, but no, not him. I 100%. Not the guy who puts orange makeup on his face.
Yeah, and apparently,
like who are the asswipes you were saying? Theo Vaughn and those shitheads.
Yeah,
he puts orange shit on his face.
And that's
like, I think that is a unfair mischaracterization.
Not him. No.
And plus, remember, like,
it cannot be.
Yeah, but that
makes
makes me think maybe it'll be JD.
It is.
Which
I think we've seen.
Then that does
in the last like 10 years, with the growth of MAGA and his cult, that it is fundamentally impossible to have a debate. If one person is debating on from a position of morals and ethics, and another person is debating on a position of legality, right? There's going to be some overlap in some places for sure.
LIDL, is that what it was? But the moral of the story is that
there's going to be more often that it's not, right?
To the corporate
like qualified immunity for cops. Like, I am 100% against that. That's absurd,
this
right?
only happens if you
but
assholes let it happen
legally,
this way.
Right, and
so don't fucking do it.
Like, you could easily say, well, legally they have the right.
Yes.
They have qualified immunity. Cops do, right?
Never be enough.
And I'm like, yeah, but I'm also against that.
Donald Trump is so great. He has a large penis.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes there's going to be some overlap, but if
the whole world could say it in unison,
if the argument, if like,
be broken, so do not
if I have
give
to,
him an inch. And
if every single
tell Donald Trump, fuck you.
Preference, if every single policy position that I have, if I have to argue from a place of legality, then I'm not going to win a lot of this, because that's not where
my mom's favorite movie.
That's not where my feelings are coming from.
I go back to it from time to time, but I firmly believe, and this is where like my European friends are like, oh, it's because you guys are Americans and you always think it's a Hollywood ending and you think you're the best at everything, and I want it to be a Hollywood ending. And I do think we're the best, and I do think we can do this. I think we can pull this off. It's going to be a little messy.
All right, let's see.
And it may not be Gavin Newsom. It may not be, the heir apparents that are floating around on the news right. Maybe it'll be Jacob Fry. I don't know.
Okay. Oh my God, I picked up more emissions.
Maybe it's somebody new who just kind of comes out of nowhere.
Okay.
We didn't see
what
it
I'm
coming.
What I'm going to do here.
Kind of like Obama.
Yeah.
Sort of like Donald Trump. We didn't see it coming.
Yeah.
But and maybe it just won't be.
There's also a difference between statutory law and constitutional law. They are not comparable.
People could say, "Oh, Jim, that's because you're from this generation that grew up with Star Wars and all that shit." It ain't gonna end that way. I will continue to believe it.
A rebuttal to that.
I can't believe it anymore until there is no more.
I'm gonna get this poll started. Give me a second.
That's what I.
You get to vote.
I refuse to give up. I just won't do it.
I want to leave the listener with that hopium from Jim Acosta.
Dang it! I typed up the title and then I forgot to freaking activate it.
Remember that none of these corporations are anything without
Since it's just you
and our money, and if they want to shit on their
I'm
customers,
only gonna make it 5
we'll
minutes.
just start boycotting them.
I canceled my Washington Post. I mean, this is the paper I grew up with.
You're gonna get a kick out of this one.
On her doorstep every morning. Read it cover to cover every morning.
Oh, dang it!
I canceled that fucking thing.
Hold on, give me a second.
When they came out with the editorial and said it was okay to bulldoze half the White House, I canceled. I canceled it live on my show. I said, no, fuck this noise. We have to start standing up, not just to Trump, but to all of the enablers. And a message has to be sent. This is running out. Which side are you going to be on?
Okay.
Our side or his side?
I agree.
And that's the way it goes.
All right, listeners.
And,
did it pop up?
And that's the way it was, as Walter Cronkite
yes.
used to say. Yeah.
Jim Acosta, thank you so much for joining me in person, filling in for Pumps.
There it is. Poll popped up.
I thought you were spectacular.
Was I okay, Pumps?
But to be honest, you just say forget the limits, dissolve the states, and only keep the Bill of Rights and institute any program you want. Legit, you can do that. The court can't do anything to stop you.
You don't want to be a pussy. You want to be a strong guy like your dad. Listener, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next Tuesday and Thursday.
I would use that power to reinstitute the states. I'm telling you, like.
Listen up, patriots, gaytriots.
I would use the power to correct
we have a new podcast
the power
that has dropped. It's called iHip News. It's Monday through Friday, every day, 15.
Joe Rogan is out there. He's getting all these it's so gross. NBC News is like, Joe Rogan questions whether we should be a Nazi state.
Whatever I could,
and he's getting all sorts
to
of
prevent
accolades for this.
The institution or the creation
it would be great
of an authoritarian government.
Joe Rogan was saying things to his audience that was helpful in this time of creeping fascism.
I'll be right back, but
galloping fascism.
Since this is talking about Joe Rogan, it's funny if I don't know if you listen to him or not, but he's a freaking meathead.
Is
a moron, but
surrounded by lies and bullshit and
with all of like tens of millions of followers, he endorsed Donald Trump for the presidency.
Fascism, and the funny part
and now
is that
whenever he criticizes something that's happening today, like ICE, right? For example. He will. This is the guy who's like, he will never.
Where are all the people about the
Second
Amendment?
He will never give credit to
Isn't the Second Amendment
Trump
always been
for appointing
the
head of ICE and DHS.
Rand Paul literally
he will never
the Second Amendment is not for deer
mention
hunting,
Trump
it's for
about the policy
tyrannical
of ICE and DHS.
I mean.
But
is there anything
he will
always now on the street?
He'll criticize the policy itself without actually saying Trump's name, and it's absolutely infuriating. Like he's smart enough to dance. He's smart enough to dance around that one word, that one person.
You're forgetting about the tyranny of CNN.
No, but there's no benefit. You either give the general government a policing power, you don't. That's what sets the state apart from the federal government. It makes them sovereign. Every other nation gets by just fines to dissolve the union and nationalize
of ivermectin.
The government.
$1 billion Spotify assets.
Again, I'm not about extremes.
Tyranny
not about that
with
life.
Having to pay taxes. Here's Joe Rogan. Here's that extended
I'll be back in a minute.
Segment.
The polls out. If I don't know if you've ever or not, but
to be achieved. I just don't know how it gets done. Because I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people
Pause it for a second.
Jesus.
It's fascinating because this moron actually, I really do think he believes what he's saying.
100%.
He's trying to have a balanced view here. On one hand,
I believe some bullshit.
We have a huge cohort of the nation who are changelings, and they are coming in here. On the other hand, people don't want to be treated as if we're living in Nazi Germany.
On the one hand,
there is no program. There has never been a program to have undocumented immigrants into this country to change elections. There is no evidence, particularly in the wake of 2024. That if you allow Latino voters in, because that's what he's talking about, right? Yeah. He's not talking about like, we're going to let in all these Irish people. And we let in Central Americans, Chinese, Somalians, that they're all going to ultimately get citizenship. We have a shitty citizenship program. And then they're going to vote for Democrats 10, 15 years from now. There's no such program. The largest.
That would require a plan.
The largest bestowing of amnesty in this country's history was done by Ronald Reagan. The Republican saint, Ronald Reagan. There is no grand plan But in his mind, there is. So that's one side, and the other side, people don't want to have you shot in the face,
Oblivion,
and murdered, and forced to show their papers.
There's nationalist political convention that isn't even an extreme. We already nationalized Bill of Rights, expanded the Commerce Clause,
Is there like a giant veil?
We only pretend at this point to
people
talk about it because I don't want it to be that way, but it already is.
These people come from, like Haiti or Venezuela, like the amount that are culpable for that sort of migration, and the idea that it's just the Democrats.
I can't point to any one problem
here and not our foreign policy.
There's a lot.
Like we're at a very a kindergarten level of thinking here.
This is it's not even kindergarten. It's so much more dangerous because
he
has the
ability
to articulate as if he's almost like a junior high guy.
Yeah.
You can't hold up a car with one piece of duct tape.
Go back a little bit so that we don't.
It takes a few.
I see both perspectives. I see the perspective of the people that say, hey, there was an illegal program moving people in here to get votes, moving people in here to get congressional seats, and we've got to change that. We've got to take those people that got in and send them back to where they came from or do something, because if we don't, they're going to keep doing it if they get in office again in 2028, and it's going to accelerate. And you're going to have to take away some of the damage that's been done.
Do you always like to know the document, like the back of your hand, see the court, rip it to shreds, and have them tell you that your eyes are lying?
Fictional.
Yeah, actually, I do know exactly what it's like.
First of all,
to have propagandists.
It's all fictional. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Try to tell the general public that what I'm seeing with my own eyes is a lie. I absolutely know exactly what you're talking about.
From a different planet. I can't. I can just tell you it's not true.
He did the same thing. He does believe this. He had Stavros Halkias on like 2 years ago, and Stav's like, but like my dad's an immigrant, he can't vote. What are you talking about?
Democratic system, because you've kind of hijacked it, and they kind of have. And then I can also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have
Who implemented this policy, Joe?
Are we really going to be the Gestapo?
Mr. Rogan, who implemented this policy that bothers you so much?
So it's
who's responsible? Say it.
Than I think people want
Say it.
to
It's really not that complicated.
Listen, it's very complicated, and this guy's got a galaxy-level brain, so he can assess between the totally fictional thing that he's talking about. I mean, just look at the Latino vote in 2024. It's available to everybody. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that a lot of times recent immigrants end up voting more conservatively
I think I was using the
because they
controller
want
for
to
this.
be more associated with like the, harsher, more nationalistic party. But also, the time that it takes for you to become a citizen is literally counted in like double digits. But Rand Paul is there, and he's a senator. He knows the truth, and so he's gonna correct Joe Rogan, right? Like, this isn't going to be a complete buffet of misinformation brought to you by a massive corporate behemoth, Spotify.
I don't know if I want to continue my previous game.
How many 20 million
the
people
load times
watch
were
this
absurd.
or whatever it is?
This game has a problem with
That's not going to happen, right? Play it.
So it's
like
more
really bad load
complicated
times
than I think people want to admit. People want
once
to look
you
at
get
this as a
once you
black and
progress
white
far
issue.
into the game.
If you're a compassionate person or if you're a pragmatic person, and I don't think that's
give it a
true.
shot and see what
I think
happens.
it's both.
But I think the argument needs to be made again and again.
Oh,
the
wow.
left needs to hear that they have created this situation.
Oh, God,
by
I haven't touched it since
disobeying
May.
The immigration laws, by ignoring the deportation orders, by not reporting people who are committing crimes. Now, we're not talking about some guy mowing lawns. We're talking about somebody who stole a car, somebody who raped somebody. They are in jail. So this isn't the ordinary working person who's here illegally. We're talking about the criminal illegals in our country.
Okay, pause it. Okay, first of all, just a blatant lie. But there's two lies here. One is a little bit, you have to tease out a little bit. The first lie being that this enforcement stuff has anything to do with criminals. 70% of the people they're picking up have nothing to do with any criminal activity whatsoever. But the other thing is that there is a complete and total lack of understanding of what a sanctuary city or state is.
Laggy.
And he's about to articulate that complete
probably
lack of
has to have
understanding.
so much crap.
A sanctuary city or a sanctuary state is simply that. Not if you're an immigrant, you get a free pass.
I could probably sell a bunch of these arrows,
to,
I think.
Steal a car or to rape people or sexual assault or to steal, whatever it is. No.
Because we're woke.
You will get arrested. You will go through the criminal justice system. You can get sent to jail. The only difference is that they will not hand you over to ICE if based upon your immigration status, because if if police departments and EMSs and whatnot start to report, and that's all it is, if they start to report when they come in contact with people who are undocumented, then these people will stop reporting crimes that take place. They will stop being good community members.
That looks terrible. I think I dropped the graphics.
Here he is. He's going to go on this
being so laggy.
Probably billion-dollar platform of Spotify and continue to lie.
Now, we're not talking about some guy mowing lawns. We're talking about somebody who stole a car, somebody who raped somebody. They are in jail. So this isn't the ordinary working person who's here illegally. We're talking about the criminal illegals in our country.
Well, I think most people were in favor of getting rid of gang members, criminals, murderers, rapists. Most people were in favor of getting rid of
Pause it. I got news for you. Most people, I would say probably everybody.
You and I have different definitions of funny, but I know what you mean.
Have been emphasizing.
Literally, that is what the Obama administration, when it deported more people than any time that we have had prior to that, was doing. But it's exactly what the operations of ICE were doing.
One other thing this does is when it removes it into, like, it puts it into a purely political realm when these people are being exploited for the labor that they do. And even J.D. Vance was saying, look at how bad it is that these people take jobs. It's like Trump does that too. You're not going after bosses for this. You're just going after delivery drivers.
Is that the left-wing cities that are sanctuary cities are not reporting that. That's part of the reason why ICE is in Minnesota.
And a good example of that is Aurora, right? Aurora, Colorado, where Trent Dogwell was taking over apartment buildings in a sanctuary city. So the police
I don't remember how to switch between weapons. I forget.
Okay, yeah. First off, what's really insane is that you think that the police couldn't do anything about it. The local police could do everything about it. It is literally what their
I forget how to quick switch between weapons.
They don't say like, well, it's undocumented immigrants, so we don't have police authority here. That's
you're right, it isn't. Oh my gosh, good catch.
Aurora is not a sanctuary city.
My bad. You're not missing much.
I don't know what to tell them. Colorado State has some statewide rules, but Aurora is less sanctuary-y than other places in Colorado. I mean, this is what it is to have real big success.
There we go.
That's when, like, you get big enough where not only do you not have to do the work, it doesn't matter.
And they still will quote you about are we going to become the Gestapo, dude? We've got to do something,
Good stuff. But it's, it's tricky. On one hand, we have half the country who are pro-rape and pro-killing.
I have all these freaking errors.
On the other hand, people are like, well, maybe we don't want to have like our citizens shot in the face. Just go ahead a little more.
There's no way all I have is a freaking dagger. There's no freaking way.
It's a lot of problems.
But we solved at least half of them today,
think we did.
right?
Rand, thank you so much. I've been a
big fan since back when I started thinking that aliens were living in Mount Shasta.
Yeah, thanks, Libertarian. All the way. And next week, Peter Thiel's coming back on for the 5th time to talk about the Antichrist and stuff.
Bingo dango, I just watched ICE driving a fire ladder truck to launch a raid on some roofers, not the everyday working man. My ass.
the insistence on that lie, because it's all over the DHS won't boast about kidnapping people who are just on like a roof, regardless of their immigration status. It's always look at this violent person.
Switch weapons now, maybe.
And yet, what do we see every day?
Hey, folks! Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
What is taking place in the last 2 years is a full genocide.
Studios and directors, producers, they know that they cannot support.
Right off the bat.
People that are supporting such atrocities.
There are rumors, there are reporting that David Ellison, the new very pro-Israel boss at Paramount, has put you on a blacklist.
For one person that may say, I don't want to support these guys, so and so, they're going to do like...
I don't want third person.
They're going to do it, even if they don't care. How about the news anime? So that's how the world has changed.
This is a universal story about a family surviving.
I don't even remember what the button was for sneak. Like I'm sneaking, I don't remember how to unsneak.
Personal loss, tragedy. The term occupation is so benign. For something that is so brutal and violent, we've so normalized Palestinian suffering that we expect it at this point.
A lot of people watching must be wondering, what is Javier Bardem doing on this project? When did you become involved in the Palestinian freedom struggle?
You can take side of this. If you take a side of this by not supporting a movie like this,
I should not have gone so long without playing this game.
The old will die and the young will forget. If you're unfamiliar with that phrase, then consider yourself lucky, as it's often used to taunt Palestinians into forgetting about liberation and accepting the status quo of occupation. But the latest film from Emmy-nominated director and actor Shireen Davis
It's really funny that I'm a
exactly
local
why
rep, but I can
cannot
make no
and
suggestion
will
regarding
not
my
forget.
knowledge of state law and ability has no bearing on the Constitution besides very few things. A state could pass a law requiring the legislature to wear clown shoes or be executed. Freedom.
All that's left of you is Jordan's official submission for Best International Feature Film for the 98th Academy Awards, and it highlights Palestinian trauma as it travels from one generation to the next, carrying the weight of occupation, dispossession, apartheid. The film has a perfect score on Rotten Tomatoes. You heard that right, 100%. And while it sports mega talents on screen like Saleh Bakri, who's worked in films like Palestine 36 and The Teacher, we showcased here at Zateo before, it also has A-list celebrities behind the camera as well.
People forget how
Two of
powerful their
Hollywood's most
state is.
outspoken voices on Palestine, Mark Ruffalo and Javier Bardem, were announced as executive producers for the film very recently. Joining me now to discuss the film is the legend himself, Javier Bardem, and the film's director and lead actor, Shireen Davis. Shireen, Javier, thanks so much for joining me to talk about this amazing film. Shireen, this film of yours, it started as an idea years ago.
It's got to use
Jordan's
invisibility.
official submission
How
for the
powerful
98th Academy
neighboring
Awards.
states can be.
Congratulations. You have Javier here and Mark Ruffalo, a good friend of mine, as executive producers. You have a US distributor for the film. I'm sure a lot of people in the US don't want your film to be shown here. How does it feel to be, I don't know, doing so well with such an important film about Palestine?
You know, it was so challenging to make this film and get it to this point. But it just was never, there was never a choice to do anything other than just get it done and make sure that as many people as possible all over the world see the film. And so the fact that people are seeing it, it's going to festivals all over the world, it is getting attention, really just, it feels like a joyful act of resistance right now, given everything that's happening in the world. And I'm just staying
the power
really
of the compact
focused
clause is
on
absurd. You can
the
create
goal here, which is getting the
federally
movie seen as
enforceable
widely as
laws without Congress.
A joyful act of resistance, that's a great description. And in terms of getting it seen as widely as possible, you have these two new execs. One of them is sitting right here, well not right here, he's in Madrid. But Javier, this year has been unique for Palestinian cinema. A lot of great films that we've talked about here at Zateo. This is one of many. What made you want to come on board with this film as an executive producer? What drew you to this specific story? What drew you to it?
I think the humanity involved in it, and also the art. Shireen is an amazing director, writer, actress. I mean, I was blown away by the fact that she was capable of doing so many things so good at the same time with such a delicate matter and theme, and transport us to a whole generation three generations of family through Nakba 1948 till today, with such delicacy and also with the heart that the movie has. And
I want to make a combined universal healthcare system, use a state compact, and create a joint agency. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Subscribe and tap the bell so you never miss a video.
But the reason they don't do that is because of how heavily influenced even Democratic legislators are, how influenced they are by the healthcare lobby.
Film. It's a beautiful film.
Health,
it's also
like the insurance
quite
companies.
Uncomfortable to watch at times. And I mean that as a compliment. I think we should be discomforted by what we see in the cinema. You see the occupation up close and personal. It's not abstract in your film. It's very real, it's very human. It's kidnapping, it's humiliation, it's curfew, it's violence, it's racism. What did you most want to focus on in the film? What you were telling the story about?
Why do I not have a
Sadly,
sword? That's so freaking weird. I usually have a sword.
What jumped out to you when you're making the film?
You know, I think because I'm Palestinian American, I grew up in the diaspora, sort of with the heartache of my father's, forced exile. And I grew up watching him become more and more disillusioned as he, witnessed the deterioration of his homeland. And I watched his health suffer because of the chronic stress and devastation and worry. And I really
the odds of
wanted to tell
corrupting
the
multiple
story
state
of
legislators at a
these
local level is
political
much
events that
harder
we've been
than a
reading
bunch
about
of federal
for decades,
races. Yeah.
where Palestinians are usually relegated to nameless, faceless
Yeah,
headlines.
that's true.
I wanted to tell the story of how these events impact people over
I would
time,
argue that
how they change
if
a
you look at
family, how
the
they change
Texas
relationships
state
within the family.
legislature,
I wanted the kind of historical
I
events
think
and the
it's
political
like
events
somewhere,
to really be background.
I don't remember
And for
exactly what the
people
number
to
is,
be
but
in
it's
the
somewhere
foreground,
between
for us
80 to
see how
90%
are impacted
of the
by all of these
Republican
headlines that
legislators
we've been reading,
at
and
the
that's
state
really what I
level in
focus on
Texas
in the film.
have
the term
received
occupation
campaign
is so
contributions
benign.
from a pair of
For something that is so brutally
billionaire
violent,
brothers
daily
that are
violence. Palestinians have been killed every single day since 1948.
in the oil industry.
And yet we go around and we say this word as if it's nothing, as if
So it's
we've
like-
so normalized Palestinian suffering that
It's
we
like
expect
Wilkes
it at this
is
point.
the last name, and
It would
Farr.
almost be more abnormal for
Maybe I guess they're not
Palestinians
brothers,
not to
but
suffer.
they're buddies
I wanted
regardless.
to show the daily brutal violence and the different kinds of violence because it's not just physical. I've seen my father harassed and humiliated at checkpoints. I've been harassed and humiliated at checkpoints. I wanted to show the psychological and emotional impact of occupation and really the impact of all of these events on family over time and the passage of trauma because of something that began in 1948, this collective trauma that every Palestinian feels called the Nakba.
Javier, Shireen talks about family members having experienced that humiliation of checkpoints. Perhaps the most powerful
Who
scene
still
in the
sees
entire
me?
movie is when Salim and Noor, this father and son, are caught by a group of soldiers outside of a curfew that they don't even know is in place. And the father is humiliated by this group of Israeli soldiers. He has to say things like, "I'm a donkey," insult his son's mother. I wonder how many people in the US, in the UK, in Spain will watch this film and think, I never knew anything like that.
Also, the
I was
states
not
do
told this
know they can
by my
withdraw
media.
from the state compact that allowed.
I think a lot, because even myself, I read about it, I knew about it, but I never experienced it. And that's what movies
that allowed
and art can really
federalized
create for us. To not only makes us understand, but to make it feel it. To make it feel it on a skin level. And then you realize that there is no excuse, there's no justification for such a wild,
I get it. I gotcha.
horrible act of humiliation.
That would pressure the federal government
no matter
to knock it off with the
what's the cause behind.
Gotcha.
And I think that's what this movie brings to a wider audience. The fact that we are exposing in an emotional way without manipulation, which is a very strong word. She's not manipulating anybody in this movie, which for me was a very important point. Like, it's such an important matter, and it's coming so much from her heart. I mean, her father, the whole backstory story of her. And if it was me, I can't imagine to put in images or in the writing something like that has to do with my own family. I was amazed by the fact that she was capable of bring the heart, bring the pain, bring the joy of the family, bring the happiness, the hope, the faith, all those things are so strong, and at the same time do it from a distance
as an invasion,
so we can really witness and feel what these people are feeling, know what the director is feeling by watching these people.
That would be nice.
And that's major in this movie, and that's what makes people understand what we're talking about. And I don't know, I can't even imagine one member of the audience saying, no, I don't, or no, that was not true. It's impossible.
And Shireen, Javier puts it so well there about the realism and the emotion and seeing it in real time. Obviously, it is a film. It is a fictional film.
Why do I have so many
it's inspired
arrows?
By true events. It is very realistic, and a lot of it resonates with what's happening in the news right now in the West Bank when you watch that film. We interviewed, Shireen, several Palestinian directors and actors this year. And all of them seem to say the same thing, which is their films almost didn't happen because of the genocide, because of the last 2 years, post-October the 7th. You, I believe, were supposed to start filming in Palestine 2 weeks before October the 7th. What happened? How did you navigate around that? What happened to the film?
Well, we entered a state of total crisis.
Where the frick did this guy come from?
Weren't sure what we were going to do, whether we'd be able to
Well, it would be nice as that would imply civil war.
I had spent nearly 5 months
Stay
on the
compacting
ground
and
prepping
nice.
with my local crew. We
But
had
also
to evacuate, within days of October the 7th, and all of the escalation that came very, very quickly after
of
that.
state resources since
clear that
disposal
we
clauses
weren't
Mitrovic
able to move around the West Bank. Cities were being sealed
or give
off,
it to the
checkpoints
states,
were
but they
closing,
refused
there were
to
rumors that the
sell.
border was going to close. It was very, very tense. And so really within days we evacuated. And in many ways the
I'm pretty much
lived
down.
what most Palestinians live.
I'm pretty much down to
exile,
consider any
fleeing.
option.
We were searching for Palestine everywhere
that would
but Palestine after that.
resolve
We had lost all of the financing that we had already spent.
the
we had begun construction on locations in Palestine.
polarization
we had amassed a giant
that we're
warehouse
seeing
of
today.
beautifully crafted, carefully curated props and set dressing from all of the different time periods. One of the most devastating things, of course, was having to leave our Palestinian crew behind.
As long as
Not certain
basic
whether we
needs
were
are
able
being
to
met.
bring them with us, or whether we would be able to return to Palestine, which was always the hope, of course. But the situation just escalated and escalated, as we know, and we were never able to return. We had to constantly be kind of figuring out what to do, where to go. We were raising money all the time. And a
Am I like
film
a
that should have
public
been
mine?
shot over 3-4 months
Allen
at the
Cave.
most took 11 months from the beginning of production until the end of production.
Is
and that
that
was
guy?
because we were in a process of
The heck?
stopping and starting and stopping and starting. We had to stop because we'd run out of money, or because we had to figure out where to go next. We had shot everything that we could in
Bleak Mine
Cyprus, for
Guard
example.
Captain.
and
I don't. What the
decided
heck?
to go
I'm
to
not in Bleak
Jordan.
Mine.
We shot most of the
This
film
game is so
in Jordan,
confusing.
in the Palestinian refugee camps in the north of Jordan, which was great because we were able to
Kinda feel
work
like I
with
should
the
have started
Palestinian
over.
refugee community in what is essentially the telling of their own story. This is the story. This film is the story of how Palestinians became refugees, starting in 1948.
If you want the
and
actual
then we finished
solution.
the film in Greece. But
Just
it was
destroy the system.
emotionally incredibly
left?
draining and devastating to be making a movie
It's a
about
commerce
the
general
ongoing
welfare
ethnic,
clause to create
ethnic cleansing
policing
of
power
Palestine as we're
till you
witnessing
can amend
a
the
much larger
Constitution
ethnic cleansing
or make
and
it dead
Nakba.
letter.
And I think that the movie, in some ways, has even more emotional depth and resonance
In that
because of
hypothetical,
everything that we were experiencing. And
I would definitely go the amend
and I
route
can
because
say
I do.
very easily that we
I do
poured,
like the idea
everyone who worked on this film, we
of
just
having the
poured
3
ourselves into it.
branches.
Our
you
love,
know,
our compassion, our grief,
as
our anger,
a legitimate
our sadness, all of it went
check
into the film.
on the other 2.
And
you
it
know
was
what I mean?
amazing to get
I
to
actually,
be
I
able to
really do love
create
that
at a time
idea.
of such destruction.
Yes.
So the movie really
Like-
became a gift for all of us who worked on it.
I mean, in theory,
Well, it's a gift for all of us now. I would remind people.
Supposed to work
watch
great,
this
you know?
Out here in the US, where we are, Javier, the film was shot at the same time as Gaza was going through this unimaginable grief, suffering.
Like, I like the idea.
Genocide. You've not been afraid to call
It's just
it
like-
a genocide. You've even said that people are
It's hard to
silent because they're
prepare-
afraid, but that silence is support for genocide.
it's hard to prepare
Has it become
for
easier to talk
creeping
about Palestine in Hollywood, in your
authoritarianism
view,
because
in
it's
your
like
experience?
you know
Well,
you
I have
don't
to say
you
that
don't
I'm
necessarily
not- I mean, I can't
notice
represent
your hair
Hollywood by
growing every
itself
day,
because I don't know what
or,
Hollywood is. It's funny because Hollywood, in one sense,
you know, your nails
yes,
growing
there's
every
this
day.
huge,
But then all of a sudden you wake up one day
Zionist,
and you're like, oh
strong
crap, I gotta cut my
right-wing
nails. That's
Zionism,
basically what happened. That's basically what the Heritage
behind
Foundation did
studios,
to this
behind
country.
Productions, but funny enough,
Yeah.
Hollywood as a creative entity, it's a Babel tower of everybody from every kind of place in the world. So it's one of the most liberal places I've been, meaning you meet people from all over the world with one goal, which is create something beautiful. But of course, money rules, money talks, and money is ruled by who is ruled, AIPAC, among many other things. And yes, there's some rules to follow, and if you don't follow those rules, you can have consequences, of course. But at the same time, I think it's easier and easier to defend something that is absolutely obvious to anyone that has common sense and a heart. That what is been going on for so many years, but exactly what is taking place in the last 2 years is a full.
I'm like completely genocide. Wrapped in Chameleon. And I must have been working on this for a while.
Either you support it by your silence, or directly supporting it by supporting IDF or IOF, or you just denounce it. And as the book says, in the time when speaking of Palestine is not dangerous anymore, everybody would have been.
Yes. Everybody would have
to have talked about it. No, this is the moment to talk about it. No, not in 10 years.
But I would say that more and more people are talking about it with not being afraid of being backlash or something like that.
Why am I still being spotted? What the heck?
Studios and directors, producers, they know that they cannot support people that are supporting such atrocities. And it's funny, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day saying, yeah, of course I'm going to lose people that are going to watch my movies in the United States and Israel, of course, Germany, UK maybe. But let me tell you something. For one person that may say, I don't want to support this actor for so-and-so, they're going to be like 20 that they're going to do it, even if they don't care about the movies that I made. So that's how the world has changed, and that's something to celebrate.
Javier, I've got to ask, you mentioned kind of studios and producers. You signed a pledge alongside 3,900 industry names that you will not work with anyone who justifies or supports the genocide in Gaza. You said me not getting a job is absolutely irrelevant compared to what's going on there. It's that easy. I do wonder about the backlash that you must have had from people in Hollywood. Paramount, for example, came out and very loudly condemned the people who signed that boycott. There are rumors, there are reporting that David Ellison, the new very pro-Israel boss of
being
Paramount,
the owner of a company,
has put you on a blacklist.
We're like, you know what?
Yeah, no wonder. I mean,
we're not going to hire you
but the thing
because
it's not so much about
you do not support a genocide.
It's about who we want, who we
so freaking absurd, man.
And that's something that is gonna be unfolding in the next years to come. And one thing that we make sure to everybody understand: we are not going against people or like from their nationalities or their religious or ethnic origins. We're going for companies and
enemies. What are you talking about?
This genocide and this ongoing apartheid and occupation, illegal occupation, of course.
Shireen, how much hostility have you had in the film industry in Hollywood as a Palestinian wanting to tell Palestinian stories? How hard was it to get this film made?
Well, I knew I was never going to find financing in the U.S. through traditional, Hollywood companies or production companies.
Oh, I gotta
when
go towards
the
Murder.
script, I went immediately to partner with European producers, knowing that probably I could find European public funds for the film, which we did, and funds in the Arab world. And so the majority of the financing really came from public funds.
You don't have to get rid of the 3 branches.
You
can also get a similar effect.
But also private equity and donations.
I think.
And in that way, the
film
came
what's
together
missing.
Quite quickly. I think there's a very emotional
I wouldn't know how to do this.
To the script. I think that,
just because of
the story really came across
on
the page, which was
a
really
wealthy narcissist's ability
to see.
To accumulate
I think that
control.
For me, what was the rude awakening
you know what I mean?
Was that after working so hard to make a movie
I don't know how it could
really
be created
appeals to a universal audience. This is a universal story
without
about a family surviving decades of political upheaval.
Without having to worry about corruption seeping in, you know what I mean?
It's really a story
like,
about family,
there
love,
absolutely has to be
human connection. It's a story anyone
like some
can
sort
relate
of
to anywhere.
oversight
And
of each one of the branches. You know what I mean?
Many non-Palestinian, non-Arabs say to me, this could have been my family during World War II.
Like the executive branch should not have control of the Department of Justice.
Unbelievable reaction
you know what I mean?
to the film. Multiple standing ovations.
Great stuff like
reviews, that. Very, very
like there should be some sort of like independent body that oversees
company and streamer essentially passed on the movie,
each one of the three branches, and if they start doing
if you were
doing some fuck shit,
put in any other group of people,
like,
we would call that racism.
Time to get you out of here.
And I feel like it's still acceptable for
you know what I mean?
These
I don't know how that would be implemented. I don't.
That they are afraid of our stories
because corruption and partisanship
are not being told. We've never
and
seen a film
ideology would
we've never
inherently start to make its way into that system.
We don't understand. We don't
the states act as oversight of the federal government, but they haven't exercised that power in a long time.
We don't know what they had.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We've never seen anything like this, and I would think that at this time, when Palestine is on the forefront of people's minds, everyone is thinking and talking about what's happening.
But if you see the problem again, it's like it creates another issue that has to be addressed. Is the politicization of the legal process? You know what I mean?
That really there is an audience for these films. And
whether it's within the checks and balances system.
And of course,
or whether it's in the actual judicial system.
Javier, I've got to ask, this film
you know what I mean?
About a moment ago, the people who
like that has to be addressed. And the only way that can be addressed is addressing this this unnecessary dichotomy of parties that we have right now. You know?
How did you discover Palestine? A lot of people watching must be wondering, what is Javier Bardem doing on this project?
We either need to have,
when did you become involved in the
I would say
Palestinian
no fewer than 5 different parties, or we need to have 0 parties. Like we need to assess each candidate based on their policy positions. Like I would actually prefer that over like making it easier for other parties. You know. Like no, there's no parties. Get out of here. Like, what's your policy? Like, what is your policy stance on X, Y, and Z? You know. Tell me.
The people are committing those atrocities.
Why do this character feel so short?
Israel, United States, with the support of Germany and UK, most of all.
I guess I'm not that short. Just look short.
Going through a whole impunity that really makes me feel absolutely devastated as human beings.
Also, with the Senate not representing the state political bodies, there is no selfish ambition to counteract federal power.
Of course we know that. And we have to also point out the atrocities that are going there for so long. But the thing here is that the support of the so-called democratic states and democracies like the United States, Europe, are so
I gotcha. Okay, I see what you mean now. Yeah.
And that if we really don't make something
but
about it,
man, like, what sucks is like greed and selfishness is at the heart of our problems.
It's gonna suffer forever because if this doesn't stop it,
like, I don't think there's got to be a way to where the focus can be on, you know, cooperation as opposed to like selfishness. You know, it's just like so many people in this country have this like individualist mentality, like kind of like this this fuck you, I got mine kind of mentality, you know.
By not supporting a movie like this,
honestly, like I blame capitalism on that, not necessarily our government.
Shireen, let me ask you this: where can people? You have got a distributor. Where can people see the film and when, especially in the US?
Yes, I've partnered with Watermelon Pictures to co-release the film, and it will be distributed in the US beginning January 9th. In New York and Los Angeles and San Francisco to begin with, and then we'll be expanding wider in the weeks to follow.
Fantastic. Mark your diaries, mark your calendars, people who are watching at home. It is a must-watch film. I do want to end by asking you a kind of question I ask a lot of guesties, especially on the Palestine issue. For people like us who have been watching 2 years of a live stream genocide, 2 years plus, as Javier said, 30,000 kids killed. How do you keep hope alive, both of you? A lot of people will be wondering, how do these guys stay hopeful? How do they stay committed to art and work and storytelling? Shireen, and then Javier.
Well, you know, I think the way I keep hope alive is sort of similar to like the hope that I show in this film, which is it's hope in humanity. It's hope in you know, the fact that people are waking up right now, that people are speaking up now more than ever, and becoming more aware.
That's why the founders made the system based on ambition, countering ambition rather than cooperation. Yeah, well,
that, you know,
here's the problem.
I think it's pretty easy to conclude that many of us have lost hope in politicians and political systems, and you know, we realize that there's much work to do on
the
that
cooperation
front. But really, it's hope in
is
people
based
at this time.
in
That's really where my hope is.
You know,
and more than that, you know,
basic
for
like
me,
a basic
the way I
moral
keep
framework.
going is
You know what I
also
mean?
knowing that I have a
Then cooperation is
responsibility as
awesome.
someone with a level
But
of
when you have
privilege who's not
selfishness,
experienced any kind of not experiencing
and
any kind of
you
direct
have
manifest
two of the
violence.
branches cooperating for selfish purposes,
really to keep going and to speak
it's like
up and to
it just
have
completely
the
destroys the purpose.
to advocate on behalf of those who are less fortunate at this time.
Javier?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I can't add anything else to.
This is not where I wanted to be.
Shireen said. I only want to bring one line that I think the character says in the movie, which is existence is resistance. And
I have a place in the mountains somewhere.
There are not many countries like Palestine or even Western Sahara that can show that.
Like, I think we need to change course and ask ourselves if we are serious about continuing the experiment. Should we just abandon the experiment and just focus on national well-being? Well, I believe that the current Republican Party wants to do one of those things.
Artistically speaking, or even politically speaking, or you as the amazing journalist you are, then there's no hope.
I appreciate you both, and thank you for that message at the end. The film is called All That's Left of You. It's out in the US in January. Look out for the movie. It will stop you in your tracks. Thank you,
the Senate was
Shireen.
designed to have
Thank you,
selfish
Javier,
people
for
who would
bringing
act
this film
against
to
the
us.
federal government. You think the
Thank
old
you so
Senate would
much.
give
Thank you
the
for having
executive
us.
more power?
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe
Not
to this
when-
YouTube channel and turn on notifications.
Not when
For
things were less
exclusive content
polarized,
and to
when you
support
had more
our independent,
crossover, like when
unfiltered
you had,
journalism, head over to Zeteo.com.
you know, when you had
Will
conservative
support
Democrats and you had, you know, liberal Republicans. No.
All right, guys. So, you know, I've talked about quite a bit that I think our Tea Party wave is here. I do. I think the left-wing Tea Party wave is here. And I love it. I love to see that. It's a little kind of crazy, though, because I remember, you know, I was one of the co-founders of Justice Democrats, and we missed our window. We were too soon with Justice Democrats. To be fair, we had a bunch of victories. Like, we had a bunch of people run as Justice Democrats and win. Right, I mean, AOC obviously being the most prominent, but you also have Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Ro Khanna, of course, joined the Justice Democrats. So, but we were too early. We were too early. We created it after Hillary lost to Trump, and, you know, 2018 or so was what we thought our moment. But right now, your average Democratic voter is way more radicalized than your Democratic voter in 2018, and all of the polling data indicates that. I mean, for example, right after Trump got elected the first time, the overwhelming majority of Democrats wanted Democrats to try to work with Trump, try to compromise, find bipartisan solutions, etc. Now, that totally fucking flipped. It was maybe like that for like a week or two or a month or so after Trump got elected the second time. But now people are like, oh my God, no, we need you to oppose literally everything they do because these people are satanic. And the polls reflect that people feel like, no, do not work with them. You have to defeat them. Defeat the Republicans is the mindset now. Well, guess what? We're getting even more polling data coming in, validating the idea that Tea Party wave on the left is unstoppable. So let's take a look. Harry Enton says, liberal used to be a 4-letter word in this country, but no longer. The percentage of Americans identifying as liberal is at a 50-year high. Most Democrats now say they're liberal, 59%. A 50-year high, too. Also, the Dem lead on party ID is even bigger than at this point in 2018, which, of course, was still a big election for Democrats. Let's watch.
You know, when I was a kid, liberal was a 4-letter word. Nobody wanted to identify as liberal.
Which, by the way, one of my first videos ever on Secular Talk in like 2008 or 2009 was let's reclaim the word liberal. Because that was like the peak of, you know, the besmirching of that label, and like nobody wanted to identify as it because Rush Limbaugh and Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity had spent a decade or more like ruthlessly shitting on the concept of being a liberal, and everybody sort of ran away from the label because of the giant like propaganda network on the right, which like smeared the idea, right? And one of the first videos I did was "Let's Bring That Word Back." Now, of course, this was pre, understanding politics from a more advanced perspective and understanding liberalism versus leftism, etc. And that was one of my first videos. And by the way, keep that in mind too as we're watching this, that the way your average American thinks of politics is just a liberal conservative spectrum.
That's what I mean.
Where the more liberal you go, the more left-wing you are, the more conservative you go, the more right-wing you are, and that's it. They don't look at it in a more dynamic way. They don't look at it like it's the quadrant spectrum where it's like libertarian left, authoritarian left,
either way, I doubt this
right,
will end well.
right.
Think about it. Nobody cares about the stuff
They don't look
or
at like leftism as distinct
or if they should
from
follow
liberalism.
a process.
So just understand that as we watch this, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Guess
they
what?
have
The folks identifying as liberal, it has hit, get this,
it's
a 50-year high, and you can see it pretty well here. Take a look here. The conservative lead over liberals. This is self-ID political ideology. Back when I was a kid, conservatives had a 22-point advantage.
I got mine mentality.
Huge advantage. Now, it's just
and
7 points.
It's holding
That is a 15-point shift away from the conservatives towards the liberals in terms
small
of the margin
portion
between the two
of
As
douchebag voters,
the
cult members,
liberalness of this
are holding an entire party
high. I went
hostage.
all the way back looking at polls since 1976.
Like you watch, like because of Nick Fuentes, because his his little pocket of right-wing extremism is enough of the voter base that the Republicans know they either have to find a way to cancel the elections, or they have to capitulate to the right-wing anti-Semitic fascists, like full-on fascists,
but take a look here. Democrats who say they're liberal in 1976,
in order to win
it was 30%.
any elections.
Actually went down a point. It was 29%. Look at where we are today.
Wow. So in 2001, only 29% of Democrats said they were liberal, and now it's 59%. That's insane. That's such a huge swing.
59%. 3 in 5 Democrats say they are liberal. It might have used to be that the Democratic Party was almost more moderate conservative. Bill Clinton, of course, DLC, the Democratic Leadership Council, no longer the case. That DLC is adios amigos. This Democratic Party is a liberal. It is a liberal party. 59% of Democrats now identify as liberal.
It's like the right wing is pushing so hard and so fast.
When your average American
like,
says,
I don't
liberal,
think that moderation
really
on the left is going to help at all.
I'm further left.
I don't think they're going to accomplish anything.
They don't know the terminology, right? But that's really what they're saying. Because again, most Americans think just a basic liberal conservative spectrum. They say I'm liberal, they're saying I'm left, right? That's what it is.
All the data I could find dating back to the Gerald Ford administration.
All right. Whatever people say about their ideology, where do the parties stand right now with the midterms approaching?
Yeah, okay, so that is not the only good news for liberals. Take a look here. The party ID margin, Democrats versus Republicans. Now get this. In the latest reading, according to Gallup last quarter, it is an 8-point advantage for Democrats. That looks nothing like what we saw going into the 2022 midterms when Republicans had a 5-point advantage and, of course, took back the House. This is even better than what we saw Democrats had back in 2017 in quarter 4 when they had a 6-point advantage. And, of course, Democrats easily took back the House then. This follows 2017. 2018, Democrats are going to take back the House.
So way more people are now self-IDing as a Democrat. It was +5 in 2021. Now it's for Republicans. Now it's +8 in 2025 for Democrats. So in other words, my way of reading that is people look at what Trump is doing and they're going, oh my God. The opposite of this in every way, shape, and form. So look, why? Why is it that now more Democrats are identifying as
take the House, Trump gets more extreme, constant articles of impeachment,
at what the
Insurrection Act, the court trying to play hot potato, wanting to be locked in 2.0.
And they view what's currently happening correctly.
Talk to anybody about the law and see what happens. Whatever is acceptable is lawful.
Republicanism. That's what it is. So they're going, I'm the opposite of that in every way. Call me liberal, call me democratic. I'm the opposite of whatever the fuck is going on here. I'm the opposite of that shit. And then also, when you get into specifics and you go through the polls on the actual issues themselves, then it paints an even clearer picture. Because you have the majority of Americans want Medicare for all, and free college, and a living wage, raising the minimum wage,
Trump,
and ending the wars, and ending the corruption, and getting money out of politics, and
the articles
the rich,
of impeachment
and,
that have been attempted against him have been absolutely legitimate.
You go issue for issue, and Americans are on the left.
That's what's infuriating.
They want like a social
but the right wing has done such a good job
that you see in, like,
to, with their projection messaging.
Like, they look at that and they go, yeah,
weaponizing the DOJ, weaponize it. And now they're
it's
doing
an
it.
amazing
Like,
shift, and I think it's
they've
only
just
going to
done
get stronger.
such a phenomenal
I think it's
job
only going to
at
get
their
stronger.
propaganda tactics.
But it would be nice. I mean, I guess we got to try to educate the American people too on the difference between liberalism and leftism. They don't really think of it in that way. But you know, a leftist incorporates some anti-capitalist elements or some more socialist elements into their politics. It's really, you know, more of a post-capitalist philosophy, or at the very least flirting with that. And I don't know, I feel like now more than ever the Democratic base is primed to hear that and be like, yes, tell me more, because I see the way the system's working right now, and this shit cannot continue. I see how everybody's struggling. I see how nobody can pay the bills. I see unemployment going up. At the same time, corporate profits are skyrocketing. I see inflation going up. I see that this system is not built for us. The system is built for the billionaires. It's built for the corporations. It's built for the Epstein class. It's not for us. Like, everybody is expected to just wake up, go to work, spend all your waking hours working for some soulless company, doing some shit you don't care about. You get minimal fucking time off. And, you know, whatever free time you have, you have to fucking do laundry with it, right? Like, it doesn't feel like the system is not here for us. Like, the system is not built around people's needs.
I mean,
like we are forced into a system to feed the
system.
To
be fair, regarding the Israel funding,
it's like the opposite of what it should be. Any intelligent system
you're probably
should be built
right.
for the well-being of humans,
However,
really it's like the humans
it
are
is
being used
only
for the
within the Democratic base
to benefit the billionaire
that
class.
you are seeing.
And I think people get that intuitively, which is why you're seeing they're shifting more liberal, but like, in their minds, again, that's leftist. So,
like
look
pushback.
out, man.
You know what I mean?
It's happening.
Against,
it is here.
Just blind Israel funding.
Now when you get, you know, Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries,
I think one of the more recent,
you know, somebody else coming out and tutting
votes
and they
on,
go, oh no, you can't vote for
Israel aid.
She's too far
like
left.
I can't remember if it was military or financial. I don't remember.
Platter. He's too far left. We can't win with
but
him.
normally you have
now,
like
when they try to do that
6 or 7 representatives that vote against it. But in the last one, I'm pretty sure it was like in the 30s or 40s, which obviously isn't enough when every Republican votes to approve it.
This person's more of a radical. Great, I cannot wait to support them. Now I'm going to donate to them too.
But
right?
it is.
That's the idea.
It does show like a positive trend. You know what I mean?
It is fucking happening, and these polls are colossal and devastating.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the
so
algorithm.
Okay.
Click the bell.
Financially,
as well for
I know what you're doing
when
there, but
videos
financially,
drop,
no, it's
and
not
watch
the
that
most
video on
expansive.
screen
But
right now.
However,
I know you want to.
Again, you have
Good
to
morning,
remember.
everybody. Happy Friday. We're here with your Breaking Points Friday
The
edition.
overwhelming
Crystal
majority,
grew a mustache. Actually, no, that is
like the
Matt.
foundation
He's
of
our
my
mustache quota for the day because
like,
Griffin
policy preferences
is also at a work event. So
the foundation
Matt,
is
Ryan,
based in like
excited to be here. We got a lot of news.
You know, just like
all right.
Moral and ethical principles.
Yeah, we got a lot we're going to get into. We have stealing this teeing up here from Emily. We have the Trump.
We should be allied with a country.
Insurrection.
Not just allied, but like legitimately provide
insurrection to be squashed. Insurrection to be squashed. The Insurrection
an ally
Act,
with
to be
weapons
utilized by
and
Trump.
financial support,
quote unquote, joking
that
indiscriminately
kills so many innocent people.
Midterm elections, we're going to get into.
Like I don't have an issue with them being an ally if they acted like normal fucking human beings.
At a
you know.
Facility in Texas. We have Gavin Newsom with Ben Shapiro talking about the transing of the kids, as well as sort of backing off some of his criticism of ICE. We're going to get into Sean Ryan turning on Donald Trump over his cover-up on the Epstein files. And then if we can get to it, we have Lindsey Graham weeping
I think that's one of the fundamental I think honestly
lack of an Iran bombing by Donald Trump. And then we're also going to be joined by a guest, one of the New York City
the largest
nurses
reason
that have just gone on strike. So
Kamala Harris lost the last election.
And one thing I got to add
was
is that
because
last
of the
night
blatant
I interviewed
hypocrisy.
a woman who participated for several days.
Like she
in
absolutely
the Iran
refused
protests, and has since
to
left Iran.
show
and gave me
any
details about the
any
massacre
form
and,
of principles whatsoever.
What she saw
None.
there. We have to blur her face.
You know,
and
there was a
kind of
significant
disguise
portion
her
of
voice
Democratic voters that were like,
her family.
They basically, you know, they weren't going to vote for Trump because of what kind of person he was.
Spoke publicly about it, so
but they just couldn't bring themselves to vote for Harris.
Ready
and
until
like
the weekend, but we'll have that as well.
I mean, I don't
Great stuff.
think
so
that was the
wanna,
right choice.
Go ahead and jump into this and start off with
but I
the
understand.
Insurrection Act.
You know,
reportedly in play here from the Trump administration. I'm going to go ahead and pull up this Truth Social here if I can share my screen. So here we have Donald Trump on his Truth Social saying, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Signed, President DJT.
Thank you for your...
And so the thing that some Republicans are saying in response to this is that, hey, and as Trump said, there lots of presidents have done this before. And I think the number
either
is
way,
17.
the government expands, and there is no correction, no reduction, no breaks.
Deployed about in like 30 different instances. The Brennan Center has a timeline of all the different times.
Yes. How dare they expand healthcare?
If anybody out there
how
is looking
dare
for
they expand public housing?
Idea, like
how dare they?
That would be
Such,
it. Like
so
just 30
terrible of them.
About the 30 different.
Wait, did you say just 30 episodes?
30
what were they
episodes,
thinking?
That's three seasons?
One episode per time.
Such a travesty.
But if you look at, if you run through when the Insurrection Act has been used,
can't have these.
These are the kinds of things.
We
that
can't have these people who think that they're humans, expecting they should have a place to live.
I think Shays Rebellion. It was used for some obscure stuff, like a bunch of people in
expansion
Vermont,
of the executive branch.
During Jefferson's
presidency,
refused to stop trading with Canada.
You can expand those social
so Jefferson,
services
invoked the
without
Act
expanding the powers of the executive
down.
branch.
He failed. Nobody can
and
put down the Green Mountain Boys.
Honestly,
That's never happen.
that is what
you got
the Democratic
Andrew
base
using it
wanted.
To break strikes.
Right?
You've got other presidents
the
using
Democratic
it to break
base
strikes.
does not want an expansion
and then
of the executive
in the modern
branch.
era,
ever.
You've got
like
George H.W.
they didn't
Bush
want it with
using
Biden.
It to quell,
they didn't
the
want it
Rodney
with
King riots. You've got
they didn't want it with Obama. Like they gave him so much shit for his drone bombings, right?
Riots in the 1960s.
The Democratic voting base does not want an expansion of executive
maybe
power.
In the case of Jefferson,
they
going
don't.
after the Green
but
Mountain
again,
Boys, and, Vermont
when
had a lot
all
of
we
ties
are
with
presented with
French,
is a choice between bad and worse,
and
Jefferson,
not a fan of Vermont.
We have to pick
first
bad.
State to ban slavery.
And it's not.
Other than that one,
it's not.
All of them
really
have been
the Democratic voter base.
Or uprisings that developed.
Like your median voter, it's really not their fault.
Like they were.
When
Nat Turner's rebellion, for instance, they used the Insurrection Act.
When you have to choose between bad and worse,
that down. They actually,
when the bad choice still wants to expand executive power,
aside. This would be basically the first case where the federal government instigated the thing. And then in the case of Minneapolis, I think you had 200 people protesting the other night.
Something
we're not talking about thousands or tens of thousands of people in the streets. We're talking about a couple hundred people. There was that viral interview on Status Quo from the guy who got off he's like, I got off my couch in the suburbs because I'm sick of this as an American. Like,
to be fair,
that is not Ulysses S.
I know the answer you're looking for, which is the executive branch.
Which is another example of him invoking the Insurrection
To be
Act.
fair,
that is not the Colfax massacre.
Up until
which is another example
current
of the Insurrection Act. So in none of
administration.
But Emily, is the right?
There was
where's the right on this? Are they agitating for this? To let's go.
The
to really finish off Will Stancil
disassociation
and his boys?
between
or are they saying
the
wait a
president
minute, this is a little bit
and the Department
much.
of
This is
Justice?
Just Will Stancil and some.
There actually was a chasm.
What we should explain it looking at the Brennan
obviously
Center
it fluctuated
right now,
between different administrations, the width of that chasm.
The president the authority to deploy
but
the U.S. military domestically and use it
as it stands right now, they're walking hand in hand.
And as the Brennan Center says, quote, it is dangerously overbroad and ripe for abuse. A good point on that, by the way. I mean, even if we sometimes have this idea about what presidential authority looks like, and then there is an obscure Insurrection Act isn't obscure, but it's a long-standing law that actually lets the president do a lot. So I think there's a constitutional question here.
You cannot expand
and
social
a
programs without
constitutional
expanding. Yes,
question.
you can.
He probably can do
you
it.
Absolutely can.
Tom Cotton, people may remember, was right. That's the Tom Cotton op-ed that the New York Times retracted famously in 2020 during George Floyd riots. He said, "Send in the troops."
If Congress has the taxing
argued
power,
that Trump should have invoked the Insurrection Act to quell, as he put it,
and they got the funding
riots.
power.
And so I think the perspective
it's
that people
up to
are coming
them
from is
whether there is sufficient funding for
take
these programs.
Significant action to quell
it's up to them
violence. It only gets
not the executive
worse.
branch.
I do think there's some evidence of that in the summer of 2020. I think it is.
Are you supposed to fund it without the Department of Treasury?
You guys are going to disagree with me on this, but unfortunate that there's not federal cooperation.
I still don't understand how we already have a Department of Treasury.
Minneapolis, and I'm talking about non-citizens with.
How does that expand
violent
federal executive power? I don't get it.
But that
like,
said,
how
it's
do
hard
social
for me,
programs
like, on this whole
expand
thing
executive
since
power?
last week, I'm just
like,
always
you're
being pulled
going to have to
in
explain it to me. I don't get it.
It's
like we already
Trump's
have
response
social
is-
programs. They're
is
already
always hard
there.
to defend too.
And the problem.
The thing
with
that I'm
argument is that
advocating for
as Mamdani pointed out,
is
to
ensuring
Trump, that
they're
New York
properly
law
funded
has an
to
exception
be able to
for
support
violent
the
criminals.
entire population.
That if you
so I don't
ICE
understand
comes to New York City,
how that
and is
leads
like,
to
"Here's
more
the guy.
executive power because it's
He's
all
been
based in
convicted
funding.
Of
like we have the funding
assault,
to do it.
battery even,
right?
Or he's been convicted of involuntary
An
manslaughter.
agency has to run those programs.
And he's
Each
right here
officer
in your
of them
city.
reports to
and
the
he's
executive.
undocumented. Like we want him. Under those circumstances,
Okay, but they're still given
Mamdani
funding.
has said we would
like,
cooperate.
Congress still
I would
allocates the
suspect
funding.
That the Minneapolis sanctuary policy, because I know how
Like,
Democrats
I mean,
write laws.
am I wrong about
they
that?
don't want to get hit by commercials that say they're protecting violent criminals, so they always put in carve-outs in their laws, so
And
that they can say, "Oh no, it doesn't apply to."
as it
murderers,
was before,
rapists,
again, with previous
users."
administrations, granted,
So, if
between
Stephen Miller's
the
actual goal
between the
was to
president
go
and
in
these
and get violent
agencies,
criminals out, I think he would
the-
have the cooperation of the Minnesota
the
State Police
separation
and
between the
Minneapolis
president
Police Department of St. Paul
and
Like,
the actions
if
of
you-
the
but that's
agencies
not what he
typically
wants.
had
He wants what he's getting, which
some
is
sort of chasm
means of
between them,
chaos and
right?
violence, and he wants 3,000
with varying
heads
degrees
a
depending
day.
on the president.
I think, I don't know what the Minneapolis law
Damn
is
it.
particular, but in practice, this is just from a couple of, there's
But
just a
you-
couple of
okay.
examples that I'm looking at right now, and only
Your
two, so
argument
it's not
that
a
is
big,
as
it's not a huge thing here, but you have an Ecuadorian illegal immigrant in August 2024.
Your argument
driving
is that
drunk,
the
crashed
funding,
head-on into Victoria Harwell,
the,
killing her. Local Hennepin County released him not once,
adequate
but twice,
funding
and didn't cooperate with ICE detainers.
of social services
There's that.
expands
There's
executive
another
power.
vehicular homicide. Or no, this is one. Okay, so I'm looking at one here. I'm on a Fox News.
But
Story. I'm looking at one.
if
So
the
that does
president
sometimes happen where people go into jail and then there's
already
not
has
cooperation,
this
people get
power.
released. I'll set that aside though, and just say
control
the,
over
well,
over
here,
the
Mac, why don't
agencies.
you, Mac, you jump in. Let's get a little because Mac is going to. I
then
think be
there's it's
even,
already expanded. Like it's
you're
already
gonna,
there.
You're gonna be
right?
like even
It's like-
further on this. I think.
I know you know what I'm
Well,
trying
I
to say.
I think I agree
I
with
know you
kind
know.
of what the direction Ryan was going in, and
I know
this is clearly something that's being instigated by the federal government. Like people locally are in an organic way responding to what they view as sort of like a sort of terrorist force coming into their neighborhood and knocking on doors and asking people for
establishment and
papers
expansion of
and
the services
harassing
increases
people,
those
throwing
agencies
people into
only
unmarked
further the
cars.
depth.
And like Ryan said, you have some people who are just driving in from, the suburbs who
Oh my
never
God.
participated in anything
Okay.
like this, despite, a
Are
lot
you
of the right
talking?
saying,
What
"Oh,
kind of
these people
expansion are
being
you talking
agitators or
about?
whatever, but average, ordinary.
I'm talking
people
about
who are
providing
responding to
adequate
something
funding,
organically that's
like,
happening in their
to support
neighborhood,
the population.
And I think this is what Trump wants. He
I'm
wants
not
the
advocating
escalation
for
of this
you
sort of
know,
cyclical violence that spirals down, so that
doubling
he
the
could
size
have
of
a
the
pretense or
Department of
justification to end
Education
up
to
deploying the Insurrection Act. And
what
we
it
should also
was,
mention at the same time
you know,
that
before.
we had Caroline
Like,
Levitt,
I'm
I'll
not
pull up
advocating
this,
for that. I don't
this
get it.
here for you guys, claiming that Trump was joking about basically canceling the 2026 elections. We can go ahead and listen to this side here, because I think this plays into a lot of the sort of like left-wing or liberal fears as to what Trump is going to do moving forward, and using this as sort of a pretense to even go this far. So let's go ahead and listen to her yelling at this reporter for taking it seriously that Trump said that we should maybe
I'm
cancel
talking about the agency
elections
that
coming
runs
up.
the program, since an agency or department has to be the one to control those
Two
funds
questions. First, to
once
follow up
appropriated.
on one of my colleagues who asked you about the president's interview with lawyers. You said that he was joking about canceling the elections. But Americans for
The Social
generations
Security
have fought
Administration
and died
president controls the leadership
for this
of it.
democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room?
And
no, you weren't. I was in the room.
does
I heard
the president
conversation,
have the-
And only someone like you would take that so
I mean,
seriously and
this
pose it as a
president
question
would
that
do
way.
it.
Okay.
So
I mean, what do you guys think
does
about
the
that?
president actually have the authority?
I guess you had to
tell
be
the Social Security.
You weren't in the room.
Administration.
I guess
to stop paying people their Social Security.
When written in Washington Post ease.
Yeah.
But
that would take legislation,
right?
right?
Kicking his feet up and giggling. As
He does this all the time. He jokes about like the most extreme stuff, and then he ends up doing some of it. But
I mean,
he's also joking.
A lot of people said he was joking about
Greenland,
joking. Right?
Like even when he's executing the policy, he's joking.
Yeah.
Well, this
like
is
this
the thing.
is all a joke to him.
The thing is with like you have to take what he jokes about seriously, and I get
Probably
the
not.
you know,
Exactly.
Trump,
there you go. Okay.
seriously,
Perfect.
not literally.
Perfect. Now you're
point,
getting it. Now you're getting it.
You never know when he is actually being, big picture, macro serious versus when he's
exactly where
being
I'm going with
literal. Because sometimes it's like, oh, it's just a joke, and then it turns out to not be a joke, and he jokes a lot about canceling elections. So, as much as some of my friends on the right say it's TDS.
He did try to steal the 2020 election as well.
Wait, so I was just gonna say, like, as much as some of my friends on the right say, oh, it's TDS, that's bluing on stuff.
Thank you. Come again.
It is a president joking about canceling elections repeatedly while posting things. He's Napoleon posting. He's out there saying, he who saves his country violates no law, and the only guard on his
Congress
the
can control how the funding is spent in the
his
agency.
understanding of right and wrong or whatever. Yeah.
His morality. Yeah, he's the. So anyway,
that made me feel a lot better.
You forgot to mention that.
Right.
I just remembered.
The guy whose moral compass is straight north.
What could go wrong?
Yeah.
The point that I was just making big picture is I want people to be safe, and I don't think that Jacob Frey and Tim Walz are making people much safer. I don't think Donald Trump is making people much safer in Minneapolis. So I'm not.
I was going through
begging
some
for
of
the
last year's
to be put down.
House
to be
legislation
enacted.
that was going through
also
on some
am,
roll
though,
call votes.
Begging for Jacob Frey
Yeah, I know.
and Tim Walz.
You didn't say it.
To
You
get
conveniently
their
left
shit
that
together
out.
in Minneapolis.
What I would say is I think that
that was very
Miller has successfully made
very
enough
convenient
chaos
of you to not mention that.
And so I just Googled the
hoping that I
sanctuary
wouldn't
laws.
remember
They do
on my
have
own.
carve-outs for violent criminals. I think that Miller has made enough chaos that Democrats would come to the table now and be like, okay, fine, like we will
No, but anyway,
actually cooperate.
Goes
with
back to my original point.
when
My
we have
original
a
point
violent
stands.
Criminal who was here illegally
Is that you could
we'll let you
expand
know about
the
it.
funding
like in the past,
to
like the
ensure
law
that
may have said
everybody's
we will be
covered under
proactive,
these
but
social
they're like,
services
F you, we're not
without
doing that
expanding
because
the
you guys
powers
suck.
of the executive branch.
If they came to an
Those
actual
are not,
agreement and treated this country like it was
inherently
one
entwined.
country, and all of the people were coming together to set a
I thought you
policy
already dude,
that they would agree on.
are you
rather
like
than
half asleep?
seeing
Because
this
that's
as a
literally what I
civil
said like
war
15
or
minutes ago.
insurrection. Then I think
That's
they would get
hence the
that
word
from Frey
appropriated.
and Walz. Like, okay, fine, get ICE out of here. Like, get them out of stop.
You must not have been
patrolling the
listening.
streets.
That's
Stop.
literally what I
like,
said
they
like
sent
20
these
minutes
four
ago.
guys. These four
I
guys.
just
you see
didn't
this?
use
They
the
had,
word appropriated.
They ate at a Mexican restaurant for
My
them
bad.
in the afternoon, and then waited
You
outside
knew
of
what I
it
meant.
until the staff left, and then arrested them.
Yeah.
Like, stop doing that, and then we'll cooperate with you on violent criminals. Like, I think that there would be a deal on the table, but that's the thing. I don't think they want that. To Mac's point, they're getting what they want right now, which is a lot of scenes of violence that they can slap on their like utterly insane social media channels, and stoke whatever empty and fill whatever emptiness is inside them with this violence and nihilism.
Yeah, I don't dispute at all that there's potentially people inside of the administration that want the Insurrection Act to be invoked for scenes that perpetuate the political capital of
I need a
having
sword.
violent confrontations over illegal immigration.
Yeah.
That would. I mean,
Well,
I don't think
and
that's
to your point, Emily,
outrageous at all.
It's really not like Jacob Frey and Tim Walz are like leading the vanguard revolution against ICE or anything like that. We'll get to more clips of them here in a minute, but I mean, from my perspective, I think their response to this situation has been like lukewarm at best. They're not in favor of abolishing ICE or confronting them in any sort of meaningful capacity.
I mean, Jacob Frey said, "Get the fuck out of Minneapolis."
Well, that's a classic, like, let me deploy some aggressive rhetoric as a sort of show, and then later I'm going to walk that back. We'll show a clip of him sort of walking that back in an interview here in a minute. But do you guys have any more thoughts in terms of the Insurrection Act before we move on?
I think that covers it.
We covered
Awesome. All right, moving on to the latest on the ICE protests in Minneapolis, as well as some disturbing reporting out of Texas. I'm going to go ahead and start off with this tear sheet here from the New York Times. Their headline is, Medical Examiner believes the death of a man in ICE custody was a homicide. So a little bit on this real quick, and then I'll get your guys' thoughts. They say, when U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement announced the January 3rd death of detainee Geraldo Lunis Campos at a Texas detention camp, the agency said that staff observed him in distress and gave no cause of death. An employee of El Paso County's Office of the Medical Examiner told Lunis Campos' daughter this week that, subject to results of a toxicology report, the office is likely to classify the death now as a homicide, according to a recording of the conversation. They continue here saying that the employee said that a doctor there is listing the preliminary cause of death as asphyxia due to neck and chest compression, which means that Lunis Campos did not get enough oxygen because of pressure on his neck and chest. And then there was also an apparent witness to this event who saw a struggle between Lunis Campos and detention staff that ended up resulting in his death. So this is, not the first death that's been reported in one of these facilities, but what are your guys' thoughts on this?
And so what we seem to understand about this incident is that this is a 55-year-old Cuban man who was on medication and was being pushed to go to some other area before he had his medication. ICE is notorious for not giving the proper medications that are prescribed to people who are under their care. That they treat, and it's not just ICE, this is local jails as well, that they treat, like once you're in there, they're like, you take heart medication? Not our problem. Good luck.
Right. Well, and to your point, Ryan, real quick, I'll throw this also up on the screen, because this same facility in Texas, at Fort Bliss, it's called Camp East Montana, has had 60 violations reported in just 50 days. And exactly what you were just saying there, they say this detention center at Fort Bliss, called Camp East Montana, failed to properly monitor and treat some detainees' medical conditions, lacked basic procedures for keeping guards and detainees safe, and for weeks did not provide them a way to contact lawyers.
Current limits
it's
are garbage.
Systematic. The deprivation of medication.
Again, that wasn't your argument.
Deliberate.
Your argument was
a deliberate effort
it would
to
expand
injure and hurt
the limits of the
under their
executive
care,
branch,
or whether it is just a kind of malicious negligence.
That was not my claim.
Is up for dispute. But everybody who goes through these detention
centers, if the limits are already garbage,
they have a serious.
That has nothing to do with my claim that it would not expand them further.
So this guy stood up for it. He's
you know
like,
what I mean?
I need it, and people.
Like I'm not disagreeing with
medication, that. A lot of those medications are essential to staying alive, and so just kind of buckling and bending the knee to the guards on that isn't really an option if
trying to think of an analogy.
Being deprived of the medication,
like if you have a pool,
to kill you or cause you,
there are limits to how much
health harm.
That was
so
just my commentary.
He stood up. He's like, I need my medication. I need my medication.
Like if you have a pool, swimming pool,
you can just see this unfolding.
There are
see
limits
him as being
to how much water you can put in it, right?
The fact that he had
whether
both
you
chest
fill it
and
halfway
neck compressions
or whether you fill it all the way,
he was thrown to the ground, put on the ground.
It does not expand the limits
got knees on
of
his
that
neck,
pool.
Knees on his back, like that. That's how you get chest and neck compressions. We may find it happens some other way, but that's the most likely scenario.
Expand
and it would come
the
from
size
him
of the
demanding
pool,
his medication, and
then
them,
you are expanding
and
the limits.
Them
that is not what I'm saying.
Demand as non-compliant when they are in fact the ones that are in non-compliance with the law. The law is extremely clear. You have prescription medications, you have to give the medications. The guy could be a serial killer. You're supposed to give the person their medications. These are not serial killers. 55-year-old Cuban, like fleeing like the starvation that we've caused on that island in the past, would not even be
or add enough water
in detention because
and everywhere becomes a pool. I'm not.
We insist that
not
Cuba
advocating
is a
for that.
tyrannical communist government, and therefore
I'm saying
people,
that filling the pool
fleeing
up
from there have are given asylum.
Means that everyone gets to swim.
We no longer.
That's what I'm saying.
Treat Cubans across the board that way. So, yeah, this is deeply disturbing on like a dozen different layers.
It's one of the. I mean, it's easy under difficult circumstances, and I won't even repeat because I'm like a broken record on this. It's just sort of generally my position is I feel like there's a lack, not lack, but just when you have the lawlessness isn't the right word because some of it was created legal pathways. The Biden administration created some legal pathways. There was a lot of granting of asylum without detention. So the New York Times estimate was low, but it's 8 million people in about 3 years. It's multiple populations of states put together. That becomes, and it obviously cannot become, because it is such a serious situation, it cannot become an excuse for cruelty. And Ryan said, what was the phrase you used? Like malicious negligence. That's when it's easiest to drop your standards, is when it's easiest to start doing torture during the Iraq War. That's when Abu Ghraibs happened. When you have, I think, such a frustrating and significant situation that's obviously difficult. And so I would be lying if I said that's not a serious concern, because it is a frustrating scenario, but that's no excuse for failing to, if you're out there, and I think rightfully, the three of us disagree on this, but rightfully
creating new agencies and programs,
patriotic things about the United States and reveling in the good of the United States and
I was not advocating for creating new agencies.
The United States overall, and that's the patriotism that you're bringing to the table in the Trump administration. You have to uphold that every step of the way. There's no excuse for cruelty. That's what I would add.
Right. Yes.
It's going to be hardest right now.
Yeah, and to the point of the malicious negligence aspect of this, I also just wanted to point this out. So this facility, it was awarded to
you advocate for
an LLC, Acquisition Logistics LLC, this $1.2 billion contract that they got through the Army. They have no listed experience in running a correction facility.
Healthcare?
They had never won a federal contract
the universal healthcare
worth more than $16 million. The company
by the Department
lacks
of Health
even
and
a
Human
functioning
Services.
website and lists its address as a modest home in suburban Virginia. So, you also have the angle here of sort of the awarding of these massive contracts to companies in many cases that are just interested in making a profit. And so you're going to have substandard conditions. They're going to cut corners. They're not going to prioritize anybody's safety or well-being when that's not sort of the goal of the business that they're in.
Well,
yeah,
for now
that's
anyway.
Right. And that's a product of the rushed execution of the policy here. Like we're gonna build, we're gonna find, nature preserves and other places, Everglades, to build these, and then we're gonna build them on military bases, and we're going to build them as quickly as possible. And we're going to find, contractors who have no significant qualifications to do this, throw money at them. And if you don't care, then that can work.
It becomes a different kind of feeding our future situation where you get pass-through type. Like, in all seriousness, where you have something that's a contractor that's sprouts up out of nowhere and is based at a home in suburban Virginia, and someone is just doing rush stuff to rake in as much federal money as possible.
Right. The taxpayers are spending, enormous amounts of money per person, and most of that money is going to the owners of these companies, and then what's left they use to hire or try to hire remotely qualified people, which they're not doing. And that's the other irony. Like, if you talk to people who are involved in setting up these things, the hardest thing to do is to find qualified staff, qualified employees.
Staff policy for its operation.
So, in other words, we don't have the workforce
doesn't mean that somehow
to staff
expand
the project that is aiming to deport millions of people.
Right.
No, the system is completely overwhelmed.
Who thought this through? Did anybody think this through? So
the system is completely overwhelmed.
The problem is we have too many people, yet in order to get rid of these people, we don't have the people to do it. It's like
the system is completely overwhelmed. I do think that was by design in the Biden administration, but that is not an excuse. So it's not an excuse to drop standards.
I don't know. If you look at the reporting on the period, it seems more like incompetence.
The allocation of funding.
Should we go ahead and take a look here at some of the latest out of Minneapolis as protests are continuing?
Is likely to require
the shooting and killing of Renee
an increase
Good.
in personnel.
I just want to start off with this first clip here. This is a guy who claims he wasn't even involved in any sort of protest, and that his car was attacked by ICE officers
how that expands the powers
grenade, where apparently
of the
6
executive
of his
branch.
kids were inside. Let's go ahead and listen to a little bit of this.
Officers threw flashbangs and tear gas in my car and made my
Congress appropriates the funds, as you said.
But my 6 months old,
since I guess I have to use those words.
My 2-year-old then flipped out the damn car.
The president appoints
this was flipped over.
The
head
of that agency.
I'm telling the officer I need
the agency distributes that funds, like let's just say healthcare, for example.
To go back there and call and tell them to come up Lindale. They can't even come up Lindale.
Were you participating in the protest?
I wasn't.
Then instead of
at all, I didn't care to be.
So
he says he wasn't even participating in the protest.
Instead of the government subsidies,
stuff that was
which are already distributed,
smoke grenade. He
to
says a flashbang
the healthcare companies,
the car.
right?
You can see
United
the car
Healthcare, so on and so forth.
Back. I mean,
those subsidies are already being delivered.
We also have another
to
one
those
here
companies.
that I wanted to show. There was a separate interview that I'll get to here in a second with this kid that was involved in it.
Whatever department delivers them now. How about this?
There is a bit where it does show a little bit of blood.
It's not the Department of Health and Human Services, I don't think. But whoever distributes the funding,
a megaphone towards these officers,
the subsidies to the
healthcare
companies, right?
Point blank in the face.
Cut out the middleman.
I think losing his eye as a result of this.
You cut out the middleman between the patient and the doctor. Instead of the doctor submitting the claim to the healthcare industry,
right there. And then
healthcare
immediately
company,
after
they submit the claim to whoever is already distributing the funds.
Going forward, that
like
the officers here just basically
the funds are already being sent. They're already being delivered, mailed,
into the distance
whatever, wired, whatever. I don't care. It's already happening. It's just going to the healthcare company.
And then just drag him off.
Whereas instead,
and falling down as
it would be delivered to the hospital or the doctor, whatever. Whatever, I don't care. I don't care how.
I think this may have been some of the officers responding
literally almost
to it.
nothing would change.
They look like cops.
Almost nothing.
I think it may have been federal agents who were there in working with ICE. We also have another one here of the
imagine you're sending a letter
to this guy losing his his eye here in this interview.
Do I send it here? Do I send it there? Like you're still sending a letter. Doesn't matter.
His name's Caden Rumler.
This is absurd.
He says,
absolutely
I will be
absurd.
blind
absurd
for
argument.
life. They pulled a piece of plastic the size of a nickel out
absurd
of my eye.
Discussion.
I had shards of metal, glass, and plastic in my skull, and they say it's a miracle that he survived. And you can obviously see pretty gruesome injury there to his eye. But again, this is just some of the latest chaos that's unfolding in Minnesota and around the country amidst this sort of crackdown.
Right, yeah, standing there with a bullhorn.
Oh, that's why, because I wanted more hits.
A protected First Amendment activity. Like
I can add another effect.
There could not be anything more.
No, I cannot.
First Amendment, free speech, right to protest.
I have to enter a name. No.
Expressing yourself with a bullhorn at a protest, like that is. Yeah. That's what is supposed to separate us from like China and Russia, and Saudi Arabia. Like that's That's
I want to name
right
it universal
like
healthcare.
We have a lot of problems, but we have the freedom to express our dissent
President Point Department has
against the policies of our government.
Well, and we saw this with Ken's reporting as well, Ken Klippenstein, who put out this refresher that apparently was sent out to ICE officers about what's protected and what's not protected activities, and they have to remind these guys apparently behind the scenes that filming an ICE officer or even yelling expletives at them or cursing at them or taunting them or saying mean things to them, that's entirely First Amendment
subsidies to the healthcare insurance companies.
I see a lot of people,
that's
politicians, Democrats specifically,
who's doing that right
put
now?
Out these informative videos or statements, and they say these are your rights that you have. You can film them. You can do this and that. And to me, it's like we have these rights on paper, right? It is legal to film them, but then I see half a dozen videos coming out every single day of ICE agents tackling people, arresting people for the crime of filming them or saying F you or whatever.
Right, having the right is not going to bring Caden's eye back.
Right.
Like and almost his life. Like to have all of that stuff in your brain.
Department of Treasury handles all funding regardless of whether
by the officer like that. Like any one of those bounces.
Well, congratulations. Now
tilted that.
Instead of them sending the subsidies to the healthcare industry,
say, and what you can see in the video,
they're going to change the address and send it to the hospital that's
pepper ball, basically.
That's requesting the funding for the procedure. That's it.
The local ABC News report.
It's a change of address.
It was, to Max point, federal officers. It looks like it's DHS. From what I can tell, it looks like it's DHS.
That's it. That's it. That's all happens.
Then
you don't have to overcomplicate this.
DHS is saying. She called the group,
you don't have to be
quote,
contrarian. It's not necessary. There's no reason to overcomplicate this.
Injured. And here's what they say about Seitz, who is the one who was getting dragged by the arm.
No part
a federal complaint
of a universal
health
care proposal
the property despite warnings and threw an orange cone at officers,
actually
then resisted arrest and struck
create
an officer on the shoulder
any meaningful
and
change
groin.
in the process.
ABC goes on to say details weren't immediately available about the second set of charges filed, and the U.S. Attorney's Office didn't immediately respond to questions about them. So probably more information to come.
Dude, I don't care what it's called. I don't care what it's called. I don't care. I don't care. Like I said,
resisting if they want.
Oh, that's the other guy.
We can call it Lucifer's wrinkly ball sack. I don't care.
Yeah, the guy who got dragged out by the arm. So
the government is sending all this money to the healthcare industry
whatsoever
to pay for medical procedures
don't
and
think it's going to make anybody safer
to pay for
healthcare. If it's true, I don't know that it's true that he threw a cone.
Not only are the healthcare companies,
if that's true, I don't think
denying
that's anybody safer, let alone
like up to 30% of all claims.
So I would just urge everybody,
meaning
by all means,
the people who are paying for healthcare,
be careful and think about your own safety, the safety of
people at the bottom. Yeah, normal people, they're sending money up to the healthcare companies for.
Should we go ahead and check in
here? Well, they should have more training in civil liberties. I don't dispute that in any way.
Right.
For the whatever the monthly payment is,
with,
right?
The mayor of
the government
Minneapolis and see
is sending
sort of
money down,
backing off,
to the healthcare industry
after the day of
in the form of subsidies
he came out and he told
to help cover the cost of
get
procedures.
The fuck out and was sort of praised for the rhetoric.
I
there, but,
don't care
like
what you call it.
At least watering down a little bit his criticism here. He's on Fox.
Eliminate
News
the middleman.
About abolishing ICE.
Send
Let's
the funding
and, listen to a little
instead
bit
of it going to the healthcare industry. Send it directly to the medical professional that is performing the procedure.
Of what Jacob
so that way there's fewer denials,
Mr. Mayor.
like there's fewer bad faith denials.
Abolishing ICE?
And it's less of a burden.
I do not support abolishing ICE.
The taxpayer. That's it.
Absolutely
call it what you want. Call it what you want.
The way that this administration is conducting themselves with us.
That's not my point.
There are a number of entities presently, agencies.
But isn't that what your lawsuit is about?
That's not the basis of my argument.
No, you should read the lawsuit. The lawsuit says that, hey, ICE doing ICE stuff is not what we're talking about right now. Again, we've had ICE in our city before. We've had ICE in our state before. It is the fact that, look, right now, there's about 3,000 federal ICE agents in our city between ICE and Border Control. You know how many police officers that we have? 600.
Right. All right, so what do we sort of to make of that?
By the way, first of all, can you imagine if Omar Fatah had won that election?
Right. Yeah.
What this national conversation would be like right now?
Yeah.
There would be 50,000 federal troops in Minneapolis.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
And they would have arrested him by now. So the fact that you got
I don't want 1 second.
Jacob there probably changes that calculation a little bit.
I mean, I think it's also important to point out just the polling data within the Democratic voter base on this. Like,
that's what
I saw some recent polling. It's overwhelmingly a majority of Democratic voters that at this point support abolishing ICE, support at least reducing the scope and the funding of ICE, and you're just not really seeing that reflected in a majority of elected.
I named that after you.
At the national level.
Well,
let me
just add to that though. During the first Trump administration, that we saw a very similar pattern, and we saw, Ryan, you can speak to this. I think you've written about it. Is it in the squad? You write about you've covered this about how there was this momentum for the abolish ICE movement, and it became
got AOC elected,
and then Democrats have. I think probably rightfully looked back and said there are ways that ended up hurting them because public opinion is.
I thought so.
Can be
like you know what I meant, man. Like I know that you know what I meant.
By how politics, well, obviously is swayed often by how politics shift, but it's not necessarily true that 2 years from now in a presidential election or even during the midterms that Democratic opinion is going to be exactly the same on abolish ICE. So I would say that's probably why there's more caution right now. And then I would also say that Republicans should listen to what Jacob Frey just said on Fox News, where Griff Jenkins was saying, isn't that what your lawsuit is about? Ultimately stopping ICE. And that Frey kind of answered a different question. He kind of answered the first question, do you want to abolish ICE? Because what he wants to do right now, and what he's openly saying, is he's stopping what ICE is doing right now. He's not trying to stop ICE itself, but he's trying to stop what ICE is doing right now. That Republicans, this is the flip side of it, should pay attention, because the polling is with Jacob Frey on stopping what ICE is doing right now.
Yeah, and it goes back to, I think, what I was saying earlier, that if the administration came to the mayor and said, look, fine, let's cooperate on, here's a list of 3,000 violent criminals who are here illegally, let's work together and deport these people, and we will stop patrolling the streets, going to construction sites and Mexican restaurants.
Some nifty magic here.
I think at that point Democrats would take it, but that's not the goal. Like, that's not what Miller wants. Maybe Trump would be cool with that. Doesn't matter. He's the Prime Minister. Stephen Miller is not, and so he's going to push it. And that's why I think that
solid 100.
All of the numbers that you're looking at in the polling now are a snapshot in time. But if we have another 3 years of him sending ICE from city to city, they're going to Portland and Lewiston, Maine, apparently today or tomorrow. Because there's a Somali community there. So we're going to get images out of Maine. The numbers are only going to swing even further against.
Wonder if I'm living it.
I might have to jump off in a minute. I might be able to stay, but if I leave all of a sudden, that's why.
You were deported.
I was deported from this show.
Well, we have Mac here today, who looks like an ICE officer, so he just kicks Ryan off. But this is the other thing. I mean, this is purely from a political perspective. The Trump administration seems to think leaning into these images, we were talking about this with the Insurrection Act, is what will make it more palatable to the public. If you're fomenting violence from the left, not that I think you need to, I think there are plenty of agitators who are going to do this, whether or not Donald Trump invokes the Insurrection Act. We're already kind of seeing that. But the point is, if they're trying to inflame the situation and make it look even worse, make it get even worse.
I bet this is where all my stuff
and they're
is.
Trying to show ICE cracking down in ways where you see a 21-year-old getting hit with a pepper ball
definition
of
of universal healthcare and just
2 feet
between
the barrel of the gun in his face. Well, that is a political miscalculation, quite obviously, in the same way that it was a political miscalculation, I think, for Dems to lean into abolish ICE for so long. So if they think that going to Portland, Maine, and going around the country with ICE kitted out and spraying pepper balls in the eyes of 21-year-olds is going to be helpful, it's not. It's not going to be helpful, even again, politically, if they want to do those operations all over the country.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
What will behoove them is looking orderly and just and fair and calm.
You were thinking universal,
not the images
in terms of an agreed upon cost.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's making the case for abolish
from the
ICE
perspective
than Stephen Miller right now.
Of the
hospital
and the physician.
Go ahead real quick and check in with
I'm thinking
the governor,
universal,
Tim Walz, who's apparently on his way out, not running for re-election, but he had a statement that he put out recently.
Across everybody is covered, across the board. They don't have to worry about.
Agents. He says he wants to create a database of the atrocities against
insurance,
Minnesotans,
insurance payments,
not just to establish a record
everybody.
for posterity,
It's
but bank
universal.
For
does that make sense? It covers everybody.
What do you guys think about
universal. That? That's what I think of when I say universal.
Hey, preach, Governor.
Do you think there
I'm thinking of the
sort
people.
Of real accountability in the future?
I'm thinking that everybody is covered
many times
right?
from the other direction. If you're not doing anything wrong, you
have funded by the government.
Yeah, I think there will be.
Not in terms of. I'm not thinking of it in terms of.
Depending how things go, but I think
the cost of a procedure is equal across every hospital. That's not what I'm thinking of.
Absolute federal immunity to ICE officers is not even helpful to his own ICE officers,
that's where all my
because
stuff
you have
is.
These guys coming in and hearing Stephen Miller say absolute federal immunity, and maybe that's almost like not a lie. I mean, maybe it's a lie by omission to these guys who hear that and say absolute immunity. because it sounds like absolute immunity, even though he's saying absolute federal immunity, you may face retribution when there's a different federal administration, but then also on the state level as well. So that's the thing with Derek Chauvin right now, right? If he got a federal pardon, they're saying he could end up just still in prison because the state would prosecute. So there's not necessarily, quote, absolute immunity, even if there's absolute federal immunity right now.
Yeah. Right. And state did, right? Keith Ellison locked him up.
So we also have Gavin Newsom interviewing Ben Shapiro on his podcast. Why Gavin Newsom feels like he's on a podcast, I don't know. I guess the obvious answer is he's running for president. But let's go ahead and take a look at this clip.
She was a domestic terrorist who's attempting to run over officers with her car.
Freaking that guy's Gavin Newsom is such a weasel.
That was the original statement.
He's like,
I said at the time, I thought that was untrue.
If he gets elected, if he runs for president, gets elected,
state-sponsored terrorism.
The ensuing, like, we might legitimately have like Nick Fuentes as a president. Like, it'll be so bad because he's such an establishment,
obviously are not terrorists.
Wishy-washy piece of garbage.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And one was
all right. So that clip's going viral because Newsom says, "Yeah, I think that's fair." Any reaction here to Greasy Gavin?
Well, I honestly, I didn't know that this was him interviewing Ben Shapiro, which makes it somehow worse than him going on Ben Shapiro's show for me, because I haven't seen Gavin on any genuine like left-wing podcast to face real challenges and criticism from the left. But he had Ben Shapiro on his podcast and sort of walking back his label of ICE as domestic terrorists.
I don't think there's like...
And what was the incident?
Okay.
He's saying
so
was
not
state,
only
he said was
like
state-sponsored terrorism.
I think it was the shooting of Renee Good.
It was Renee
so
Good,
not only do Republicans not really care for JD Vance, period. Like, I mean, you got to understand.
Yeah, come on, stand up for your social media team here.
Majority of the Republican base
all ICE officers
voted for
are
Trump.
Terrorists.
They don't care about JD Vance.
You're saying that
now,
that was terrorism.
Not only
and
would he lose support because, you know,
ICE officers have
Trump
repeatedly told
black
other protesters.
Right.
Didn't you see what happened
even
to
the
her?
far right,
didn't you
the
learn
far
the
right of the
lesson
Republican? I'm
from
talking
that?
like the racist, like
that is
the
definitionally
actual Nazis,
the goal
like
of
the anti-Semitic,
violence,
like
to stoke terror.
Like I want
so that you control
the Nick
other,
Fuentes.
so that
they
you
want like
a future
racial
outcome.
Separation in neighborhoods, right?
But anyway, he wants to back
They
off
would
of
not
that.
vote for JD Vance because his wife is
Has
Indian.
he had any left-wing people on his podcast?
And
like,
if you combine those two
I'm
factors
sure he's talked to the abundance
with
people or whatever, but
how polarizing
no, I mean, come on breaking points, Gavin.
These,
or gotta have us on. Although we have to
like
have
Donald
have
Trump's
Ryan
actions have been so
he
far,
seems to do
especially
everything in
with
studio.
ICE.
Like I'm not going.
You know, like going into all these
that.
neighborhoods, like you saw a couple of the videos on here.
Well, no, I'm not.
That's just a couple of examples. Like there's more. There's plenty more out there.
I love Sacramento.
Like,
but
he is activating. Like he is acting.
Not happening.
As though they never have to worry about another election again, which worries me first of all. But
Mac doesn't have kids yet. He can go out.
He's actually his actions are mobilizing
drop the dog off at my place.
A significant percentage of
all right, let's
like
move on
undecided
to Sean Ryan.
or
if you're not familiar with Sean Ryan,
like
he's
independent voters.
One of the
you know what I mean?
Bros, unfairly. He's
so those
special
the
ops,
combination of those, like I do not think that JD
Vance
would win.
I mean,
I don't. That group.
Is that a pejorative now? I mean,
is it like Bernie Bros? I think it's used pejoratively, but it's also one of those things that could be perfectly accurate because he's in that group of people, like Tim Dillon,
but the thing is like I don't even want I don't even want Gavin to be the again it would see this is the problem with when Biden won the election, like when he won our choices were between bad and worse, right? That's exactly what would happen if it were Gavin and JD Vance. It would be bad versus worse. So what would happen is there would be another rebound back towards the right because nothing would get done because Gavin is just an establishment dem that wants to preserve the status quo, you know, while appealing to the wealthy elite class. Like
so to the extent
nothing would get done,
MAGA crack up
and it would be terrible.
Works,
we would have like an even harder rebound to the right after that.
Your average conservative movement type person, but
so I think he would
those
win.
Guys who kind of came in and made a difference on the margins.
The election
like
after
Ryan,
that would be absolutely worse.
You're starting to see something like that. So let's take a listen to a few of these clips, and you'll get a flavor of it.
Proactively protecting pedophiles.
They are protecting pedophiles at this point
by redacting the abusers' names.
By
the White House. Listen up, everybody. The fucking White House.
Welcome to Mood Swings.
Protecting pedophiles. You hear that? They're fucking protecting pedophiles. That's what the fuck they're doing.
And now let's listen to another one here.
Fucking voted for this shit. I mean, I fucking voted for this shit.
Yeah, he did.
Voted.
We tried to tell him.
These damn files
See, this is what
released,
makes me so mad.
It's like a total
people like this
just happened. I
there
voted to get these damn
people like this douche nozzle, right?
Protecting pedophiles.
These bro podcasters, right? The Joe Rogans, the Theo Vons, the Andrew Schultz, whoever this, I've seen this clown before, but I can't remember his name. Like, you know what? You know what the left wing was told when we tried to warn people that this was what's going to happen? We were told, like, he wouldn't do that. Like, he's not going to do that. He said he's not going to do that. Like, you're just being a bunch of little snowflakes. Like, why are you worried? Like, you're just saying that because you hate Trump. You got TDS, that's all. Everything that the left said that Trump was going to do, he's doing. And dinguses like this trick themselves and their listeners into supporting it.
Why is the White House protecting pedophiles? I just don't understand it, Ro. I can't fucking get it through my head.
Okay.
Why?
See, it's a mental deficiency. That's what it is. It is a lack of critical thinking skills. He legitimately said he can't understand why the White House is protecting billionaire pedophiles. Like, how? No, like, why? Why would a wealthy elite billionaire who was best friends with the most prolific pedophile in our history, that we know of in our history, why would he want to protect his best friend of decades, who is of the same economic class? What a freaking mystery it is. You know, the world may never be able to figure this out because geniuses like this guy can't even break. He can't break the code. We're screwed. We have no idea why. We'll never figure it out. Such a mystery. Anyway, that's it for me. I'll leave you with that mystery. Hopefully one day we figure out why a wealthy billionaire, corrupt billionaire, who bragged about walking into women's dressing rooms would want to protect the most prolific pedophile in history. Such a mystery. What a mystery it is. What a mystery. Alright, well, anyway, I'm out of here. If you're still there. I will not be in a few seconds.